Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. For a rank 2 animus like him, split his mind and carry two different trains of thoughts at the same time without affecting him was easy. There was also the artificial intelligence chip that was constantly carrying simulation for him, and before leaving the beta heavenly world, the diagram for the spell was almost finished. Now that he could tap into the elder brain enhanced analytic abilities, he was able to advance even faster. Meanwhile, he let his energy replenish and body return to his peak condition. After a month of careful planning and thousands of simulations, Zadiel was ready. The sun domain formed around him with his mighty dark golden flames, but it only covered a radius of 5 meters. The power was the same it could display with his full length, but this way he would not be covering the entire magic tower with it. The next thing he does is activate his Eye of Life and Creation and channels every ounce of the all-encompassing sun flames from the golden sun that resides in his bloodline heart. Slowly those pure golden flames start to gather between his palms, and under the control of the Eye of Life and Creation they compress and their nature starts to change. The Eye of Life and Creation was activating the special properties of the flames, enhancing their connection with the law of life and the law of creation. Nadux was also active, making the laws in the golden flames even stronger. Zadiel once already attempted to do something similar after he had killed the abominable Yeti and transform him and his soldier into golden flames. Back then his goal was to create something with the golden flames by using the law of creation that was part of his law bloodline. He failed, and before a quality change could occur that would have transformed the flames into something else, he lost control. But things were different now. His domain over the natural energy of the world was higher, his energy pool was great enough so it would not need the use of external flames. He had awakened his true name and he could draw more power of the law of life and the law of creation thanks to his advance as a life form. After 10 hours of slowly channeling the golden flames and compressing it using all of the power of his Eye of Life and Creation and Nadux, what remained between Zadiel's hands was a golden embryo. The Neo-Demon was tired, but since he still had his full Abyssal energy pool, he could continue without the need to rest. Now that the embryo was ready, it was time to nourish it and fuse it with his sun domain. The embryo was constantly being fed by the energy of the sunlight core, the dark golden flames of the domain that was being energized by Abyssal, and the sun force that Zadiel was steadily replenishing with the help of the tower. Zadiel's Eye of Life and Creation and Nadux were still active, enhancing what was growing inside the embryo. His rank spell will not be a mere construction of solidified energy but something different, something alive. He knew the extreme difficulty of the task and the fact it would be near impossible to truly create a living being with his current power, so he is going to create something in the beginning stages of life. By using the sun domain with his golden flames to nurture the embryo, he was creating a connection between the two of them. More and more energy was being poured into the embryo and a blinding light could be seen inside it, that was equally majestic and powerful. On the 9th day of nourishing, a change occurred in the embryo. It started to rotate and generate a suction force that draws the natural energy of the world inside it. When Zadiel saw this, he smiled, and excitement appeared on his eyes. It was not even completed, but the creature inside the embryo was already able to draw the natural energy of the world to it and fulfill his job as a rank spell for a rank 3 life form. On the 34th day of nourishing, the embryo fused with the sun domain, giving it the ability to draw the natural energy of the world, not only increasing the might of the dark golden flames but also the power of the undying Leviathan and Nether Crow that were part of it. Even for someone like Zadiel, using his true name and the Eye of Life and Creation for so many days without pause was impossible, so every week he rested for a few hours before working again. It was on the 49th day, when the golden light coming from inside the embryo was so powerful that illuminated the entire floor, that the first crack appeared. Zadiel felt a strong wave of vitality and life force coming from the crack that filled the entire sun domain with it and erased his exhaustion in an instant. The days pass and more crack filled the embryo until finally in the day 63 of feeding the embryo finally shatter and its broken pieces fused with the domain. What appeared in front of the Neo-Demon was a small seed, the size of a baby fist. It was golden in its entirety and 3 arcs of golden fire were circling it. It did not have a soul or even a consciousness, but it was alive, capable of growing. Zadiel could intend to create a pseudo-consciousness in the seed, but he chose not to do it. If his calculations were right, this seed will be able to generate a soul with time by absorbing the energies of the universe just like stars can do it. For stars, it usually takes millions of years of being constantly washed by the elemental chaos, but as long as Zadiel's domain over the law of life and law of creation grows, the time that the seed will need to obtain his soul will diminish greatly. The moment the seed appeared, it became some sort of black hole as it swallowed the natural energy in his surroundings with ferocious strength, making the sun domain reach an immense level of might. Zadiel could feel how the healing and destructive power of the domain growing at least twofold. What was calling his attention were the arcs of golden fire, and he made one of them enter his body. The moment it happens, the Neo-Demon feels an immeasurable amount of life force inside him, and he felt that no matter how devastating the damage he could receive, with one of these arcs he could heal instantly. And not only that, his physical power grew 50% for an entire minute. Ha 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 ha, awesome. With just this seed my battle power has raised by a factor of 3, and it will continue to grow stronger on his own. I will call you Genesis Sun Seed. Zadiel was smiling as he stares at the seed, and he could not be happier about his new spell. Artificial Intelligence Chip, analyze the function of the Genesis Sun Seed. For the first time in a long time, Zadiel uses the abilities of the Artificial Intelligence Chip to allow him to understand the might of the new spell he had created. BIP. Analyzing rank spell Genesis Sun Seed. Genesis Sun Seed, living rank spell capable of growing stronger by absorbing energy from different sources, and it can automatically draw the natural energy of the world toward itself without the need for external help. It has fused with the sun domain, giving the spell the ability to draw the natural energy of the world. 200% increase the power of the dark golden flames and the magical constructs that inhabit inside it. Creates arcs of golden fire that can be used for the host to completely heal any damage to his body as long his hearts and brain are not destroyed, and increase the strength and physique for a factor of 1.5 for 60 seconds. It currently can have 3 arcs at the same time, and it will take 20 hours for each one of them to be restored after its use. With the fusion of his Genesis Sun Seed, his sun domain was approaching the might of a high-rank technique that needed the use of the laws to be trained. Good, now the only thing I have left to do is to dissolve the body of that void creature into the domain, and I will be ready to advance to rank 3. Zadiel was very relaxed now that he reached this part. With the current power of his sun domain, being able to contain the body of a rank 4 creature will not be hard, although it will take a long time. Chapter 198, Evolution of the Body in the Inner Area of the Endless Forest, where finding rank 4 and even rank 5 magic creatures is easy. 2 immensely powerful individuals were fighting a melee battle. One was a swordsman less than 3 meters tall, and the other was a magic creature that looks like an 800 meters tall 4-armed gorilla. The magic creature is a peak rank 4 abomination gorilla. These creatures were known for their powerful body that allows them to crush to pulp other rank 4 magic creatures with ease, but unfortunately, they were very weak with long-range attacks. It has bones coming out from his skin that covered his body and worked as an armor. His 4 fists had bone spikes all over them and a black aura that increased their destructive might. Against abomination gorillas, the best path to follow is to maintain your distance and tire them with a flood of ranged attacks. And even then your victory is not certain, since you may end up depleted of energy before their defenses are broken. But the man facing the abomination gorilla did not try in the slightest to keep his distance. Sword and fists were constantly clashing, releasing explosion and shock waves. If it wasn't because they were fighting in the sky, everything for kilometers around them would have been destroyed. Both parties had released their law avatar. Like most magic creatures, the abomination gorilla maintained the law avatar inside his body, in order to obtain a massive increase in his energy and physical capabilities. The man had his law avatar in his hand. It was the one-handed sword that he was wielding. It was 1.5 meters long, and there were all sorts of devastating powers in it that were constantly cutting the fist of the abomination gorilla, despite the bones and aura protecting them. The law avatar did not only have deadly offensive might. Every time the magic creature bleed, the sword generated a vortex that absorbed the blood. Heinz's law avatar had changed from the massive 20,000 meters sword to the small weapon he had on his right hand. This not only increases the power of the law avatar since its attacks were more concentrated now, but it also diminishes the amount of energy that was needed to activate it. Before, the cultivator's body was not fit for melee battles, so he preferred range attacks. But now, with his Blood Madan technique, combining the destructive might of his law avatar with his physical aptitudes resulted in amazing battle power. Rage was accumulating in the abomination gorilla due to the 100 of deep cuts that were accumulating on his fists and seeing his blood being stolen. A roar. Along with that battle cry, the energy of the magic creature raises, and he threw one of his fists against Heinz that was 3 times stronger and faster than his previous attacks. When he saw that powerful attack coming his way, Heinz smiled and he gave a small step to the right, disappearing from the trajectory of the fist by using void disruption. Fighting at close range doesn't mean take every attack of your opponent head on. It includes taking advantage of any lack of judgment or mistake to deliver the most devastating attack you can perform. The next time the abomination gorilla saw Heinz, he was on the shoulder of the arm with which he just attacked. The cultivator buries his sword on the shoulder, shattering all of the defenses in his path. Although the sword size was insignificant compared with the 800-meter magic creature, a wave of destruction invaded the abomination gorilla's body and he felt how his muscles were torn to pieces and his bones were shattered. The worst thing was that the suction of the sword was ferocious and in less than a second the arm was almost mummified due to the loss of blood. Pain invaded the abomination gorilla and he sends a punch to the hateful humanoid on his shoulder. This time Heinz did not dodge and with his left hand still on the sword that was absorbing the blood of the abomination gorilla, he responded with his right fist. For a second the arms of the cultivator take a red metallic color just when his small fist and the massive one of the magic creature clash. A blast could be heard as the two fists clashed creating an explosion that ends up in a draw, with neither side overwhelming the other. The fist of the abomination gorilla was not only energized with his crazy physical might but also his law avatar and yet the cultivator was able to use just his body to stop it. If Zadiel were here, he would be surprised. The red skin on the cultivator's arms was an ability known as Demadan Blood Drive, which means that Heinz not only finished the first level of the Blood Demadan technique but he also made significant advances on the second level. Demadan Blood Drive is mastered when the second level of the technique is completed and it can potentiate the body to the point you can fight against a rank 4 life form who has active his law avatar with just your body. Heinz felt a metallic taste on his mouth but he continues smiling since he had managed to absorb all the blood in the arm and part of the one in the chest of the abomination gorilla. The cultivator was not greedy and he moves away from the magic creature in the next second, just as his arms return to normal. Despite the damage and pain, the abomination gorilla did not show not a bit of fear. When Heinz saw this, his smile grew larger and he dashed against his massive opponent. In the peak of a magic tower close to the center of the empire, a dark and dreadful aura was concentrating. Everyday pulses of this aura were released and it covered the entire tower and also the city that was built around it. When they first appeared not only mortals but also Magi were scared of those pulses and they wonder what could have happened to their always gentle leader. But those questions faded away when they felt the effect that those pulses had on them. Despite being made of fear itself, when they touched people it did not harm them. On the contrary, they all felt their negative emotion and insecurities being washed away. When the Magi realized this, they all moved closer to the tower. There is no one who doesn't understand how useful having a clear mind is on training and experiments. Rumor spreads easily and soon people from all parts of the empire were coming to this magic tower, to felt the healing power that the pulses of fear could create. On the highest floor of the Radiance Magic Tower, a woman was sitting in a meditative position and her eyes were focused on a small dagger floating in front of her. Waves of liquid shadows and light were moving around the floor with immense power, clashing against each other. The only part that they did not touch was the center of the floor where a vacuum could be seen containing the woman and the dagger. Despite their constant collision, there was no rejection between the two forces and there were times when the impact between the waves of shadows and light gave birth to a different power but it disappeared instantly. The shadows and light were growing stronger with every moment the woman passed analyzing the dagger. When she thought about the way she obtained this dagger and the person responsible for her great progress a strange light appears on her eyes, but it was immediately replaced by conviction and determination. Close to the force field built by the 10-tower formation, a 300 meters tall giant was fighting against 4 angels of supremacy and 1 angelic paragon, all of them master rank 3 life forms. The warriors of the heavenly race were overwhelming the giant sending attacks of all the elements against him. They were a kill squad sent to neutralize the cause of death of so many of their kind in this area. Despite their great strength and numeric advantage, there were solemn expressions on the squad of the heavenly race. None of them dared to approach the giant and limit themselves to send long-range attacks, which weakens their offensive might greatly. As for the giant, his body was full of injuries but there was a bloody smile on his face as he felt his power and size growing. Ezequiel's current size was not due to the use of a spell but an evolution provoked on his body by the law of inner force as he advanced to rank 3. Every single one of his cells was absorbing the natural energy of the world in a diameter dozens of a kilometer around him, driving his change forward. Chapter 199, Law of Inner Force. Ezequiel has spent every day after ensuring Nimra and her little brother's safety, hunting down and fighting against warriors of the heavenly race. The most powerful the enemies were and the more dangerous the battle became, the better it was for him. Not only his attunement with the natural energy of the world was increasing at frightening speed, but he also felt how his primordial bloodline was excavating the hidden power inside his body and amplifying it every time he was able to break his limits during a battle. Of course, he wasn't reckless and always fought at a relatively close distance from the force field of the 10-tower formation so he could use his Mirage rune in the worst-case scenario. A fight against a rank 4 life form will not be of any use to him, due to the immense disparity in power. This type of training was dangerous, and if it wasn't for his great defensive abilities and regeneration he could not have done it for such a long time. Right now, with the help of his runic set, he can display the power of a Master Rank 3 life form with an Emperor bloodline, but more than once he was forced to flee due to numerical disadvantage. The squad with which he was currently fighting has been tracking him for days and they were able to ambush him. A white fog, that was able to cloud his senses, had surrounded Ezequiel before he could do anything about it. From 4 different locations, powerful attacks made of water, earth, fire, and air assault him. The 2 fastest attacks were long-range spells and they were an extremely thin blade of air and jets of high-pressure water. As for the other 2, one angelic paragon had his arms covered with rocks as he attempted to hit Ezequiel on his spine and the other was throwing a blazing kick to his face. This tactic was very effective and the 5 warriors of the heavenly race had used it in a great number of killing assignments, but unfortunately for them, they underestimated the instincts of a neo-demon with a law bloodline. Ezequiel could barely see the direction the attacks were coming and they were closing in very fast, so at that moment his only choice was to activate his Mirage Rune, otherwise his life will be in danger. But the supreme of the neo-demon race chose another path and using every single drop of power he had on his body, he displays dexterity and speed beyond what he thought he was capable. He moves his body so the blade of air and the jets of water would not hit vital organs before covering himself with his red lightning that was potentiated by his runic set. A cut, so deep that you could see the bone, appeared on his left shoulder. The bones and muscles on his left leg ended damaged. As for the 2 angels of supremacy that were stupid enough to get close to him, he made other arrangements. He responded with the most devastating counterattack he could create. Ezequiel dodges the kick to his head and at the same time, he redirects 50% of his red lightning to his right arm and the other 50 to his right leg and he attacks. A punch filled with red lightning was fired against the angel of supremacy in front of him and a back kick was sent to the one behind. The angels of supremacy could not believe what they were seeing. Their attacks had taken less than a second and yet the man in front of them not only managed to considerably diminish the damage done by 2 of them, he was also able to counterattack the other 2 even after his senses were weakened by the fog. Ezequiel couldn't care less what they thought, especially since as he attacks, something ignited in him that made an immense amount of natural energy draw into his body. The strength of his punch and kick raises tremendously. Since he could not accurately target his opponents due to the fog, he sends his attacks to the stomach of both. A rune appeared on the body of both angels of supremacy creating a force field that diminished the damage but still, their intestines were destroyed and the impact sends them flying away. The kill squad of the heavenly race was shocked. They failed to kill their enemy and 2 of them end up his severe injuries and what happens next froze their minds. They saw how the natural energy around them was being sucked into their target's body with ferocious strength. During that attack, something inside Ezequiel changed and the neo-demon was able to see what was happening to his body. He could see his cells, the billions of fundamental anatomical units that form his body, changing. Every time a life form advances in rank, several changes are done to his cells, with the most important changes happening in rank 1, 4, and 7. However, the law of inner force was acting on the cells of Ezequiel, modifying some of its components and adding others, and the truly fundamental change was done to the mitochondria, the source of energy for the cell. In a normal human, when water enters the mitochondria, its molecules will be broken into an ionic state where the hydrogen atoms will fuse with different elements. During this process, the body obtains most of the amino acids which it requires to live and energy generated by the fusion reaction. As one advances in the ranks, this process changes and one could see in powerful life form that their mitochondria can even simulate cold fusion, which is a nuclear reaction that generates energy more potent than the one released by a hydrogen bomb explosion. The existence of this type of mitochondria is the reason why powerful life forms do not need to eat or even breathe. But the change in Ezequiel that was driven by the law of inner force was different. It was giving his mitochondria the ability to use the natural energy of the world directly to strengthen the cells and also work as a form of energy pool. Unlike before when he could momentarily draw the natural energy of the world to his body during his attacks, now every single one of his cells will be constantly absorbing the natural energy of the world. This alteration in the mitochondria was also producing a change in his cellular structure, which make his body grow stronger and bigger. The immense amount of energy that was accumulating inside him triggered Ezequiel's advancement to rank 3. There was a smile on the Neo-Demon's face as he feels the power that was running through his body. As for the kill squad of the heavenly race, their expressions could not uglier. Not only their opponent was getting stronger but due to the current behavior of the natural energy, they could not draw it into their attacks, making their offensive might weaken greatly. Ezequiel looks at the direction from where the attacks of air and water came and without hesitation, he kicks the air, creating a sonic boom, as his body was fired against his enemies. When the members of the heavenly race saw this, They acted immediately. The leader, who was an angelic paragon with wings made of fog, attempted to restrain Ezequiel's movement, but he was moving too fast, and without hesitation, he and the two angels of supremacy moved away from him. They did not intend to follow the step of their comrades and start to send long-range attacks, while they made sure to maintain their distance. Just as his charge ended, Ezequiel was received by spells from all sides. The worst part was that he was constantly being affected by the fog, making it harder to accurately locate his enemies. Despite that, Ezequiel's smile did not diminish, and he just focused on the spells and triangulate their origins, before charging to the angels of supremacy, distracting them, not allowing them to truly display their power. A minute later, spells of fire and earth were also launched against Ezequiel. Both angels of supremacy were hurt, but by suppressing their wounds they were still able to fight. Injuries were accumulating on Ezequiel's growing body, but thanks to his increasing power and the fact that the squad could not display their entire strength, it was not a true threat to him. The angelic paragon saw everything that was happening, and although he hated the notion, he knew that if his target was able to achieve his advance to rank 3 and finish his transformation, their chances of killing him will be null, especially since two of them could barely fight. There was hate on his eyes as he increases the power of the fog obstructing Ezequiel, before ordering the angels of supremacy. Proceed to perform the Oblivion Elemental Blast. When the angels of supremacy hear that command, their eyes widened, but in the next second determination filled their faces and they gathered together. The energy of the four begins to collect into a multicolored ball over their heads. Ezequiel could not see them, and without their attacks, he could not trace them. But he felt how a dangerous amount of energy was gathering close to him. Instead of running like crazy around the fog without a direction, he explodes with power, and a beam of red lightning raises into the sky as he prepares to fight back. Chapter 200, Primordial Condensation. As the four angels of supremacy were gathering their energies into that multicolored ball of light, their faces became pale, and their bodies were growing weaker. The duo with wings of flame and earth took it worse than the other, and they could no longer suppress their injuries, which reactivated the bleeding in their abdomens. It was clear that performing the Oblivion Elemental Blast takes a great price for these four angels of supremacy. However, the power of the spell is impressive, and it was fastly closing into the might of the rank 4 spell. Of course, one made without a strengthening of a law avatar. Ezequiel could feel how the power in their enemy's attack was growing, despite the fog surrounding him and affecting his senses. His eyes grow colder as he decides to activate the most potent ability of his neo-demon heritage. Blood Essence Combustion. A red flame appears inside Ezequiel's chest, multiplying his monstrous physical abilities and also increasing the might of his red lightning. The angelic paragon could see everything that was happening with Ezequiel thanks to his fog, and when he felt that sudden increase in energy, he became anxious. Ezequiel's body has already reached 370 meters tall, and it continues to grow just like the force with which his cells absorb natural energy under the command of the law of inner force, which was close to finishing its task. It will also not take long before he completes his advance to rank 3, and once that happens, a qualitative improvement will be seen not only in his body but also in his consciousness and energy. The Oblivion Elemental Blast should draw a significant quantity of natural energy into it, thanks to the control over its conjurer's elements. Still, they could not fight against the might of the law of inner force over the attraction of natural energy, making the spell's power diminish almost in half. All of these factors worried the angelic paragon, and since he knew time was of the essence, he gave an order to the angels of supremacy with a voice full of murderous intent. Attack now! The spell usually carries a long charge to increase the amount of natural energy it could draw, but the angels of supremacy understood that their weight would be futile. Hence, as soon they hear the order, they activated the spell, and from the ball of multicolored light, a pillar of energy was discharged. Even the fog could not hide the might of the spell, so Ezequiel was able to detect its origin and immediately turn around and raises his hands. Abyssal Blast. 6 beams of chaotic red energy were fired from his palms, and they clashed against the Oblivion Elemental Blast. A powerful explosion occurred when the two spells impacted against each other. Although the Abyssal Blasts were not able to stop the pillar of energy, it could diminish its power and slow it down for a moment. Ezequiel did not waste that opportunity. The time was too little to dodge the pillar, but enough to protect himself. His arms and legs gather toward the center of his chest, and he hides his head, forming a sphere with his body. The red lightning gathers in front of him, reaching such a density that it takes the form of plasma just in time for the pillar of energy to clash against it. Even with the red lightning protecting him, the impact made Ezequiel's body tremble, and he felt how his organs were shaking. His immense body was propelled into the ground with such speed and power that a gigantic crater was formed. The pillar of energy did not stop, and it continues to bury Ezequiel deeper into the ground as it tries to kill him. Ezequiel could feel how his bones were cracking due to the pressure he was being submitted, and the damage was growing with every second that passed. Blood was coming out from his mouth, nose, and ears, but there was no fear in the Neo-Demon's eyes. He makes sure to protect his vital organs and increase the power of the red lightning. It may be due to the threat of death or the damage his body was taking, but the speed at which his size and strength grew became faster, as did the advance to rank 3. The angelic paragon did not stop analyzing Ezequiel's condition for a single instant. When he saw how his body's pull over the natural energy grew, poisonous hatred appears in his eyes. Use your life force. The angelic paragon voice was loud, and his command carries an unquestionable authority. When the 4 angels of supremacy hear him, a complicated look appeared on their faces, but it was replaced with determination in the next second. An additional energy source, more potent than the previous one, charges the ball of multicolored light above them. The pillar's power grew, but the faces of the 4 angels of supremacy become older, and their bodies grew much weaker. With the pillar's new strength, Ezequiel's body was buried even deeper into the ground, and in less than a second, he was already 500 meters underground. The Neo-Demon could feel how the bones on his arms and legs were breaking and the red lightning weakening resistance. Ezequiel covered his head with his arms, and no one could see the coldness his eyes were displaying before he closes them. The more dangerous the situation became, the more calm the supreme of the Neo-Demon race was. Even with the help of his runic set and the use of blood essence combustion, the power of the pillar of energy was too much for the shield of red lightning, and by the time Ezequiel's body was 430 meters tall, it broke. The moment the pillar made direct contact with his body, Ezequiel felt how an unbearable wave of heat was setting his skin on fire, and mountains were striking his arms and legs. A pressure that felt like it taken from the deepest part of an ocean assaulted his body along with hundreds of air blades. The wounds were accumulating, but on his mind, there was only a countdown. 5 fountains of blood were coming from his mouth, and even his eyes started to bleed. 4 cuts that were so deep that you could see the bone were starting to appear. 3 The bones on his ribcage began to break, provoking internal bleeding. 2 His arms and legs charred due to the contact with the pillar of energy. 1 His internal organs started to take true damage as the pillar's power began to break Ezequiel's external defenses. 0. The voice of the Neo-Demon was heard like the roar of a mighty creature ready to attack. At that moment, Ezequiel's eyes opened, and a wave of energy was released from inside his body that clashed with the pillar. An incredible explosion occurred due to the clash between the energies that destroyed the Oblivion Elemental Blast. The change produced by the law of inner force was completed, as was his advance to rank 3. He was now 450 meters tall, and the power of his consciousness and energy increased tremendously. The angelic paragon was shocked. Just a few moments ago, they were about to kill this monstrous talent. Still, now, due to the interruption of the Oblivion Elemental Blast, a severe backlash assaulted the 4 angels of supremacy. The ones with wings made of fire and earth could barely remain in the air, and although the other 2 were better, the damage to their life force was harsh, and they could no longer fight. The explosion left the crater that Ezequiel formed filled with fire and lightning, blocking the angelic paragon's sight. No matter if he manages to advance to the next rank, the damage done to him will not be healed by that. The angelic paragon knew that he should take advantage of his enemy's vulnerable state to kill him. His battle power was not great, but he was still a master rank 3 life form with an emperor bloodline. As he was trying to gain the courage to go into the crater, he heard sounds from it. It was like the noise bones will make when they were compressed, accompanied by thunders. When Ezequiel notices the uncertainty and fear of the angelic paragon, he no longer bothers with him and focuses on his new innate spell, primordial condensation. His body was contracting, increasing his power. His bones were healing, and the rest of his injuries were being contained by diminishing their size and covering them with red lightning. But this was not all. During this state, a small part of his consciousness was compacting itself and blending with his body. The energy in that piece of consciousness was growing denser, and it filled Ezequiel's body with a destructive might. After a couple of seconds, the primordial condensation ended and left Ezequiel with a 45-meter body tall. The Neo-Demon raises his head, and as he looks at the killing squad that has pushed him to the brink of death, a smile appears on his face. Chapter 201, Sheep in front of a wolf. After the transformation of his cells by the law of inner force ended, the ravenous absorption of Ezequiel's body diminished greatly and it not longer encompassed dozens of kilometers. He was still able to continuously draw the natural energy into him, with less strength and in a smaller range. But when primordial condensation fused his consciousness and the abyss aura contained in it with his body, something happens. He obtained the ability to thoroughly harmonize with the world, with the air, the plants, the water, the earth, the light, the shadows. He could blend with everything that surrounds him. Primordials can integrate the energy and laws of the universe into their bodies and truly blend with them, allowing them to reach an unbelievable level of power. They can do this thanks to their souls, energy, and body being one. Ezequiel's state was far from reaching that level of might since only a small part of his consciousness was able to temporarily fuse with his body, but still, his power increased exponentially. The supreme of the Neo-Demon race felt how the world was sending him natural energy on its own, without the need for his body to act. It was this wondrous sensation of being one with the world that made Ezequiel smile as he looks at the angelic paragon and the four angels of supremacy. The angelic paragon could not perceive the state that Ezequiel achieved, but he felt the immense increase in power he obtained, and that made an uncontrollable fear appear on his eyes. Without hesitation, he charges all of his power into his fog and sends it to trap Ezequiel. When the Neo-Demon saw this, he did not move and he let the fog surround him. As he felt the fog trying to obscure his senses, his smile grew bigger. He didn't need to see them to know where they were, since the air in where they were floating and the light that was touching their bodies were telling him everything he needs to know. Not only he knows their exact location but also the state of their bodies and how grave their wounds are. Ezequiel focuses on the fog that was surrounding him and he throws a punch at it, but it was not able to connect with anything. When the angelic paragon saw this, his fear decreased and a smirk appeared on his face. Humphrey, what use has a strong body if you cannot defeat my fog? As long we don't attack and reveal our position, I can just maintain you into the fog and make it chase you if you try to run from it. There was no way that the angelic paragon could know that Ezequiel already knows where they are and that his fog was useless. Ezequiel has a lot of ways to get rid of the fog, with the most simple one being launching his body to where the angelic paragon was. Then even if the fog was surrounding him, it will not matter since he could grab the angelic paragon and crush him, but he chose to do something different. He closes his eyes and clenches his fist, making the natural energy of the world enter in this one and fill it pure force. The fog of the angelic paragon is a special spell that he is capable of use thanks to his bloodline. It is impervious to physical attacks and greatly resistant to any type of spell. Unfortunately for the angelic paragon, Ezequiel's bloodline doesn't only give him the law of inner force but also the law of strength. And in front of absolute strength, everything breaks. Spell-breaking fist. There was no fancy movement or beautiful light in his attack, only a straight punch that hits the fog. For an instant, the fog that was constantly moving around Ezequiel blocking his view froze. Cracks began to appear all over it before shattering in the next second. Ah! A scream of pain came out from the angelic paragon as he grabs his head. The fog contained part of his consciousness and Ezequiel's fist destroyed, severely harming him. The angelic paragon did not wait for the pain to stop, and without hesitation, he flew away with the greatest speed he could achieve. The four angels of supremacy did not have time to understand what was happening before they hear a sonic boom so loud that made their ears bleed. At the same time that the sound of the sonic boom reaches them, a giant appears in front of them and grabs the angel of supremacy with wings of earth and the one with wings of fire with his hands, leaving only their heads uncovered. In this state, with the primordial condensation and blood essence combustion active, the angels of supremacy could have barely responded against Ezequiel if they were on their peak condition. And with their wounds and damaged life force, they were no different from sheep in front of a wolf. Ezequiel looks at the duo with wings of water and air before clenching his fists and crushing the bodies of the angelic paragons in his hands. As light comes from their eyes and mouths, the runes on Ezequiel's palms activate and absorb that energy. When they saw the fate of their comrades, the two angels of supremacy that remains alive flew away immediately, taking different routes. They understood that it will be impossible for the two of them to escape together, but if they separate, maybe one can make it. Ezequiel saw as they flee with fear in the eyes, but he just focuses on absorbing as much energy as he can and send it to his red lightning. After the light coming out from the duo on his hand vanishes, Ezequiel looks to the direction where the angel of supremacy with wings of air was and kicks the air. His body became a red flash and in an instant he was above his enemy. There was an absolute terror in the eyes of the angel of supremacy when he felt the shadow covering him. He looks up and sees the merciless giant that just killed two of his friends. Wait, I can. He did not finish speaking before Ezequiel grabs him and crushes his body to a pulp. Ezequiel did not need to hear their words or know their names. They are members of the heavenly race, the most disgusting race he has ever known. And even if they were different, their leader has hurt the Neo-Demon race, and as the will of the ancestor of his race, his mission was to eliminate them. Once he finishes absorbing his energy and increasing his red lightning, he flashes to where the last angel of supremacy was. Just like the others, he was not able to escape the fate of being crushed alive and having his energy consumed. With the death of Angel of Supremacy with wings of water, only one individual from the squad that attempted to kill him was alive. The angelic paragon, who was already far away. Ezequiel's eyes remain as cold as ever, and as he prepares to chase him, his entire body trembles and he starts to uncontrollably cough blood. His condition looks good, and with the primordial condensation, his bones were healed and his wounds are contained. But the truth was that his internal injuries were extremely severe, and if it wasn't for the blood essence combustion providing a great amount of energy to his body, he could not fight. The red lightning he created absorbing the energy of those angels of supremacy was able to help him a little, but he was still far from being fine. Ezekiel breathes deeply as he focuses on his connection with the world before raising his hand that was full of red lightning. Thunder was heard, and from very high in the sky, descends lightning that clashes into Ezekiel's hand. The red lightning grows stronger, and under the command of the Neo-Demon, it takes the form of a sphere. Even with his eyes, the angelic paragon was nothing more than a dot in the distance, but there was no doubt on Ezekiel's mind as he focuses all the power in his body and throws the spear of red lightning. The spear speed was so high that even a rank 3 life form will found hard to see it, and as it advances it was rotating and increasing its power by absorbing the natural energy of the world. The angelic paragon was focused completely on escaping, and nothing more was present on his mind, not even the fate of his team. With every second that passed, he was getting closer and closer to escaping the monster that frightens him. No matter how talented or special you are, the moment the Dukes know about you, they will kill you. There was hate but also envy on the eyes of the angelic paragon. That was his last thought before a wave of terror assaults his heart and a spear of red lightning 5 times his size impacts against him, destroying his body. The red lightning was a part of Ezekiel's body just like his blood, so he was able to see how it kills the angelic paragon. The Neo-Demon's body returns to his normal size, of 450 meters, since he could no longer have primordial condensation active. His breathing is harsh and he could not stop coughing blood. The only thing that maintains him active is his blood essence combustion. Ezekiel knows that the battle will draw people, and right now he could barely fight against a novice rank 3 angel, so he flew away to the domains of the Daybreak clan. Chapter 202, Assault to the City of the Sun. Ezekiel was on a room so big that the entire body of the void creature was able to fit inside without a problem. This place was hundreds of kilometers underground, and the only way to access it was through a special teleportation formation inside the Daybreak Magic Tower, that can only be activated by the Elder Brain. The walls were extremely resistant and made of a material that could deceive the consciousness of a rank 4 life form, making them think that no room existed. This place was devised to shelter the Daybreak clan in case a threat so immense falls over it, that even the magic tower cannot contain it. It was made during the creation of the laboratories that were connected to the tower. No one besides Zadiel Dante knows about its creation. Right now Zadiel was sitting with his eyes closed above what little remains from the void creature. His energy was growing as he approached his advance to rank 3. The Genesis Sunseed was constantly rotating, drawing the natural energy of the world and disintegrating the body of the void creature into dots of light that fused into the sun domain. The domain was growing bigger by the second, and although there was not a significant increase in the power of the dark golden flames, the vigor of the undying Leviathan that was swimming through the flames was becoming stronger and its body more corporeal. Now that it was passing from being a creature made of energy to something with a physical body, it could display some of the abilities of the being from which it was designed. The incarnation of the Undying Leviathan and Nether Crow is one of the spells inside the path technique Versempiterness. One of the life forms that were studied by the being of laws to create the spell was the world-swallowing eternal Leviathan. These creatures were among the most powerful kind of the Leviathan race, with a law bloodline running through their bodies. Zadiel knows that the Undying Leviathan will not be able to achieve the level of power that the world-swallowing eternal Leviathan could display even after fusing the soul of the void creature into his domain, but he was confident that will be strong enough to help him during his battles. The Undying Leviathan was already able to manifest an ability. Thanks to the massive weight of its body, waves of pressure were being released from it that filled the entire domain. Now whoever was inside the domain will not only have to resist the dark golden flames but also a crushing pressure that will greatly diminish their speed. Weeks have passed from the time Zadiel appeared in the sky and displayed his skill with his sword, and life in the City of the Sun was calm as always. But this peace was broken when from nowhere 6 individuals, whose bodies and faces were covered with black cloaks, appeared above the city and without hesitation made meteorites fall from the sky. Those meteorites were rank 3 spells with the power to kill thousands of people even if they were rank 1 life forms. But before they could even get close to the members of the Daybreak clan, a golden force field appears above the city protecting everyone. At the same moment, from the sunlight core, more than 100 beams of golden fire were shot against a group in the sky. The perpetrators' faces were covered and you could not see their expressions, but they were surprised by the reaction speed that the Daybreak Magic Tower had displayed. Their arrival was made with the help of a rank 4 spell, and they should have had time to create chaos on the city before escaping, but they were detected immediately and a ferocious counterattack was sent against them. Despite their surprise, these people were very well trained and they activated their defensive spell fast. Dozens of beams of golden fire were sent to every one of them and their defensive spells were shattered instantly. Each of these beams had immense power, but they were prepared and there was a ring on their hands that shattered and covered them with a layer of black ash. When the beams of golden fire clashed against the ash, they were able to destroy a great amount of it, and the impact sent the group flying away into the direction of the endless forest. They were shocked by the outcome, since the ash should be able to resist the power of rank 3 spell without a problem, and yet just that barrage diminished more than half of its power. They were taking the momentum that the attack gave to try and escape, but just after the first barrage ended, another one was fired from the sunlight core. This time they were not able to activate any sort of defensive spell, and their only protection was the ash surrounding their bodies. An explosion appeared around them once the beams of golden fire clash against them and destroy what remains of the ash. 3 of them end up with moderate injuries, and there was one who was almost intact. There were 2, however, with severe wounds and missing limbs. Their minds filled with fear when they see how the Sunlight Corps was preparing the next barrage. "Leader, please help us. Please save us." The man to whom they speak was the individual with the least injuries, and when he hears those pleads of help he looks back for an instant before waving his hand and launching 2 balls of fire that kill the duo. When the rest of the group saw it, they were shocked, but there was no time to speak and they continue flying to the endless forest without stopping. Another barrage was sent from the magic tower, but the group had already left the City of the Sun, and although some of the beams managed to impact in them, it was not enough to stop from fleeing. The group did not stop flying even after entering the endless forest and continue at their maximum speed until the City of the Sun was no longer visible. They gather close to a big tree and some of them almost crumble to the ground due to the injuries that the last attack of golden fire left on them. After noticing that there was no one around them, they remove their cloaks. They were 2 men and 2 women, all of them shared the distinctive traits of draconic horn in their heads and scales by the side of their faces. A woman with blue hair looks at the strongest of the group, the man who killed the duo, with fury in her eyes. He was 3 meters tall and his scales were red. "Boris, why did you kill Sebastian and Natalia? We could have saved them." When Boris heard the woman question, he sneered. "Humphrey, if we had stopped for just 1 second, we would have died under the attacks of the magic tower." The woman was smart and understood the logic of the man's words, but still, that did not diminish the anger inside her heart. "Then why did you kill them? They were our friends, we could have rescued them in the future." When Boris hears those words that depict him as a heartless monster, his eyes became cold. "Cindy, do I have to remind you of the cruelty of Zadiel Daybreak? That man is not someone who will restrain himself because of our backgrounds. He would have tortured Sebastian and Natalia until they told him all they know, and after he finds out what we have done, he will continue to torture them until they can no longer take it." Boris was angry, but there was also sadness in his eyes when he thought about his friends. Only when Cindy heard those words and lets her rage calm down, did she understood that Boris' attack was an act of mercy. They all have been thoroughly informed about the Daybreak clan and the most notorious member of it before this mission. Zadiel Daybreak was a name well known in the Eternum Empire. A monstrous genius, capable of jumping ranks in battle and with unbelievable skills as a rune master. Leader of the Daybreak clan and creator of the City of the Sun, a place that is the envy to most weak magi in the Empire due to its safety and the excellent living conditions. He has a connection with Heinz, a prince of the Empire. Their relationship is so strong that the prince did not hesitate to kill a soul-forging existence to protect him. He cares genuinely about his people and is merciless against those that try to harm them. The group was able to obtain some information about his actions in the Beta Heavenly World, and how he tortured and then impaled dozens of thousands of people of the heavenly race. The woman understands how dangerous and brutal he can be with his enemies. She knows very well that a fate worse than hell would have fallen on her friends if they end up captured by him, but still the pain of losing them did not diminish. Boris did not continue to rebuke her, since he understood very well her feelings, and looks at the others before speaking. "Our mission is over and we will rest for a few hours before going home. The other group should have obtained the package." Chapter 203, This is How I Will Die. Dante had been controlling the Sunlight Corps, the defensive mechanism of the city, and the Daybreak Tower when he fought against those cloaked individuals. He did not call Zadiel for help, since inside the City of the Sun the amount of power that he can display by using the tower and the Sunlight Corps is greater than his father's strength, not to mention that from the moment the perpetrators arrived to when they escaped into the endless forest, less than 10 seconds passed. He was glad when he saw how 2 members of the group end up so hurt that they would have not been able to escape. He was confident in either killing or neutralizing anyone who attempts to save the duo. And if they are left being, he would have captured them and then wait for his father to extract everything they know. But he was not able to predict the actions of the man who killed both of them. He was angry when he saw how those 2 excellent sources of information were lost, and he tried to capture the rest, but unfortunately, the group managed to left the range in which the beams of golden fire can display their maximum power. The amount of energy in those hundreds of beams of golden fire that were launched during the fight can equal a rank 4 spell, and although they were divided between those 6 individuals, it should have been more than enough to kill a master rank 3 life form. The main reason why they were able to survive was due to the ash that had protected them from the barrage. Although he was not happy with the outcome of the battle, with 4 of them managing to escape and the other 2 dead, no damage was done to the city, so could accept it. As he was analyzing the state of the tower's energy reserves and the condition of the members of the clan, he noticed something weird. With his abilities, he was able to find the problem in an instant. The elder brain trembled when an immense killing intent was released from Dandy's consciousness inside it. He has matured a lot from the moment he lost control over his emotions and almost killed that angel in the beta heavenly world, but when he found out what was missing, an ungovernable desire to butcher them, was birthed inside him. 9 individuals were flying through wasteland at an impressive speed. All of them had dragon's horns in their heads and scales in their faces. Leading this group was a young man whose body vibrated with life and power. He was very talented and his scales were releasing black ash, just like the one that protected the group that attacked the city of the Sunday. The man was carrying a chest with both of his hands and was very careful with it. The entire group has a serious expression on their face as they push their speed to the limit. They headed to the passage between wasteland and the second level of the underground, Estus. All of a sudden the entire group trembled as they felt an abominable rage approaching them. The young man with ash's scales frowned when he felt that. His instincts were screaming, meaning that whoever was after them is someone they could not defeat. Wasteland doesn't have places that can slow down life forms with their power, and the only option they have is to be faster than their enemy. Lord Severus, how could have they locate us so fast? The one who speaks was a woman with blonde hair and silver scales. It doesn't matter how they did it, someone is after us and we need to handle him. His Highness will not allow any failure after so many years of planning. Simmer, Ninai, and Cardus, you 3 will remain behind and distract that person for at least 30 seconds before escaping. The one who spoke was not the young man, but an old man that was beside him, and his tone was firm. Severus did not say anything when he saw him giving order, and it was clear he shared his feelings. The faces of the 3 people who were named became solemn. Whoever is going after them is very powerful, but the order given by the old man was absolute. Luckily they only needed to stop him for 30 seconds, and with their rank and bloodline, they were confident in their chances of remaining alive. They left the group and flew in the opposite direction to meet their enemy. They activate all of their defensive spell and also any rune or magic item that could help them survive. The old man continues flying with the others, and he made sure to release his consciousness to detect the distance between them and the attacker. 20 seconds passed, and according to his calculations, the trio should meet the enemy at any moment. He was expecting to detect some powerful spells and disturbance on the natural energy as they were fighting. But the only thing that happens was a massive explosion that made the ground and the ceiling of wasteland trembled, and he felt how the owner of that monstrous rage was getting closer. The old man could not hide his shock. He did not pick that trio randomly. They may only have been advanced rank 3 Magi, but their spells and bloodline made their defenses very high, so they should be able to at least fight against a peak rank 3 life form for a while, and yet they could not stop their enemy for even a second. He was considering their options as he formulates the best plan possible. The contents of that chest are extremely important, and he knows very well that failure to deliver it will mean their deaths. Severus, continue on your own. I and the others will remain behind and give you as much time as we can for you to carry the chest to the kingdom. When the young man hears those words, a complicated look appears on his eyes as he stares at the old man. Even after feeling the explosion that possibly meant the death of the trio, he did not show anything, but when he thought of the old man sharing the same fate, he could not remain calm. When the old man saw this, a kind smile appeared on his face and stroked Severus' head. This is not a suicide mission, boy. Remember that I am a peak rank 3 Magus with a rank 4 bloodline, and the others are rank 3 Magi as well. By working together, we will be able to stop that person until you are so far away that he will not be able to reach you, before focusing all of our energy in escaping. There was confidence in the old man's voice as he spoke. Please be careful, Teacher Ivan. After saying those words, Severus grabs the chest tightly before continue flying without looking back. Ivan and the rest of the group stop and look at the direction from where their enemy was coming. Don't contain anything and use all of your trump cards. Whoever is coming, it is not a rank 4 life form, but his power is greater than mine, so we have to be careful. As a bloodline carrier, Ivan's instincts were very powerful and he fully trusted them, since more than once they have saved his life. Focus solely on obstructing his path. Severus should only need 3 minutes to advance enough so this person will not be able to catch him before he reaches Estus. When the rest hear those words, courage filled their hearts. With someone as powerful as Ivan with them, there should not be a problem to stop an individual at rank 3 for 3 minutes, no matter how strong he is. The body of everyone starts to grow and their scales extend all over their skin. Ivan was able to become a 10 meters tall humanoid dragon with a powerful tail and strong wings. His scales look like wood, and they gave him not only great resistance to most attacks but also powerful regeneration abilities. The level of their bloodline did not allow them to fully transform into a flesh and blood dragon, but in a place like Wasteland, that has such a low altitude, the massive body of a dragon would not have been of help. The face of the old man was serious, and he waits for the enemy that was coming their way. Earthquakes began to appear around them due to the immense amount of energy that was approaching them and an aura full of death, impact on their bodies. When the monster that has been chasing them finally arrives, Ivor froze for a second before a bitter smile appeared on his face. So, this is how I will die. The old man's reaction was commendable. The others could not stop trembling of fear, and despair had filled their hearts. Chapter 204, New Eyes. A woman with a draconic body was dragging herself through the ground, leaving a trail of blood in her path. There was an uncontrollable fear in her eyes as she used all the strength that was left in her to move away from the monster. The lower half of her body was missing and her bowels were visible. There were Amber's blue flames on her wounds, that increased her injuries and threw her energy in disarray. She still could not understand how things went so wrong and how someone at rank 3 could be so powerful. The monster that did this to her was a man with dark hair, 2 completely black eyes, and a vertical golden one. His entire body was covered in black and golden flames, and there was a terrifying aura surrounding him. Her name was Michelle and was a master rank 3 magus. Just like any other Magi, she had always taken pride in her analytic mind and the ability to control her emotions, but the moment she saw those black eyes, a landscape of pure evil invaded her mind and tortured her will. The fear froze her mind for a moment and her power diminished at least 20%, and the same happened with all rest of the team. During that split-second lapse of concentration, a domain was released from that person filled with dark golden flames and immense pressure, that covered the entire team. The next thing she saw was the man disintegrating into dots of golden light and reforming himself instantly above Ivan. He was carrying a bone sword full of blue flames and he attempted to hack Ivan's head. His attack was extremely fast and brutal, full of murdering intent. But the old man had abundant battle experience and was able to react. He activated a necklace that made bark grow all over his body, and in the last instant he managed to move his head out of the sword path. The bark was not able to stop the sword destructive power, but it diminished some of its force. A cut that started on his shoulder, passed through the lung and ended on his kidney was made on the old man's body, leaving a trail of blue flames in its path. Even for a peak rank 3 Magi with a rank 4 bloodline, that wound was deadly. The blue flame destroyed his organs and there was a black flame that neutralized his regeneration abilities. The last thing the old man was able to do was to grab the man covered in flames with all his strength and give a war cry. Attack! When Michelle heard that roar, she along with the other 3 members of the group, Daniel, Vincent, and Sarah, were able to shake away the fear that clouded their minds, and they released the most powerful attack they had. Michelle had launched a ball of yellow lightning from her mouth, and along with the other spells they made an explosion that covered Ivan and the enemy. The ground and ceiling of Wasteland were blown apart due to the immense destruction that their spell provoked. When she saw the power their spells produced, Michelle was hopeful that the monster would have died from their attacks. But before the explosion even ended, 9 beams of chaotic energy were fired from inside it and clashed against Daniel and Sarah, destroying their bodies. She and Vincent were shocked by the death of their comrades. When the explosion finally ended and they saw the state of the monster, desperation filled their hearts. There was not a single wound on his body, and even worse, he was even more powerful now and there was an unmeasurable vitality inside him. The next thing Michelle felt after that was a horrible pain, while what she could only describe as a whip full of blue flames divided her body in 2 with a speed so amazing, she was not able to react. The moment she landed on the ground, panic had already invaded her mind and her only thought was to escape. The events that lead to her condition were repeating over and over in her head, making the fear inside her grew even stronger. Ah! Michelle was able to recognize immediately the voice that released that cry of pain. It was Vincent, and now with his death, she was the only one who remained alive. She starts to move faster and faster. Unfortunately, she was barely able to advance a few meters before Zadiel appeared beside her and stomped on her head, breaking her skull. The Neo-Demon face was emotionless after he saw the carnage he had just provoked and looks at the direction where Severus was, before vanishing into the darkness. Severus was close enough to detect the explosion and heard the screams of pain that the team released. When he heard Ivan's war cry and understood the fate of the old man, sadness and pain filled his heart. He had known Ivan since he was a small child, and in a sense, the old man was more of a father to him than his own father. But those emotions were pushed to the side when an immense sense of danger assaulted him. He acted extremely fast, by landing to the ground and putting the chest beside him before aiming his hand full of black ash at it. If you take one more step, I will attack. Severus could not locate the enemy, but he knew that he was very close. There was only silence after his word, but Severus did not dare to let his guard down and kept his hand pointing to the chest and waited for the enemy to appear. 1 minute later, from the darkness, Zadiel appeared and he was less than 3 meters away from Severus. To rank 3 life forms, that distance was nothing, but the Neo-Demon did not move and just look at the chest before focusing his black eyes into the young man. When Severus saw those eyes, he felt a wave of fear attempting to creep into his heart, but he was able to resist. Deactivate your spell now. Zadiel kept looking at Severus with his black eyes, but when he saw how his handful of ash got closer to the chest, rage appeared on his face and he made his eyes return to normal. Severus was able to recognize Zadiel the moment he saw him, and if the death of the entire team had taught him something, was that he was in incredible danger. There was wrath in his heart due to the death of Ivan, but he knows that any mistake will be fatal, so he thought for a very long time his words before speaking. Zadiel Daybreak, the reason I was forced to do this is... Unfortunately for Severus, his words were useless, and he was not able to finish speaking before Zadiel interrupts him. I don't care about your reason. The others were lucky since they only had to die, but your fate will be different. I will hunt everyone you love and submit them to the worst torture you can imagine. I will make sure they are defiled in every possible way, and when they ask why I am doing them those horrible things, I will show them your face so they know who to blame. Zadiel's voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. When Severus heard those words, for an instant his heart froze. He understood that what he had just heard was not a threat but something that will happen and that the man in front of him had done before. It was less than a second, but at that moment, when his mind was occupied thinking about what will happen to his loved ones, a breeze passed by side and a crow came from behind him and grabbed the chest before flying away. The next thing he felt was how a sword cut his waist and split him in two before his head was grabbed and saw 2 black eyes staring at him and driving him into unconsciousness. Oh, and I forgot to tell you, I will make sure you are alive to see that. Zadiel left a small golden flame into the body of Severus to make sure he will not die before putting him inside his ring. It was only after all the threats were over that Zadiel finally relaxed and made the nether crow come back to him with the chest. When he opens it, a warm smile appeared in the Neo-Demon's face, something you would not think possible of appearing in the individual that has butchered a group of people without showing a single emotion on his face. Inside the chest was a small Neo-Demon child, not more than 3 years old, peacefully sleeping. Zadiel grabs the child with care, making sure he continues to sleep. Before flying back to the City of the Sunday, there were a lot of questions on the Neo-Demon's mind and also a desire for revenge that will not go away. Chapter 205, we finally meet. Zadiel flew calmly through wasteland with the small Neo-Demon boy on his hand. He had already made sure that there was no problem with the child's condition, he was just sedated with a potion. It would have been easy to clean his system and wake him up, but Zadiel chose to let him sleep, as it will be better for the child if he doesn't remember what has just happened. According to Dandy's records, the child's name is Junter and he lives in the core of the City of the Sun, like many other Neo-Demons. There was nothing that distinguishes him too much from the rest of the children, besides the fact he was born with a rank 4 bloodline. But even that was not significant since there is a growing percentage of the child being born with their metallic dragon bloodline at a high level thanks to their parents' constant use of atavism. There are at least 30 Neo-Demon that have been born with a rank 4 bloodline in the past few years and hundreds with a rank 3 bloodline. Despite the great number and the fact they can roam freely through the center of the city, it doesn't mean that they are not highly protected. Just like any other member of the Daybreak clan, he has a sun tadpole on his hand that establishes a link with the Elder Brain. That, plus the constant surveillance by the tower, should make any attempt of kidnapping impossible, and yet he was taken. The City of the Sun has dozens and sometimes even hundreds of Magi entering and exiting at all times for commercial purposes. But they are only able to move in approved routes and are constantly watched, especially if they are rank 2 and 3 life forms. But these people were able to trick the tower's scanner and Dandy's view of the city through the sun tadpoles. They infiltrated in the core area and somehow managed to take the Neo-Demon child and leave a perfect copy of him in his place, with even the connection between the sun tadpole and the Elder Brain being hijacked. When Dandy's analyzed the condition of the members of the clan, he found something weird. Although the copy of the child acted normal and the sun tadpole did not report a problem, the sun tadpoles of the people close to him allowed the Elder Brain to detect an irregularity. There were small details in the copy behavior, like his way of breathing, movements, and even how he was observing his surroundings that allowed Dante to realize that he was not the child. Dante immediately contacted Zadiel. The ancestor of the Neo-Demon race flew away from the magic tower with his heart full of rage. By focusing on the connection between the Primordialis core and the Genus core in the child's heart, Zadiel was able to locate him immediately. Thankfully, his advance to rank 3 was completed a few days ago and he had been familiarizing with his new powers when he was informed what just happened. Due to his rage and anxiousness for the fate of the child, He had not contained anything during his fight against this group, and the only ability he did not activate was his blood essence combustion, which he would have also activated if the fight would have prolonged too much. The reason why he was able to go through all these rank 3 Magi with such ease was thanks to the 2 new abilities he obtained when he finally became a rank 3 Neo-Demon. Just like with every advance in the ranks, he obtained an innate spell, and it was with that one that he was able to appear in front of the strongest member of the group and almost split him in two. The innate spell's name was Life Teleportation, and it allows him to disintegrate into dots of light and reappear immediately in any part of the Sun domain. As for his black eyes, that was not a spell but an ability of his new true name that was the evolved form of Dixitius, Terminus. Terminus made the destructive power of his attack even greater, and when he activates it, his eyes became black and they can pull people's mind into a horrible landscape of eternal torture that harm their will and weaken their powers. In a rank 3 life form, it can inflict an immense fear that can weaken their strength between 10 to 20%. The ability did not have a name, but due to its characteristic and Zadiel bad taste with names, he decided to call it Abyss Gaze. There were a lot of questions on Zadiel's mind. Like how this group full of rank 3 Magi managed to accomplish a feat that even a rank 4 life form should not be able to do, and also who ordered them to kidnap the child. This was part of the reason he did not kill Severus. With his abilities, the Neo-Demon was sure he will be able to extract all of the secrets of the young man. Even though he was not going at his maximum speed, it did not take him long to exit Wasteland, and just as he did that, 2 projectiles landed less than 100 meters away from him. When Zadiel saw this scene, a weird expression appeared on his face. Especially when he saw that the projectiles were a man and a woman full of injuries, and above them was an old man with a wicked smile. They were all eye holders, and there was a defiant look in the eyes of the man and woman as they stare at the old man with rage. The Neo-Demon almost laughed when he saw such a scene. 2 young people full of talent, and with a great will, facing an old monster who is using his power to bully them, and when everything seems lost for the duo, a powerhouse appeared that will save them because he sees potential in them. Sorry, but I am not in the mood to play the hero. Zadiel just ignores them and continues to fly. But unfortunately for the Neo-Demon, even if you don't look for a problem, it doesn't mean that problems will not look for you. You, stop and identify yourself. There was a commanding tone in the voice of the old man as he spoke. Although the old man felt that Zadiel was a rank 3 life form, he also detected that he had advanced not too long ago, and as a master rank 3 I-King with a rank 4 bloodline, he felt superior to the Neo-Demon. When Zadiel heard the old man's command, he sighs to the stupidity of the situation. But when he turns around, he notices something that made his eyes widened. When the old man saw this, a smug smile appeared on his face, thinking that Zadiel was terrified of him. As for the duo in the ground, the little hope they had in their heart vanished when they saw his behavior. The old man got closer to Zadiel with a demeanor of superiority. He orders him. You have seen something you should not have, but I can let you leave as long as you swear a magic oath and give me your space ring. Zadiel's mind was too busy to care about the man's words, and he just ignores him. The I-King got enraged when he saw Zadiel disregarding his word, and he starts shouting. I told you to hand over. Sadly, the old man made a serious mistake, and when Zadiel hears his voice again, rage appeared on his face. Shut up, trash. The bone sword appeared on Zadiel's free hand, and the Neo-Demon cut the head of the I-King, who was stupid enough to get closer to him and have his guard down. The duo on the ground could not believe what has just happened. The man who they thought was terrified of the I-King, split the head of the latter with such ease that seems surreal. Before they could feel happy for the dead of the old man that has been chasing for such a long time, a feeling of danger assaulted them, and they saw how the person they thought was their savior was looking at them with cold eyes. If he was not an animus who specialized in clairsentience and had not advanced to rank 3, which strengthened his soul, Zadiel would have not been able to see it and would have thought that everything that just happened was random acts that resulted in him saving these 2 people. But now he was able to detect the disgusting power of fate in them. Somehow they were guided to this place just when he was leaving Wasteland. After a moment, the Neo-Demon calms down and focuses all of his power on clairsentience. This discipline allows him to have gathered information in all sorts of ways, and even have a glimpse of the future. Zadiel's power as an animus was not strong enough to certainly predict the future, especially since the river of time is in constant change due to the action of powerful life forms, but he was able to have a glimpse of his connection with these 2 people. It was too blurry to accurately discern anything, but he could feel a bond appearing between them. Unfortunately for the duo, this made Zadiel's coldness only increase. The Neo-Demon eyes narrow as he focuses on the man and woman. Without saying a word, he activates his bone sword and made it enlarge until it took the form of a giant snake made of blue fire that pounced at them. The duo was too injured to resist that type of attack, and when they feel an imminent death approaching them, they just look at each other and smile. Just when the sword was about to shatter and burn their bodies, A gray light came out from their hearts, and by the surprise in the eyeholder's face, it was clear that they did not know what it was. The gray light gathered in front of them and formed a faceless figure that throws a palm against the sword, stopping it. Zadiel was not surprised by the appearance of the gray figure. His actions were in order to draw him out, and when he sees him, all emotion vanished from his eyes. So we finally meet, Sage. Chapter 206. Mr. Gray. Zadiel did not underestimate the person in front of him, even if it was just an incarnation made of energy and a thread of consciousness. Anyone with proficiency over the law of fate so high that he can intervene with rank 4 life forms was a formidable individual. More than once he has been in danger due to the actions of the sage, and if he was any other person, he would have died. He emptied his heart of all emotion and maintained a cool mind as he focuses on the gray figure. This will help him to make the best decisions possible. He hugged the child with his hand and was ready to put him inside the spatial ring in case of any danger. For how easily the incarnation was able to stop the bone sword, Zadiel deduced that its power should be very close to rank 4. The gray figure was also focusing on Zadiel, and after a moment it spoke, with a robotic voice that gave no information about his sex and much less its identity. Even an anomaly like you, Zadiel Daybreak, can make a mistake. I am not the sage, and the truth is that just like you, I am his enemy and wish nothing more than to see him dead. You can call me Mr. Gray and I wish to be your ally. The gray figure gave a bow to Zadiel when he finishes speaking. When Zadiel heard that, a peculiar light appeared on his eyes for an instant before disappearing, and an amicable smile rose on his face. If your words are true, then I am very happy to have an ally against the sage, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. He is too powerful for me and I can't fight against him alone. But if we are going to work together, we must have some level of trust, and for that, we should meet in person. There was a trustworthy aura around Zadiel when he spoke, and he returns the bow to Mr. Gray. I can't do that, it's too dangerous. Mr. Gray responded with the same robotic voice. Zadiel's expression did not change when he hears that, and a smile continue on his face when he speaks again. For Mr. Gray to create an incarnation so powerful, it means that you must be at least a peak rank 4 life form, so how could I be a threat to you? As a show of good faith, I can let you decide the location of our meeting as long as it is in a place under the control and rules of Eternum Empire. Having a meeting with someone you don't know in a place of their choosing is extremely risky, even if you two are in the same rank. As for having the Empire codes as a shield, that was something only an idiot would trust. So there was no reason for Mr. Gray to refuse Zadiel's offer, especially if you consider that the latter is a rank 3 life form. Mr. Gray did not answer immediately, and after focusing for a long time in Zadiel, he spoke. In every possible future in which we meet, you are able to capture me and extract all my secrets and knowledge. No matter how well prepared I am or what kind of help I get, you always manage to defeat me. So I will not meet you under any circumstances. Zadiel's friendly smile was replaced by coldness. Mr. Gray was telling the truth. He would have done exactly what he had just said if they had gathered in person. For the Neo-Demon, there was no reason to ally with people he did not trust when he could just obtain everything inside their minds with ease. Humphrey, then why should I believe anything you say? For Zadiel, Mr. Gray was just another user of the law of fate, and he was sure that it was he who guided this pair of eye holders to him. I can tell you the reason the sage had targeted you, some of his plans, and how to weaken him. You can decide how to act with this information. Zadiel could not discern anything from the robotic voice of the incarnation, and after a moment he signals for Mr. Gray to speak. Fate is like an ocean in which all life form beneath rank 4 swim. Although those at the rank of soul forging, law engraving, and soul law domain can fly above it, they are still part of the ocean. Ripples are generated constantly in this ocean by those inside and above it, and the more powerful the life form, the greater the ripples they create. It is by intervening with these ripples that the sage increases his power. A few years ago, you created a very powerful ripple that transformed the fate from a group of ants that would have lived a meaningless life into mythical rocks that will rise above the ocean of fate to unmeasurable heights. Somehow, the sage managed to detect the ripples and trace them back to you. He wants to destroy your ripples since it will have the same impact on his training than alter the fate of a soul law domain life form. Mr. Gray's incarnation was focusing on Zadiel to see if he could detect any type of reaction, but unfortunately for him, the Neo-Demon did not show anything. Zadiel was able to figure out which event created those ripples with ease. It was when he transformed the Kobold's tribe into Neo-Demons. Although he did not train the law of fate in his past life, he knew that should have been impossible for someone inside the Magi world to track those ripples to him. His words made sense, but it seems that I have underestimated the sage. There was no regret in Zadiel's mind when he found out that transforming the kobolds had made a powerful enemy targeted him. The small life he has on his hand was worth fighting against anyone. After a moment, Mr. Gray gave up attempting to detect anything from Zadiel. He knows about your actions in the Beta Heavenly World and will start to meddle with them. I don't know much, but I can tell you it is related to something called volcano eruption. The Beta Heavenly World is very important for Zati-Elon became angry when he found out that the sage was also trying to hurt him there. But the wrath he felt when he heard Mr. Gray's next words was on a completely different level. He also helped the people that kidnapped that child Mr. Gray was looking to plunder. An unmeasurable coldness appeared on Zati-El's eyes. When the sage only targeted him, the Neo-Demon could accept it since it is the nature of the universe for the strong to prey on the weak. But to Zati-El, his clan was his reverse scale. He will butcher anyone who dares to even think of going after them. You said there was a way to weaken him, which it is. They are the key to weaken the sage. Mr. Gray turns around and focus on the two eye holders. They have been staring at Zati-Elon Mr. Gray this entire time, and although they have not been able to hear what they were speaking before, now the sound of their voices was reaching them. It was clear for the duo that neither Mr. Gray nor Zati-El are people from whom they can escape, so they chose to prepare their energy in case they have to fight. Even if they die, they have decided to leave a mark in their enemies. Zati-El also looks at the duo and frowned. The man had brown hair and his bloodline eyes were yellow, the air around him acted strangely and his body was very powerful to be a simple Eye Lord. As for the woman, she was extremely beautiful and had silver hair. Her bloodline eyes had a gray iridescent color and all types of beautiful illusions formed in them. The two of them were extremely talented and have emperor bloodlines, but to someone like Zati-El, that was insignificant. The Neo-Demon did not speak and just waited for Mr. Gray to explain himself. The sage manipulated their fates. They were supposed to leave the ocean of fate and fly above it. But instead, if everything goes according to the sage machinations, they will live like guinea pigs until they die. I have guided them to you, and if you manage to help them restore their fates to a glorious path, it will severely weaken the sage, to the point in which I may be able to uncover his identity. After finishing speaking, without a warning or giving Zati-El time to do anything, the energy and consciousness that created the incarnation disintegrated. If Zati-El had managed to obtain a piece of the energy that created the incarnation, he could have found out Mr. Gray's real identity after some time. The Neo-Demon had to admit that this person was truly careful and afraid of him. He did not blindly believe what he had heard and will verify it before deciding what to do. You can either follow me to my magic tower or take your chances out here. Zati-El looks at the duo for a moment before flying away without waiting for their answer. There were all sorts of complicated emotions in the minds of the eye holders. They will have to rely on the man that moments ago almost killed them due to an unknown monster messing with their fates. Something was clear, an immense danger was approaching them and they will not be able to face it alone. After looking at each other, they understand the decision of the other and flew after Zati-El. Chapter 207, Terra I Clan. Zati-El flew to the center of the City of the Sun with the Neo-Demon child in his hand and the two eye holders behind him. There were complicated expressions on their faces as they were still trying to assimilate everything that had discovered. It is not every day that you found out that a master of the law of destiny has targeted you, and put you into a hellish path. Only for another master to interfere and guide you to a monster who can kill a Night King with a wave of his hand. Zati-El did not bother with them and was focusing on the state of the members of the Daybreak clan. Despite the attack happening just a little while ago, most people were going with their days as if nothing had happened. The adults were used to surprise assaults due to their lives before entering the clan, and they have total trust in the fact that their leader will protect them. Which was proved to them when they saw the golden force field stopping the meteorites and how the perpetrators had to run for their life with two of them being killed. It did not take long for Zati-El to reach the area where most of the children stayed, and there was an adult Neo-Demon already waiting for him. He will wake up in a few hours and will not remember anything that just happened. Keep an eye on him for the time being. I will follow your command, ancestor. The Neo-Demon bows to Zati-El, before carefully taking the child and fly away. A smile appeared on Zati-El's face when he saw all the children playing from the sky, and just as he was about to leave, a furry object flew to him with great speed and crashed into his abdomen. When Zati-El saw the funny expression on Tao's face, he started to laugh as he grabs the dog, who was now almost 2 meters long. Tao, you have grown a lot over the past few years. Zati-El caressed the head of the dog as he spoke, making the smile on this one bigger. Tao had grown very fast over the years and was already a peak rank 2 life form. Although his battle power remained as weak as ever, his defenses were already equal to a normal rank 3 life form, and his ability to swallow beings and created drones have been strengthened. His intelligence also improved and was already as smart as any adult human. But his playful nature remained the same, and he preferred to spend most of his time either playing with the children or sleeping with his belly to the sun. Woof woof. Tao was communicating with Zati-El, and although it may seem like they were just barks, the Neo-Demon was able to understand the message in them. Oh, you are telling me that with your next advance, you will be able to start affecting the soul of those who you swallow. Zadiel was surprised by what he had just heard. They have given Tao living creatures for him to swallow and make drones off, but the results were no different than when he uses corpses. But it seems that just like with a Neo-Demon where the Chaotic Core explain their abilities when they advance in the ranks, Tao heritage also gives him information about his abilities and how they will evolve as he grows stronger. Woof woof. Tao raised his head with pride and moved his tail from one side to the other when he heard Zadiel's surprise. Ha ha, you're a very good boy, Tao. Zadiel laughed when he saw the attitude of the dog and rubs his head and back for a while. The tail of Tao moved with even more strength as this happened. His behavior was just like a small child that told his parent he had good grades and wanted to be praised for it. After obtaining what he wanted, Tao licks Zadiel's face before flying back to the Neo-Demon children. After the dog leaves, Zadiel's face became emotionless and his attitude made a 180 degrees change. He turns around and spoke to the eyeholders. Let's go to the tower. There you will answer my question and I will decide what to do with you. The duo understood that Zadiel's words were not a request but a command. There was no going back from the path they have just taken, so they nod and follow the Neo-Demon into the magic tower. A couple of hours later, in one of the upper floors of the Daybreak Magic Tower, that resembles a throne room, Zadiel was staring at the eyeholders who were waiting for his decision. He went through all the information he had just gathered from them, and thanks to his animus powers and the fact the duo were only advanced rank 2 life forms, he was sure about the veracity of their answers. Their names are Sigrid Flokis and Aran Flokis, and they are twins. They are part of the Terra I clan, a clan with a king bloodline from the I dynasty, that due to the weakness and lack of talent of their progeny over the last few centuries had grown smaller, and the last law engraving life form in it died 5 decades ago. The clan future was bleak, and it was just a matter of time before they were degraded to a tier 3 clan due to their more powerful member being a peak rank 4 life form. But fortune shined on them and 2 miracles appeared. Sigrid and Aran were born with mutated emperor bloodlines. Mutations on the bloodline are extremely rare, but they are also a source of great joy for any clan in which it happens. The patriarch and elders from the Terra I clan could not be happier with the birth of these 2 children. Not only they were a beacon of hope that could help return the clan to their glorious days, but they also have the possibility of becoming sole law domain existences, which means they could transform the Terra I clan into a tier 1 clan, only beneath the Holy Bloodline clan. The patriarch decided to guide their training himself and used every single resource the clan had to nurture them. Despite their status as geniuses, Sigrid and Aran were not spoiled and constantly told by the patriarch and elders that they were the hope of the clan and it was their duty to bring back its glory. This was an immense pressure to put on 2 children, but the twins rise to the challenge and proved to the entire clan that they were worthy of their faith. Not only they raised at a very fast speed through the ranks, but they were able to kill a novice rank 2 life form when they were master rank 1, by working together. It was like if fate was smiling to the Terra I clan, but suddenly and without a warning, everything started to go downhill. The first calamity was when a group of elders went to conquer a middle world. But instead of having to fight against the weak natives, they faced a horde of devils that had invaded the world just before their arrival. Among this group was the Grand Elder, the second strongest individual of the clan, and they should have been able to escape, but in the end, they all died under the assault and schemes of the devils. This was a heavy blow to the Terra I clan, but it was just the start. Gradually the power of the clan continued to decrease as more and more of their powerful members died under mysterious circumstances. The patriarch was not stupid and understood that someone very powerful was targeting them, but when he attempted to seek the help of the Tier 1 clan, from whom they were subordinates, he was received with excuses. After grasping the severity of the situation, the patriarch established a total lockdown, not letting any member of their clan members leave or allowing strangers to enter their territories. This strategy hindered any sort of attack from the shadows against them, and it worked for a few years. But the ones behind their calamity grew tired of waiting, and one night the home of the patriarch was attacked. There were still rank 4 life forms in the clan, but the assailants were too powerful, and in a matter of minutes, all of them were defeated. As for the patriarch, he was a peak rank 4 life form, but the leader of the attackers was so strong that with a single blow destroyed most of his body. Before dying, he made use of every single ounce of power left in him and activated a formation that allowed both Sigrid and Aran to escape. When the leader of the enemies saw the action of the patriarch, he made everything he could to stop him, but in the end, he was not able to prevent the escape of the twins. The formation left the duo in the endless forest, close to the Sinux Magi Tower. The relations between the Eternum Empire and I Dynasty had grown worse over the years, so the duo had decided to go into the lower levels of the underground. Unfortunately, somehow, the enemy knew where they will be going, and an Eye King managed to intercept them. It was only after finding out about the sage and hearing the conversation between Mr. Grey and Zadiel, that Sigrid and Aran understood that the reason for their clan misfortune was them. Guilt was in their eyes, but an even stronger desire for revenge filled their hearts. They have sworn to kill the individuals who hurt their clan even if it means dying. Chapter 208, Holy Trial. Zadiel was pleased with the expression on the twins' faces. All sorts of plans were going through his mind as he remembered the words of Mr. Gray. When he heard their story, he was able to detect the handiwork of the sage, and the backlash that he will receive if Sigrid and Arun are able to free themselves from the path in which he put them, will be immense. He also understood that there is another party who is targeting the duo. Whether they are directly cooperating with the sage or are another piece on the board, they are powerful enough to destroy a clan with a peak rank 4 life form in a matter of minutes. The knowledge that Zadiel has about the powerful organizations in the Magi world is not much, but Dante had been investigating them, and there is something that called his attention when he went through the information about the I dynasty. In your dynasty, there is something called the Holy Trial that any I king can go through. Tell me everything you know about it. When they heard Zadiel's word, the eyes of the duo widened and a look of realization appeared on their faces. They were thinking that the only way they could fight back against the people that attacked their clan and the sage was to hide for hundreds of years and only come out when they become powerful, but the Holy Trial was a different path that will be much faster. It took a moment for the duo to regain their focus, and Arun was the one who explained everything he knows to Zadiel. Yes, the Holy Trial is one of the most sacred tests for our race. It was left in the Magi world by our Holy Mother when she became a being of laws. There was veneration in the eyes of Arun when he mentioned the Holy Mother and gave a full explanation about the trial. The Holy Trail was something sacred for the Eye-holder race, not only because it was left by Eve the Holy Mother, but because those who do well in it can obtain all sorts of miracle reward, which can even include have your bloodline upgraded. Minor rewards are given as you advance in the trial, and the final reward depends on the tier in which you end up, after going through all the tests in the Holy Trial. The highest being Tier 1 and the lower Tier 9. Any sort of external help is forbidden. That means that you can't bring into the trial any type of weapon or rune, and you can only depend on yourself. There is something special about the trial. It changes depending on the level of the bloodline of the trial challenger, and the more powerful your bloodline is, the greater the danger becomes. Those with rank 1, 2, or 3 bloodlines can take the trial without any fear, since they can exit it whenever they want, and only those foolish enough to not recognize their limits die. But everything changes for rank 4, King and Emperor bloodline. They either complete the trial and obtain the final reward, or they die inside it. The Holy Trial that those with Emperor bloodlines take is so difficult that the death rate is 95%, and in the last 5,000 years, no one has been able to complete it with a classification above Tier 6. But that changed when he appeared, Gwenzenter. He managed to do the impossible and finished the Holy Trial for those with Emperor bloodlines with a Tier 1 classification. His bloodline was transformed by a drop of blood from the Holy Mother, advancing all the way to a law bloodline, and obtained the title of True Lord. His status is equal in the I dynasty to those with the Holy Bloodline. Neither Arun nor Sigrid could hide the admiration in their eyes. When Zadel found out that the young genius he met years ago had advanced so much, he was surprised. Very good, brat, consider me impressed. The greater your destiny becomes, the more useful you will be. A meaningful smile appeared on Zadiel before focusing once again in the twins. Okay then, it is decided, you two will take the Holy Trial, and I will do everything I can to help you achieve it. Zadiel's plan was simple. If Sigrid and Arun finish the trial with a high tier, then their fate will change once again and destroy in one swift move. The machinations of the sage hope appeared in the heart of the twins, but after a moment, disappointment filled their eyes. I don't think we will be able to do it, since the entrance to the Holy Trial is in the center of the territories of our dynasty. Just like with the Eternum Empire, the borders of the I dynasty are highly regulated, so that means the ones who attacked our clan and killed the patriarch and elders were eye-holders. Sigrid spoke to Zadiel. The frustration in her heart was immense. The Neo-Demon understood immediately the meaning behind Sigrid's words. If they go back to the dynasty with a rank 3 battle power, the group that attacked the Terra I clan will capture them before they get close to the Holy Trial's entrance. Don't worry, I will find a way to take you two to the trial with safety. Tell me the nature of your bloodlines and powers, to see how can I help you. There was confidence in Zadiel's voice as he spoke. When Sigrid and Arun heard Zadiel's word, they were surprised. The leader of the forces who attacked the Terra I clan was probably a law-engraving existence, and yet Zadiel spoke about handling him with such certainty that they found it hard to believe. If it was any other rank 3 life form who spoke those words, the duo would have thought he was crazy, but it was clear to both Sigrid and Arun that the man in front of them was everything but simple. He was able to lead a thriving city full of hundreds of thousands of people despite being targeted by the same person whose actions destroyed their clan. The first to act was Arun, and the moment his bloodline eyes glowed, a yellow layer of earth appeared over his skin, increasing his power. But the most impressive thing was how the gravity in the entire floor rose tremendously. My power is relative to the use of Earth's magnetic field. When I push my bloodline to the limit, I can control the gravitational energy, making my body exponentially heavier or lighter and in a lesser measure affect the gravity around my opponent. Arn was able to maintain his control over gravity for a short time, and it was clear that even with his bloodline, manipulating the gravity of an entire room was very hard. Zadiel was very satisfied when he heard the power of Arn's bloodline. Gravity is not only extremely powerful but also flexible, and there is all sort of uses for it in a battle. After Arn's demonstration was over, it was Sigrid's turn, and when her grey iridescent bloodline eyes glowed, all sorts of illusion appeared. A peculiar form of energy was being channeled inside the woman's body. I am a master of illusions, and my bloodline gives me the ability to establish a link with the ethereal plane, increasing the power of my spell and giving me the ability to affect the dreams of people. When the Neo-Demon saw Sigrid's power, he was surprised. The ethereal plane was a plane out of phase in where all sort of creatures reside, and where even weak life forms can enter during their dreams. Being able to channel its energy inside her body meant that her bloodline was very special even among Emperor bloodlines. If Zadiel could use all of the resources at his disposal, he was sure he could make the duo complete the holy trial with a classification above Tier 3, but he was restricted. Transforming them into Neo-Demon was out of the question. Even if he trusted them, the origin of their bloodline is a being of law who ruled one of the most powerful organizations of the Magi world. The moment he tries to break the connection of their bloodline with Eve, the being of laws will be enraged, and with just a word, she could make the entire Ai dynasty attack him. In the end, Zadiel decided to go with the second best option. He put information in 2 crystals, before throwing them to the duo. In there is a path technique that will allow you to display to the maximum the power of your bloodlines and spells. The moment the twins go through the information the crystal, any doubt they had about Zadiel's capabilities vanished. Their path techniques not only described a systemic way to increase the proficiency over their spells but also a body transformation technique that worked perfectly with their bloodline. Although it did not have the section for rank 4 life forms and above, it was incredibly useful for them. All of a sudden Zadiel's aura changed and was once again cold and solemn, startling the duo and reminding them of the type of monster in front of them. I will come back in a few hours, use the time to familiarize yourself with the path technique. I will leave the Magi world very soon to continue a world war and you will accompany me. You are not part of my clan, so I will not allow any type of mistake or weakness. If you don't manage rise to the task and make me lose my time, then you will not have to bother with the sage anymore. Sigrid and Arn understood clearly what Zadiel wanted to say, and they nod before closing their eyes and starting to train immediately. Chapter 209, Dragonstone Kingdom. With the plan for Sigrid and Arn's fight against fate already in March, Zadiel was ready to handle the last of his problems before going back to the Beta Heavenly World. On the floor where the Elder Brain resides, the broken body of Severus was lying on the ground and a small golden flame was on his heart, preventing him from dying. Severus was in a coma due to the severity of his injuries, so even though he was a rank 3 life form, he was not able to pose any resistance to Zadiel's animus abilities. The Neo-Demon had his hand over the head of the Magus. He extracted all the information on his mind, no matter how insignificant it was, and used the artificial intelligence chip to organize everything. After a few hours, all the knowledge of Severus was already under Zadiel's control, and the Neo-Demon understood the reason behind the abduction. The Magus' full name was Severus Dragonstone and was part of the royal family of the Dragonstone Kingdom. A minor organization created by a law-engraving existence that ruled some territories in Estus. Most of the Dragonstone Kingdom is formed by bloodline Magi with the blood of chromatic dragons. There are a great number of rank 4 bloodlines in the kingdom, and the royal family has the Black Ash Dragon bloodline, a king bloodline. The ruler of the Dragonstone Kingdom is Severus' grandfather, but he was not the one behind the abduction. The person who ordered the child's kidnapping was the father of the Magus, Sirius Dragonstone, a rank 4 life form. Sirius Dragonstone was never talented, and despite his bloodline and resources at his disposal, as the crown prince of the kingdom, he was barely able to reach rank 4. He was already very old and his chances of advancing to rank 5 are almost null. Despite his lack of talent, his arrogance and ego were beyond measure, so he was not willing to just die of old age and had attempted all types of methods to increase his power. During the past few decades, he has been experimenting with different bloodlines, and when he found out about the group of Dragonborns that lived in the Daybreak clan, he did not waste time and investigated them. By the power his spies felt in some of the children's bloodline, they wrongfully assumed that they had a king bloodline. What they actually felt was the combination of the might of their rank 4 metallic dragon bloodline and Neo-Demon heritage. When Sirius found out about the power of their bloodline and the fact that they are part of a clan who did not even have a rank 4 life form, he was ecstatic and immediately sent a group of rank 3 Magi to capture some of the children. His arrogance, however, cost him greatly, and all the people he sent were butchered. There was no need to say that Sirius was furious about it. and he was tempted to go himself to get the children. But he was not stupid and had already learned about the powerful cultivator whose magic tower was very close to the City of the Sun and who is powerful enough to kill a rank 4 life form with ease. Severus doesn't know very well what happened after that, but someone visited Sirius and his always impulsive father chose to wait and planned for several years before acting again. The leader of the team whose job was to abduct the child was Severus, but he had no idea from where the artifacts that were used to trick the magic tower's surveillance, hijack the connection between the Sun Tadpole and the Elder Brain and create a copy of the child, were obtained. With the knowledge given by Mr. Gray, it was not hard for Zadiel to identify the individual who helped Sirius Dragonstone. The Neo-Demon's eyes were cold and although he wanted nothing more than butchering the entire kingdom, he was not strong enough yet. Luckily for him, for now, he will not have to worry about the law-engraving existence of the Dragonstone Kingdom, since he had gone to explore the void a decade ago, and he usually returns after a century. As for Sirius Dragonstone, he was not a real threat and when he learned the relationship that he has with his son, Zadiel was sure the old man would not risk his life for Severus. Dante, keep him in a safe place and make sure he doesn't die. I made him a promise and I intend to keep it. Even though he was in a coma, when Severus heard Zadiel's word, his body trembled. Unfortunately, the Magi has already fallen very deep into the abyss and there was no way for him to escape. Yes, father. Danny's coldness to these people wasn't inferior to the one of Zadiel. Using the tendrils of the Elder Brain, he grabs the body of Severus and deposits him into the pool beneath him. Zadiel takes a magic crystal and sends a message to all the people who will be accompanying him to the Beta Heavenly World. It is time to go back. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of Heinz came out from the crystal. Brother, what a coincidence, I am already very close to your tower. Come to see me, I bring a lot of friends with me. A strange expression appeared on Zadiel's face when he heard Heinz's words, and taking into consideration what the cultivator has been doing in these last couple of months and his behavior, a weird scene appeared on his mind. Without waiting, he flew out of the tower and rose into the sky. The Neo-Demon's vision was impressive so he was able to see Heinz's figure accompanying what could only be described as a horde of abomination gorillas and blood ruby centipedes. Goddamn lunatic. Zadiel could not help but sigh and shake his head when he saw Heinz relaxing on the shoulder of the rank 4 abomination gorilla who had one of his arms missing. Some people were also able to see the horde, despite the distance. After all, the bodies of some of the abomination gorillas measured hundreds of meters. There is no need to feel fear, they are friends. Every member of the Daybreak clan heard that message in their head, either by the Chaotic Core or the Sun Tadpole, and their faith in Zadiel was so much that they stopped worrying about the horde immediately. Zadiel flew to the horde and they met a few meters away from the City of the Sunday. There were around 200 abomination gorillas, most of them at rank 0 and 1, 34 at rank 2 and 5 at rank 3. The only rank 4 abomination gorilla was the one with Heinz on his shoulder. The number of blood ruby centipedes was a little less than 3,000 but their size was so small that the space they occupy was much less than the abomination gorillas. Their proportions in power were similar to the abomination gorillas, but there were 2 of them who had reached rank 4. So who are they and why did you bring them here? Zadiel spoke to Heinz after analyzing the horde. He already had an idea of what was happening but wanted the cultivator to confirm it. He is Tyrus and I met him during one of my battles in the Endless Forest. He is a great fighter and I liked his attitude so we became friends. Heinz was referring to the abomination gorilla on whom he was sitting, but this one was too busy focusing on the people of the Daybreak clan and did not bother with the words of Heinz. Zadiel frowned when he saw Tyrus analyzing his people. But when he noticed how the eyes of the abomination gorilla were devoid of any negative emotion and there was just curiosity, he relaxed and a calm smile appeared on his face. The second part of Zadiel's question was not answered by Heinz. From the cultivator's shoulder, the head of Juntu appeared and he explained the reason for this horde to be here. We went where my kind lived and I gathered all of them before bringing them here. I was hoping to see if they could also be part of the Daybreak clan. This place is much better than the Endless Forest and you will not have to worry about any of them not controlling their instinct. Since as long a rank 4 of my kind remains in the City of the Sun, they will behave. I also have no problem if they are converted into Soul Guardian Beast rank 0 and 1 magic creatures have a problem controlling their instincts and having so many of them inside the City of the Sun could be dangerous. But since the rank 4 Blood Ruby Centipede will be controlling them, that danger is neutralized. And since the 2 rank 4 were under the leadership of Juntu, and the latter could not betray Heinz unless he wanted to die, there was no reason for Zadiel to refuse them. Okay, they can become part of the clan. I will publish the Soul Guarding Beast technique to those who have made a great contribution to the clan, but it will be the choice of your kind if they want to become a Soul Guardian Beast or not and the punishment for betrayal will be changed so it's equal for both sides. Since the Blood Ruby Centipedes will be joining the clan, Zadiel will be treating them as one of his own. As for discriminating against them for being magic creatures, that type of behavior was not accepted in the Daybreak clan. Thank you very much. This guy also brought his kind, but he says he will make his decision once he sees the city and how his people live. Juntu was very happy, and after explaining why Tiras brought his kind, he went back to Heinz's heart. Chapter 210, Return to War. Tiras was examining all the people from the clan and was surprised when he saw how despite the immense diversity of races, there was no discord between them. He observed a sense of unity and brotherhood that even among members of the same race would be difficult to obtain. Despite his brusque and frightening appearance, Tiras was very smart and enjoyed peaceful places. Just like some humans are born with a tendency to violence, some magic creatures are born with a more civilized nature. This did not mean that the rank 4 abomination gorilla did not enjoy fighting, but the need for violence was not something that guided his actions. When he heard from Juntu about the nature of the Daybreak clan, he was skeptical, but now that he sees it, he understood the truth in the rank 5 Blood Ruby Centipede's words. After observing the clan, he focuses on the young man in front of him. He was standing before a horde that would be able to terrify a rank 4 life form, but in his face was complete calmness, and not even the slightest sense of fear could be seen in his eyes. You are weak and I can defeat you with ease in a direct battle, so there should be no reason for me to be under you. Of course, you can state that the difference between our ages is the reason for my power, but so what? If I were to fight against a soul-forging magus who is only more powerful than me thanks to the use of runes and equipment, complaining about the advantage of his civilization will help me? Tiras' attitude was extremely forthright and it was clear that he was not someone who likes excuses. Zadiel was a little surprised by the wisdom in the abomination gorilla's words and he could not help but nod. He has trump cards that he could use to defeat him, but it would be impossible to win in a direct battle. After seeing Zadiel's reaction, Tiras became more respectful before continuing speaking. I can feel a very powerful bloodline inside you and I know your future will be impressive. Allow my kind to be part of your clan and enjoy all the benefits that being part of a Magi organization carry. In return, I will protect the entire clan from any threat no matter how high it is, even if it means dying. But I have 2 conditions. The straightforward approach of Tiras pleased Zadiel greatly. It is very weird for a magic creature to break their word, and they usually detest any type of scheme. What would those conditions will be? Zadiel did not accept immediately, and although having a peak rank 4 abomination gorilla will be very useful for his clan, it was not something which they cannot do without. First, you must treat my kind with respect and never intentionally harm them, even if I am no longer alive to protect the Daybreak clan. If you fail to do that, I will drag my corpse out of the grave and kill you. There was a serious aura on Tiras when he spoke and gave Zadiel a threatening stare. Zadiel was not someone who answered well to threats, but he understood the sense of responsibility in Tiras' words. His previous promises were not mere words. He was ready to die in order to protect the clan if necessary. He just wanted to make sure that the rest of his kind will be fine even if he is not around anymore. No matter where they come from or their race, as long they follow the principles of protecting each other and always put the clan before the individual, I will never fail them. Zadiel's eyes were full of resolution and those words came from the deepest part of his soul. Tiras was extremely pleased when he saw Zadiel's sincerity and his instincts were telling him that he could trust his words. Excellent. The second condition is pretty simple. When you become a rank 4 life form, have a melee fight with me. Eagerness could be seen in Tiras' eyes, and his fighting spirit was burning. Ha 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 ha, did not I tell you, brother, that his character was pleasant? True warriors only know each other when they exchange blows. Heinz was laughing as he spoke. As for Tiras, he was continuously nodding to show his approval to the words of the cultivator. Zadiel could only sigh when he saw the behavior of the duo, and he decided to just let them be themselves. I can agree to all of your conditions, but since I don't know you and your power is high enough to create immense damage before being stopped, I will need to leave a brand on your true soul with my consciousness. That way, I will be able to temporarily incapacitate you. Tiras understood Zadiel's concern for his people, and since having that brand in his true soul will not harm him or force him to do something he doesn't want to do, he accepted. Zadiel sent a piece of his consciousness into the abomination gorilla's mind, and it reached his true soul, where it formed a circle around it. Good, from now on you and your kind are part of the Daybreak clan. Zadiel smiled as he uttered those words and every member of the clan heard them. The Neo-Demon focused on Heinz's heart and spoke to the Blood Ruby Centipede that resided in there. Juntu, tell your kind to go to the Magic Tower. There my son will give every one of you a sun tadpole that will be useful to obtain techniques and missions that will grant them all sorts of beneficial supplies for their training. After hearing those words, all the Blood Ruby Centipede made a bow to Zadiel before flying to the Magic Tower. With that handled, the Neo-Demon focuses on the abomination gorillas. As for you, The bodies of those at rank 2 and above are too immense to move around the city of the Sunday. I will teach all of you a very simple transmutation spell that will shrink your bodies. Although in that form your strength will decrease, you can go back to normal instantly. Zadiel used his anonymous skills and shared the spell with every abomination gorilla, even with those at rank 1 and 0. It will be useful for them to practice such a simple spell. With the groups handled, Zadiel had time to focus on Tira's missing arm, and when he saw how neat the cut was, he turned to look at Heinz. The cultivator noticed the look in Zadiel's face and a prideful smile appeared on his face. Yes, I did. We were in a very intense battle and taking advantage of the arm weakness, I cut it off with a single move of my sword. Humphrey, you forgot to mention that I managed to land a blow on you with all my strength when you attacked and the damage done was greater than losing an arm. Tiras grinned when he spoke those words. So what? I was able to heal very fast, but your body is so immense that it will take you a while to regrow that arm. Neither Heinz nor Tiras were willing to concede and they still did not decide who ended winning in their final exchange. Zadiel did not bother with the duo argument and made the genius sunseed appear. Thanks to his advance to rank 3, there were now 4 arcs of golden fire around the seed, and the Neo-Demon sent all of them to Tiras. The abomination gorilla was surprised by the power in those arcs and how his body felt so strong and full of vitality. Now instead of weeks, he will just need a few days to regrow his arm. Finish learning the spell and then go to the tower. My son will resolve all of your doubts and also handle your residence. When Tiras heard Zadiel's command he gave a small howl making all the abomination gorillas, including him, bow to the Neo-Demon, before closing their eyes and focusing on the spell. Let's pick up some people from the tower and then let's gather with Zytra and Dotto. It's time to return to war. Zadiel looks at Heinz and in the eyes of the duo, great killing intent was present. Chapter 211, New Feeling. Nimr had been living in the city that was built around the magic tower in the domains of the Daybreak clan, for several weeks by now. In the beginning, she was a little apprehensive due to the unfamiliar faces and the aggressive appearance of the Dragonborns, but the more she interacted with them, the more she realized how friendly their nature was. The mantle of red lightning over her body and her little brother had vanished a week later after she woke up, but there were still arcs of red lightning that would appear around her from time to time. Today was a day like any other, and Nimr was exploring the city with her little brother. Sometimes she would look at the clouds that were filling the sky and she could not help but feel curious about them. The clouds appeared more than a month ago and they have not moved away or diminished their size this entire time. What intrigued Nimr was that when they appeared, all the Dragonborns kneeled to them for an entire minute. When she asked Shu what was happening, the Neo-Demon only smiled and told her that she would know in due time. When Nimr was preparing to go back to her house, the mantle of red lightning came back, covering her and her brother, before making them fly. In a matter of seconds, she was already 100 meters above the ground. Nimr was frightened when this happened and was hugging her little brother when she heard a voice in her mind. Don't worry, nothing will happen to you. She did not understand why, but all of her fear vanished and a sense of security filled her heart when she heard that voice. Very soon Nimr rose above the clouds and what she saw made her eyes widen with wonder. A man so immensely big that she could not see his entire body with one look was in front of her. From very high in the firmament, where her sight did not reach, lightning was being discharged against this man, but instead of harming him, they were healing the small wounds that were present in his perfect body. The man opened his eyes, which resembled 2 moons made of red lightning, and looked at Nimr. He waved his hand and made her and the baby land on his palm. It took a moment for Nimr to process everything that had just happened, and once she was able to concentrate again, she immediately kneels. Nimr greets the mighty Lord Ezequiel. Although she did not know Ezequiel's appearance, she was able to draw the connection between the red lightning that was left in her and this giant man. Stand up, there is no need for kneeling. The voice was once again heard in her mind and a power that she could not resist raised her body. But Nimr did not know what to do. After all, she saw how the entire city kneel when the clouds appeared, which she assumed were brought by Ezequiel. My people do not kneel out of obligation but respect and admiration. She told me you have some questions for me. I have finished my healing seclusion and now I can answer you. When she saw those tender eyes looking at her, Nimr felt all of her worries go away and after gathering enough courage, she expressed the question that has been in her mind since she arrived here. Why did you save me, brought me here, and made sure I was being protected and cared for? When Ezequiel heard her question, a smile appeared on his face. You impressed me with your courage and determination. Back then you should not have been able to move due to your injuries and still you were able to do it because you wanted to protect the baby in your arms. I have been watching how you move through the city and fight away the pain of losing your loved one and the fear that being in a different place brings. You could say I have grown fond of you. Those words made Nimr tremble. She would be lying if she says she did not feel anything for the man who saved her and her brother, healed their wounds, and made sure they were safe and happy. But soon a dispirited look appeared on her face as she focused on the holy being that was looking at her with kindness. How could that be possible? I am just a normal person. In her mind, it is not possible for a being like Ezequiel to be with someone like her. Unlike Ezequiel, who was guided by Zadielon, perfectly understood the nature of power and how life forms grow stronger and more unique as they advance in the rank, not only increasing their lifespan but also their control over the fundamental forces of the universe. The women's beliefs were different. In Nimra's mind, there was the idea that it is impossible for her to be more than what she is, that no matter what you do you will never grow stronger if you are not born special. This is something very common in the people who live under the heavenly race. Ezequiel has a very good understanding of the nature of the heavenly race, and it was easy for him to figure out the reason for Nimra's feelings. I am Ezequiel the Supreme, the will of a being so unique that calling him special will be an understatement. Through my body runs the bloodline of one of the first races that were born in the universe. Of the hundreds of millions of lives that are present in this world, the number of individuals who can face me do not reach the 3 digits, and it will come the day when no one can challenge me under this sky, and I will have the power to level cities and devastate entire continents with my bare hands. Ezequiel's words were full of pride and might. The Neo-Demon noticed how the sense of loss in Nimra's eyes only grew when she heard the distance between them. However, he had not finished speaking. But I was born as a mortal of the human race, just like you. I was sold as a slave before I could even understand what was happening around me. The first decade of my life I was an insignificant assassin from the mortal world, whose tasks may have seemed important for the people who ordered them but that were insignificant in the grand scheme of things. When Nimra heard those words, her entire body trembled. She raises her head and sees Ezequiel looking at her with gentleness. Can I become someone like you? Hope appeared in Nimra's eyes at the thought of being by the side of the person who gave her so much. When Ezequiel saw the hopeful and expectant light in Nimra's eyes, he was captivated by it. This was a completely new feeling to the Neo-Demon, whose mind was only focused on fighting and training. After a moment, Ezequiel started to laugh, and his laughter was like thunder that filled the sky. Ha ha ha, you are aiming high. My bloodline is special and theoretically impossible to copy. But you can rise in the ranks and become a higher life form, not only obtaining a longer life but also the power to protect the one you care for. All of a sudden, Ezequiel stops looking at Nimra and stares at the distance for a long time. His eyes sparkled with red lightning and the air around him acted strangely. Nimra did not dare to disturb him and waited patiently for him to speak. After a minute, Ezequiel's smile grew wider and he turned back to Nimra. You are in luck, my master has arrived in the world. I will talk to him so you can become one of us and start to walk the path of power. For the meantime, you and your brother will remain in the city where you two will be safe. From Ezequiel's chest, a special arc of red lightning went to Nimra and entered her body. That will nurture your body until it reaches the peak of rank 0. Although she did not understand some of the things that Ezequiel spoke, Nimra was nodding repeatedly with such strength that made the Neo-Demon laugh again. I will see you later and I will bring a special gift. Nimra was curious about what Ezequiel was talking about, but the Neo-Demon did not speak anymore and the red lightning took the duo back to the ground. Now that he was alone, Ezequiel closed his eyes and after a moment, his body started to shrink. This was not primordial condensation, but a simple spell. It did not take him long to reduce his body of 450 meters to less than 10 meters. This state was very uncomfortable for him and his power was reduced greatly, but it was the only way he could use the facility of the tower. He flew to the teleportation formation inside the magic tower undetected and activated it, disappearing from the place. Chapter 212, The Fallen group was coming out from the world gate that was inside the first magic tower built in the Beta Heavenly World. The first to appear was a couple of eye holders. Their faces were pale and a feeling of tiredness invaded their bodies. Just like any alien life form that enters a world, they are suffering from the restrictive pressure of this one, and they will have to get rid of it before they can use their full power. After Sigrid and Aaron, the ones who appeared were Zadielon Sophia. Great changes have occurred in the Neo-Demon woman. Her power has increased greatly due to her advance to rank 3, but the most significant development was the rainbow-colored flames that will appear from time to time in her eyes. Zadiel had obviously noted the dangerous type of power that was inside her, but after Sophia assured him that everything was under control, he decided to trust in her. Of course, Zadiel had made backup plans that will allow him to save her in case of danger, and a sun tadpole in her hand was constantly feeding him information. A couple of seconds after the Neo-Demons, another couple showed up. They were a beautiful woman and an old man. The power in Zytra and Tato has increased greatly in the past few months. There was a dark aura covering the Lich's body and you could even see howling faces full of fear and despair inside it. His right hand and left eye were replaced by the hand of sorrow and eye of despair. Despite all of this dreadful characteristic, anyone who was near the old man felt all of their insecurities go away. It was as if their fears were being engulfed by the dark aura around him. Tado has his usual gentle smile that looked very odd in his decrepit face. Zytra had a yin-yang symbol made of light and shadows constantly rotating in her globula, right between her eyebrows. There was a chain around her waist that was carrying a broken dagger. The visual phenomena in these two soul-forging life forms were due to a fast increase in their law comprehension. They will be able to be controlled and kept hidden after they get used to their new powers. The last to pass through the world gate was Heinz. There were no phenomena around the cultivator's body, but it was easy to sense the great physical power that he was radiating. All of a sudden, everyone on the floor felt an archaic and powerful existence focusing on them, and after a moment it concentrated solely on the cultivator. Despite the power in that presence, no one felt the most minimal threat from it. Just as you will not feel afraid of a shark when you see them in an aquarium. Heinz had felt that presence before, so he understood its origin, but the rest were different. It is the world consciousness. Heinz's power is already bordering that of a rank 5 life form despite not having fused with his law avatar, so the world felt threatened. There is no need to worry, most world consciousness operate like machines with programmed commands, and until your power reaches rank 5 and it maintains there, it will not be able to do anything. Zadiel's words were loud and everyone was able to hear them. Despite the world consciousness being present in the room, there was no fear in the Neo-Demon, and a couple of seconds later, the presence disappeared. After the world consciousness left, everyone regained their focus and they turned to look at the cultivator with surprise in their eyes. This was especially true in the eyes of Zyra and Tado. They knew that Heinz was able to reach rank 5 battle power when he fused with his law avatar, but that was equal to someone who had just entered the law engraving rank, and it could be maintained for a very short time. Now he was able to produce a permanent increase in power that will allow him to truly fight rank 5 life forms while being at rank 4. Heinz did not deny Zadiel's words. After his fight with Tiras, he spent a lot of time in the Ocean of 1,000 Wonders, and you could say he went on a rampage. He killed dozens of rank 4 magic creatures and he absorbed all of their blood. With the help of Juntu, he was constantly producing copious amounts of blood energy, and his progress in the Blood Demon technique was impressive. He was still far from finishing the second level, but his mastery over the Demon Dan blood drive has increased greatly. It was during his stay on the ocean that he had an encounter with a rank 5 magic creature. Although Heinz was forced to flee, he was able to exchange some blows with the magic creature without the need to fuse with his law avatar. After that, he spent most of his time healing his wounds in the endless forest, having friendly sparrings with Tiras, and helping Juntu gather his kind. Seeing that Zadiel did not worry too much about the world consciousness, the rest follow his lead and stop caring. The moment they left the tower, they saw Ezequiel, who was waiting for them. The eyes of the 3 rank 4 life forms and 2 eye holders widened as he saw the supreme of the Neo-Demon race. The reason for the eye holders' shock was the feeling of being in the presence of a bloodline that was in a level completely different than theirs. Even with Zadiel, they did not felt such overwhelming inferiority. Just being able to perceive the power in Ezequiel's bloodline was a probe of the duo's talent and perception, since not even a rank 4 life form could detect it. The reason why the soul-forging existences were surprised was that their souls were powerful enough to detect how every cell of Ezequiel was absorbing the natural energy of the world, without any effort. They were rank 4 life forms that could control the laws, and their spells could draw the natural energy around them, but none of them could reach such harmony with the world. Zadiel was also able to detect the changes in his body, and he was impressed. Ezequiel's original goal was just being able to draw the natural energy into his body when he attacked, but he achieved much more than that. Even with all my upgrades, I highly doubt I can defeat him. The primordial bloodline is truly terrifying. Such power can be found in its simplicity. Zadiel was truly happy for Ezequiel. After all, when he named his will, they were not empty words. Ezequiel flew until he was in front of Zadiel and gave a small bow before looking at the 2 new faces. Who are they? The relation between the Daybreak clan and the Eye dynasty was not exactly friendly, so Ezequiel found it weird to see 2 eye holders here. Sigrid and Aaron. We need to help them change their fate. They are important in our fight against the Sage. Do not directly help them, but if you see they are about to die, save them. Zadiel spoke those words through the core to Ezequiel. In all honesty, he doesn't truly care about the life of the 2 eye holders. After all, he has known them for a very short time. But he could not allow them to die, since even if it was not exactly the fate the Sage planned for them according to Mr. Gray, it was still a tragic one and it would not cause any sort of backlash. There were a lot of things to do before starting the expansion of their domain in the continent, and the first thing would be to gather the council and determine everyone's task. But just as Zadiel had taken the communication crystal from his spatial ring, this one glowed and a message reached it. And the same happened with the ones of Tado, Heinz, and Zytra. The voice of a rank 4 magus was heard. His name was Marcellus and he was positioned in one of the towers in the periphery of the force field. A group has contacted me and he wants to gather with us. They call themselves the Fallen and they say they want to help us defeat the heavenly race. When the 3 rank 4 life forms heard it, they looked at Zadiel. What should we do? Zidoro was the one who spoke. It may seem strange for a mighty soul-forging existence to ask guidance from a rank 3 life form, but they all waited for Zadiel's words. They understood it was not a coincidence that the message had reached just when they arrived in the world. There must be powerful individuals among the fallen. We will of course gather with them. Why reject a useful tool, especially such an easy one to control? Zadiel smiled and was ready to act. Chapter 213, 7 Wings. Not far from the force field built by the 10-tower formation there was a swamp that extended for dozens of kilometers. This swamp was covered by a very dangerous poisonous fog that was lethal even for rank 2 life forms and could severely harm those at rank 3, making it a desolate place. But today in the center of the swamp there were 4 individuals and it was clear by the thriving energy in their bodies that the fog did nothing to them. All of them were rank 4 Angels of Supremacy. They were part of the organization that had contacted the Magi invader force in the Beta Heavenly World. One Angel of Supremacy with wings made of silver feathers was walking around the swamp and there was annoyance in his face. The other 3, however, were waiting peacefully. Calm down, they told us they would be here at noon, they are just a little late. The one who spoke was an old man with wings made of bark. Humphrey, Sebastian, how could you say that? We are members of the heavenly race and are offering our help to them. They should be honored by our generosity. There was a sense of preponderance in the man's face as he spoke those words. When the 2 Angels of Supremacy who had not spoken heard those words, their eyes narrowed but in the end, they just shook their heads and remained silent. However, the reaction of the old man was more severe. Dimitri, I will not remind you again, we are no longer part of the heavenly race, we are the fallen. How could we be part of a race that finds pleasure in senseless butchering and being cruel just for the sake of cruelty? There was anger on Sebastian's face and it was clear he did not feel happy when the Angel of Supremacy with silver wings called them members of the heavenly race. Dimitri was about to rebuke when he heard a sonic boom and felt a presence approaching them at an immense speed. It was a man with golden hair and there was a sword on his back. It took less than an instant for him to reach the swamp and he landed 10 meters away from the Angels of Supremacy. There was a great power running through this man's body and despite the numerical disadvantage, there was no fear in his eyes. I am Heinz, leader of the invader forces of the Magi world. State the specific goal behind this meeting and what type of help you think your group could bring us. There was dominating might in Heinz's words and he was clearly stipulating his superiority. Although Sebastian did not feel happy with Heinz's attitude, he did not lose his composure and was about to talk. Unfortunately, someone spoke before him. We are willing to help your people and that is how you behave in front of us. You should be thanking us for this opportunity. There was a narcissist expression on Dimitri's face as he spoke. When Heinz heard this Angel of Supremacy and saw how he behaved, his eyes narrowed. So he is from the first kind. There was a cold light in the cultivator's eyes when he thought of this and he focused on the rest of the Angels of Supremacy. When the old man heard those words, he was furious with this Angel of Supremacy and was about to speak to defuse the situation when he saw how Heinz waved his hand and made something appear. It was the body of a young native child, with his extremities and eyes missing. You could see in his face the immense pain he had felt before he died. I found him not far away from here. Did one of you have anything to do with this? When the Angel of Supremacy with silver wings saw the child, there was no change in his expression. It was clear that to him, seeing such an act of evilness was not different than seeing a dead cow. But the other 3 were different. There was disgust in their faces when they saw such a level of cruelty and anger when Heinz accused them of being part of it. The cultivator had been observing everything and when he saw how those 3 Angels of Supremacy behaved he nodded. 3 of the second kind and 1 of the first. Heinz had clear instructions on what to do when he met the Fallen. Zadiel had given him a lot of information about this group and how to interact with them. The Fallen are taboo existences for the heavenly race, and they do everything in their power to hunt them down and kill them. Every Fallen is a member of the heavenly race who in one way or another has acted against the unbreakable rules of the race. Just finding a dozen scattered Fallen in a middle world under the control of the heavenly race would have been impressive since they are usually killed with extreme speed. That is why Zadiel did not consider them in his plan for this world at the beginning. The fact they were able to form an organization with several rank 4 life forms intrigued Zadiel since he never heard of something like that when he was the incarnation of death and destruction. Millions of years have passed since the end of his second life, so it was not out of the question that great changes had happened throughout the universe during that time. According to what Zadiel told Heinz, there are 3 kinds of Fallen. The first kind is those who were not willing to obey others just because they were born with a more powerful bloodline. They also include the ones who had betrayed the members of their race or abandoned them during a fight due to cowardness. This kind still believes themselves superior to other races and their wickedness is equal to any other member of the heavenly race. The second kind is completely different. They are the ones whose mentality follows a sense of fairness. They are not all necessarily good, but they feel disgusted by acts like butchering children of different races for pleasure. Although their behavior was normal for almost any race in the universe besides fiends. That type of mentality was not allowed in the heavenly race. Heinz remembers very well the instructions of Zadiel. If there are more of the first kind in the group you will meet, it means that the leaders of the fallen in this world are also of this kind. In that case, bring me the strongest one and kill the rest. If they are more of the second kind, then we can form an alliance with them, but you must make clear who is the one in control. The cultivator waved his hand and the body of the child disintegrated into dots of blood that entered his palm. It was just a construct made of blood. After all, Heinz would not be desecrating the body of a child just to test this group. I suggest you prepare. When he spoke those words, Heinz took out his sword and made the energy on his body rise. Wait, we have not come here to fight. Sebastian knew how important collaborating with the Magi was, so he was still trying to mend the situation. However, not everyone in his group thought the same. Enough words, we just need to teach this weakling how powerful we are. Come human, I will show you true swordsmanship. There was a mocking smile on Dimitri's face as he saw Heinz's sword and took his own. His weapon was a broadsword. Although it was an artifact, the quality was very bad. Everyone knew not to activate their law avatar since it could alert the heavenly race forces due to the drastic increase in energy and the changes in the laws. When Heinz saw the broadsword, he sneered and he buried his sword in the ground. After doing that he disappeared from where he was only to appear right in front of Dimitri. His entire body was now shining with a metallic red color. He threw a punch that landed on the body of the sword, destroying it. The fist continued its path until it reached the Angel of Supremacy's right ribs, pulverizing them and pushing him hundreds of meters away. Sebastian and the other two Angels of Supremacy were shocked when they saw this. Even if they did not like Dimitri's character, they had to admit that he was a good fighter, and yet he was defeated with a single strike. They did not have time to think since Heinz vanished from their view again and appeared beside Sebastian. The cultivator threw an uppercut to the old man, but this time he controlled his power and made sure to only incapacitate and not harm his opponent. The other two Angels of Supremacy acted. One of them attacked with a giant staff while the other sent whips of water. Despite the power in that staff, Heinz was able to stop it with his palm. He then hit the Angel of Supremacy's wrist, making him let go of the weapon. He connected a kick to the stomach of the man, throwing him away. The whips of water managed to land on the cultivator's body, but space around him acted strangely, diminishing most of the momentum in the attacks. By the time the whips landed on Heinz's body, they were not able to harm his red skin. He threw the staff to the Angel of Supremacy, incapacitating him. When all four Angels of Supremacy were defeated, Heinz extended his hand, making his sword fly to him, and using all of his power he countered a spear strike that descended from the sky. The newcomer was also a member of the heavenly race, but he wasn't like any the cultivator had seen before. There were 7 wings on his back, all of them covered with dark feathers. Chapter 214, Mutated Bloodline. When the spear of the fallen and Heinz's sword clashed, a force wave was generated carrying such power that destroyed the ground under their feet and created a vacuum in the center of the swamp free of poisonous gas. Even though the spear's strike seems like a surprise attack, Heinz knew very well that it wasn't. The fallen had made his energy explode before attacking, clearly indicating to the cultivator not only his presence but his exact position as well. Both Heinz and the 7-winged fallen were pushed back hundreds of meters after that clash. There was no clear winner during their first encounter. Heinz felt a metallic flavor in his mouth and could not hide his surprise as he focused on the fallen. With Demon and Blood Drive, his battle power wasn't too different from the one he could reach by activating his law avatar, and yet the man in front of him was able to harm him. The fallen appearance was that of a very young man with black hair and yellow eyes. His face was very handsome and his body was perfectly proportionate. A thriving life force could be felt in him, proving his young age. His 7 wings full of dark feathers were truly impressive. There were 4 on his right side and 3 on the left, and every single one of them seems to be connected with the laws. Someone of the third type seriousness appeared in Heinz's eyes when he thought of this. The third type of fallen is those who are born with a mutated bloodline. In most races, mutated bloodlines are highly accepted since it usually means an evolutionary advance, and even if they do not provide greater power than the original, it helps the race's bloodline not fall into stagnation. But due to the extremely narcissistic nature of the heavenly race, who makes them think about themselves as perfect and who do not allow any change in the chain of command, they consider mutations as abominations who need to be destroyed. The power of the members of the heavenly race bloodline can be distinguished for the number of their wings. 4 for king bloodline, 6 for emperor bloodline, and 8 for Law Bloodline. Heinz could not accurately distinguish the power of the bloodline in the fallen in front of him, but even if it was not a Law Bloodline, it must be very close. This did not discourage the cultivator, and with a monstrous battle intent in his eyes and a smile on his face, he threw himself at his opponent. A blue light appeared on the eyes of the fallen and he flapped his wings, flashing to where Heinz was with extreme speed. When the spear and sword clashed against each other, the eyes of the fallen showed surprise. He felt how all the power in his attack was being redirected away from the cultivator. This was not just great swordsmanship, but a high-level application of the law of swords. Without losing his momentum, after sending the spear away from him, Heinz directed his sword to the waist of the fallen. Just as the sword was about to land on the body of his enemy, dark wings got on its path, and despite the great power the weapon was carrying, they were able to stop it. In that precise moment, the fallen gained control over his spear again, and with amazing speed, he made it clash into the shoulder of Heinz with such power that sent him flying away. Heinz was pushed less than 100 meters before he regained control over his body and landed in the ground. There was a very deep cut on his shoulder and a rebellious type of energy was left in it, stopping its healing and increasing the damage in the injury. The fallen also ended up hurt during that encounter. There was a long slash on his wings and energy belonging to different laws was in it, all of them with some sort of annihilation properties. The bloodline of the man was containing those energies and mending the wound. When Heinz saw this, he frowned. That sword strike had the power of the law of space, law of swords, law of blood, and law of killing, all of them at the initial level, and yet the fallen was able to neutralize it in a moment. Of course, the cultivator did not fall behind. An immense amount of blood energy reached his shoulder, purging the energy that stops its healing and mending the wound in a moment. Using his blood energy during a fight when he had activated Demon blood drive would tire him very fast. This blood energy, however, was coming from Juntu's reserves. The blood ruby centipede could not fully train the blood Demon technique, but he could create blood energy and save it on his body, giving it to Heinz whenever he needed it. When the fallen saw his opponent's regeneration abilities, the blue light on his eyes grew stronger and he pushed his energy to the maximum before flashing to the cultivator. The smile of Heinz grew bigger when he saw this, and he also made his energy reach the peak. A thick layer of killing intent formed around his sword and he attacked. Their clashes were devastating the entire swamp, and the earth was already reduced to sand due to the overwhelming power the two of them released. Neither of them was using their law avatar, but the power they were displaying was enough to kill most rank 4 life forms with their law avatar released. The bloodline of the fallen was extremely powerful, making his body very resilient and energy extremely destructive. His laws seem to allow him to break any obstacle on his path, and his power only continues to increase as he pushes himself forward. Heinz has his Tao Heart and the Sword Empyrean Path technique, that granted him a law comprehension of a supreme genius. The Blood Demon technique and Soul Guardian Beast technique gave him not only an immense physical power and great soul defenses but also an extra energy pool that belonged to a rank 5 life form. Despite all of his technique and powerful laws, Heinz found himself on the losing side in most of their clashes, and wounds were accumulating on his body. But this only made the fighting spirit in the cultivator grow bigger, and he had ordered Juntu to focus on the wounds that will limit his battle power, to save energy. Their attacks grew more and more powerful, and in less than a minute after their fight started, the entire swamp that could threaten the lives of rank 3 life form was obliterated and nothing was left from it. The killing intent in Heinz's sword had reached the point where it took the form of a red liquid, and the power in it was only increasing. The blue light had filled the eyes of the fallen, and an indomitable sense of pride was being released from his soul. Heinz could feel how Juntu's blood energy reserves were already close to depleting, and his Demon blood drive could not remain active much longer. Without the two of them, he will not be able to compare with the body the fallen. Resolve appeared on the cultivator's face, and when the sword and spear clashed again, he used all of his strength to send the fallen into the sky. He charges all the killing intent around his sword that has been accumulating during this entire battle into his most powerful attack, Annihilation Ocean. What could only be described as a red ocean was released from Heinz's sword. The law of blood and the law of killing give it physical form, the law of sword its crushing might and destructive power, and the law of space the ability to obliterate any defense and lock in his enemy. This was a spell he developed during his fight in the Ocean of 1,000 Wonders, and it was the one who managed to harm a rank 5 life form. It was the most powerful attack he could create without fusing with his law avatar. Due to him not having his law avatar released, the spell could not display its full power, but it was more than enough to severely injure angelic paragons and maybe even destroy their bodies. The eyes of the fallen widened when he saw that overwhelming red ocean coming his way and felt how it managed to lock space around him. But in the next second all of his doubts and apprehension vanished, and the only thing that was left in him was absolute pride. Roar. Along with that roar, something unbelievable happened with the fallen, something that will shock even an ancient monster like Zati Eel. On his back, something formed. It was illusionary and it seems like it will disappear in the next instant, but it was there. Another wing appeared on his back and now he had 8 wings, the same as an archangel. Releasing a sonic boom that seems like it will break the sky, the fallen throws himself at the red ocean, and when he was right in front of it, the blue light on his eye gathered in his sphere. Prideful. An immense arc of blue energy was released from the sphere that split the Annihilation Ocean. Chapter 215, Nero. The immense arc of blue energy fired from the sphere did not stop after splitting the red ocean. It advances to Heinz's location with an overwhelming might and destructive power. Heinz's eyes widened when he saw the strength in the attack. He did not dare to delay his response, and after sending a command to Jantu, he channeled all the power that he had left into his Demon blood drive and law of space. Dozens of ruby shields appeared in front of Heinz. This was an innate spell performed by Jantu, and although the blood ruby centipede was weak, he was still a rank 5 magic creature. The shield should have been able to delay for some time the attack, but the laws that made Pride fall were special. They were capable of overcoming any obstacle and shattering any restriction. The moment the blue energy touched the ruby shield, they disintegrated like water in front of lava, barely stopping the spell for a fraction of a second before it continued its path to Heinz. The cultivator was using void disruption to fold space, increasing the distance between him and the arc of blue energy. In the end, Pridefall managed to overcome even the resistance of the law of space, and it buries itself into the ground. An immense scourge was forming as the arc of blue energy breaks the earth. The fallen noticed the danger in his attack and immediately focused on the spell and made it disappear. The spell had immensely destructive power, and it managed to form a canyon more than 200 kilometers long and 700 meters deep. If the fallen had not deactivated the spell, the damage would have been much worse. At the periphery of this canyon, Heinz appeared. Comparing the size of the cultivator to the canyon is like comparing an ant to a human. He had lost his right arm and his entire body was full of wounds. The damage would have been much worse if not for Demon blood drive enhancing his defenses. The fallen was not surprised by the presence of Heinz. He had a good estimate of the strength of his opponent and knew that attack could not kill him. He remained in the sky, focusing on the scar his attack left on the earth. It was only after a couple of seconds that he relaxed. If his attack had created greater damage in the world, it could have incited a response from the world consciousness. Unless he was a rank 6 life form, battling against a world consciousness was not something he could do. Slowly the fallen descended on the other side of the gorge, away from Heinz. His 8th wing disappeared, his face was pale and blood was coming out from his eyes. It was clear that launching that attack and creating the 8th wing was not something easy. The Angels of Supremacy were seeing the duo from the distance. Heinz's attack had only temporarily incapacitated them, so they were able to move away from the battlefield with ease. As for Dimitri, he was also with the rest, but unconscious and with a gaping hole in his chest with the form of a fist. The trio did not think about meddling in the fight. Unless they activated their law avatar, they wouldn't have been of any help to the 7-winged fallen. Heinz was trying to regulate his breathing and estimate how extensive was the damage to his body when he felt how his shadow was beginning to act strangely. In the next moment, he saw how 2 arcs of golden fire and a torrent of golden flames came out from his shadow and landed on his body. Immediately, the cultivator felt an immense amount of vitality and life force filling his body and healing all of his wounds. His arm was regenerating and it won't be long before it's good as new. From the shadow, Zydra accompanied by Zadie Elon Tato came out. The woman's improved comprehension over the law of shadows allowed her to do this type of feat. When the 7-winged fallen saw the new additions, he put his guard up. The 2 individuals at rank 4 were not as strong as the cultivator, but they were still very powerful. As for the man at rank 3, his power could not pose any threat to him, even in his weakened state. However, he could not hide his surprise when he saw how his flames were healing the cultivator at an impressive speed, despite this one being a rank higher and had a special type of body. The 3 rank 4 Angels of Supremacy flew to the side of the 7-winged fallen, carrying Dimitri with them. Zadiel was focusing on the fallen and he was frowning. This fallen should have been an angelic paragon whose bloodline mutated. But even if he was a mutation, pushing his bloodline to the level of an archangel should be impossible due to the characteristic of how archangels are made. With the type of alterations that were made to this world, impossibles can happen. Zadiel knew very well how special this world was. He has an idea of what happened to this man's bloodline, but he will have to wait to see if his speculations are correct. Why did you all come? Heinz was supposed to be the only one who would meet with the group of the fallen and the others will be looking from the distance. Humphrey, you let your fighting spirit take over you. You were supposed to demonstrate our strength but not inside a battle of such level. Even if you did not activate your law avatar, the level of energy generated here will draw the attention of the heavenly race. Zadiel was displeased with Heinz's actions. This fight will alert the heavenly race and they will be vigilant from now on. Many years had passed without a great battle, and the heavenly race defenses should have been weakened since they could not remain vigilant and had all of their power in one continent for almost a decade. The Neo-Demon was hoping to take this opportunity to launch a devastating attack, but that will no longer be possible. Heinz understood he had made a mistake by letting his desire for battle cloud his judgment. I am sorry. He is truly strong. I don't see myself winning before starting the third level of the Blood Demon technique. Yes, he is. After speaking those words, Zadiel walked forward until the edge of the canyon and made the 2 arcs of golden fire that were left in his Genesis Sunseed fly until they were in front of the 7-winged Fallen. When the Fallen saw those 2 arcs of golden fire, he did not grab them and keep looking at the group in front of him. His eyes were full of confusion when he saw their behavior. He saw a rank 3 reprimanding someone who could battle against rank 5 life forms before walking forward and taking the lead, and the other 2 extremely powerful rank 4 life forms acted as if it was natural. My name is Zadiel Daybreak. You should take them, they will heal most of the damage you have taken during this fight. We need to speak, but this is not the place to do it. Zadiel was taking the lead of the group, and the other 3 remained in silence. The Fallen's eyes narrowed when he heard him. He saw the condition of the 3 angels of supremacy, and the fact that besides some bruises they were perfectly fine made his vigilance diminish a little. As for Dimitri, it was clear he did not truly care for his state. After a moment he let the 2 arcs of golden fire enter his body, and felt how they healed his injuries, no matter how severe they are. I am Nero. There is a forest not far away from here, we can speak there. Zadiel went through the geographic information of the continent in his mind, and after assessing the likelihood of danger in the forest, he nodded. The 4 followed Nero and the rest of the Fallen. Chapter 216, You have to kill him. The 2 groups landed in the forest but maintained a proper distance between them. It was clear they were careful from each other. Zadiel golden flames were still bathing Heinz, as they have been doing for the last couple of hours. The cultivator's condition has improved greatly, with his right arm already regenerated and most of his wound healed. Although there were still some injuries and his energy pool was low, it won't be long before he returns to his peak. Nero's wounds were less severe than the ones of Heinz, and the arcs of golden fire had helped him greatly. However, he will still have to rest for some time before being able to activate his 8th wing again. The one who broke the silence between both groups was not Zadiel or Nero, but Heinz. The cultivator made the question that has been in his mind for some time now. Why does your group hide? Many years ago I fought with a man that was supposed to be the strongest in the world, and he is nowhere near your level. With your battle power, you could have easily killed the rank 4 members of the heavenly race one by one until obtaining control of this world. Heinz's words made sense. Although the Garden of Creation could create more members of the heavenly race, the speed at which it would do it would not be fast enough to stop the Fallen advance. Interest appeared in the eyes of Tato and Zytra when they heard the question of Heinz. However, the expression on the faces of the Angels of Supremacy was one of frustration and indignation. Nero remained silent and his face was emotionless. There was no need to disclose more information than the one needed for this alliance. Unfortunately for the Fallen, he was dealing with a group that has a treasure trove of knowledge among them. He can't do it. The moment a Duke of the Heavenly Race is killed in a satellite world due to the actions of a Fallen, batch after batch of rank 4 angelic paragons will be sent from the Heavenly Creator world into that satellite world until every Fallen is slain. Understanding appeared in the eyes of the trio when they heard Zadiel's words. The only ones with the power to mobilize hundreds of rank 4 life forms are law beings. But they usually do not interfere with battles in middle and low worlds. This was an unspoken rule between the high powers of the universe that was put in place to give their members proper training. But there was no way the law beings of the Heavenly Creator world will allow a world to be dominated by the Fallen. Then why don't just leave the world? Journey through the void is dangerous but is much better than just hiding here. Heinz knew that finding a place fit for life was almost impossible without coordinates that will guide you. But he doubted this group could not obtain some with their power. That would be equal to suicide for them. The Garden of Creation will detect whenever an individual, who was born from it, leaves the world. If a Fallen leaves the protection of the crystal wall, from the Heavenly Creator world a soul law domain existence will come to kill them. When Zadiel explained his inability to kill a duke, Nero was not surprised since that was something anyone with enough knowledge about the history of the heavenly race would know. But the fact the Garden of Creation can track them was something he only knew due to his teacher. It was due to the Fallen not knowing this, that most of them die when they try to escape from the world and their existence is so well hidden. Nero could not understand how someone who was just a rank 3 life form could know that secret. Zadiel was happy with the expression of the 7-winged Fallen. He had to admit he underestimated the power of this group. This was something anyone would have done since there is no way they could have predicted the existence of someone like Nero. However, despite all of their power, he was still able to identify their goal and how to take advantage of it. And that is exactly the reason why they want to ally with us. They want to use our world gate to leave this world. That way, even if the Garden of Creation detects their exit, they will be in the Magi world, and from there, they can go anywhere they want, and there is nothing the members of the heavenly race can do to stop them. Nero and the three angels of supremacy were shocked when they heard those words. Their ultimate goal for the alliance with the Magi invader force was exactly what Zadiel just said. They would have slowly gained the trust of the Magi until they found an opportunity to use the world gate. Trying to create their own world gate or void gate was impossible. The materials needed for the gates are strictly controlled, and the knowledge of how to build them and make them work is only in the mind of the dukes. They knew that now that their goal is in the open, obtaining it will be much harder. We can work together, and if your help is great enough, we can allow your people to use the world gate. But before that, how much do you trust the angels of supremacy behind you? Zadiel was looking at the three fallen behind Nero, and his eyes were cold. The three angels of supremacy were surprised when they saw Zadiel's behavior. Even though Heinz had fought with them before, it was clear he did not want to harm them, but they could feel a murdering intent from the man that was the leader of the group. Explain yourself. Nero frowned when he saw Zadiel's killing intent. To the heavenly race, the archangels are their most sacred beings. If they found out a fallen can mutate his bloodline into one of them, their reaction will be merciless. I would not be surprised if they decide to destroy this entire world just to kill you. This world was too important for Zadiel, and he could not allow it to be destroyed. The Neo-Demon gives a signal to Toto, Zydra, and Heinz. The trio understood what he wanted to do. Their energies rose and their killing intent focused on the angels of supremacy. The three fallen were felt anxious when they were targeted by such powerful beings. Heinz alone was able to defeat them without using all of his power, and when they heard Zadiel's words they could not help but be afraid of Nero's decision. Luckily for them, they did not have to wait long for Nero's answer. All of their concerns were dissipated when they felt how 7 unfolded wings cover them. Zadiel's eyes narrowed when he saw this. He closed his eyes and focused on his animus abilities. His mind force was depleting itself at a very fast rate while he used the discipline of telepathy. Although his proficiency was not as high as with clairsentience, and it was very difficult to use them in rank 4 life forms while being just a rank 2 animus, he was still able to detect something. He was able to feel their emotions for an instant, and immense pain and dizziness assaulted his head after doing it. Zadiel's face was pale, but he was smiling due to the result of his investigation. In the Angelus of Supremacy, he felt gratitude, admiration, respect, and loyalty. Zadiel raised his hand and made the trio behind him relax. Good, you have the heart of their kind, and that means you are someone I can work with. As a show of goodwill, I will allow any fallen beneath rank 3 to use the world gate and leave this world. Nero and the 3 angels of supremacy felt joy when they heard that. Even though they will not be able to use it, it will help their people and reduce the pressure over their shoulders, since they would no longer have to be constantly protecting them. There is only one thing you need to do before we establish our alliance. Zadiel focuses on the unconscious angel of supremacy in the ground, and with a smile on his face he dictates his fate. You have to kill him. Chapter 217, Eliminate Blue. Unlike the previous vague threat to the life of the angels of supremacy from before, Zadiel was now declaring that they will need to kill Dimitri if they want to work with him. Nero's reaction, however, was not anywhere near as aggressive as when a Neo-Demon threatened Sebastian and the other two. The 7-winged fallen looked at the unconscious angel of supremacy in the ground. At first sight, you could not detect anything on his face, but if you look carefully enough, you could see the disgust in his eyes. He was not a hero who travels through the world trying to destroy evil, but he could not stand acts of senseless cruelty happening in front of him. Especially when they are done just to obtain pleasure. Even if he had not been born with a mutated bloodline, he would have still become a fallen, since he could not accept the type of mentality of the heavenly race. But the type of fallen like Dimitri was even worse in his eyes. They still shared the reasoning of the heavenly race regarding other races, but they do not have their sense of brotherhood. They will run from a battle and leave their people to die without hesitation if that means saving their lives. Why? Regardless of his personal feelings, Nero was not going to kill a member of his group just because a man he has never met before asked him to do it. A smile appeared on Zadiel's face when he heard that. If he had rejected him or asked for some sort of trade, things would have been more complicated, but the fact he just asked for a reason told him everything he needed to know. Although I don't know him, by the small interaction he had with Heinz, I can gather he is an extremely narcissistic and rancorous individual. He would rather harm his own people than see those he despises succeed. If he remains alive, we will always have to be watching our back when we work with you. Am I wrong? Zadiel was very confident in his assessment of the fallen. And by the expression in the face of the 3 angels of supremacy, it seems he was completely right. Sebastian has lived for a long time and he thought that he would never meet someone as astonishing as Nero. But the young man in front of him broke that thinking. The old man still could not understand how someone at rank 3 could order soul-forging existences and have such a high understanding of the Garden of Creation. Nero understood very well the personality of Dimitri and knew he would act exactly as the man in front of him depicts. He will rather harm all the members of the Fallen than to allow successful cooperation with a group of individuals he thinks have humiliated him. Killing intent was present in his eyes when he looked again at the Angel of Supremacy. But in the end, he only sighed. It is not so simple. He was sent here for the second strongest person of our group, Various, and killing him will carry all sorts of problems. Zadiel's eyes narrowed when he heard that, and his plan for the Fallen was already taking form in his mind. Let me guess, the mentality of this Various is just like Dimitri and has gathered all the people who think like him under his wing. They are the last to cooperate but the first to claim the reward. His groups always try to establish some sort of hierarchy, just like the one in the heavenly race, but with them at the lead. Unfortunately, you need them to protect the rest of your people since it is not safe for you to show yourself too much and they use that as an excuse to push their goals forward. Surprise appeared in the eyes of Nero and the 3 Angels of Supremacy. How do you know so much? Sebastian could not help but ask. Right now, even the cultivator who could kill with one strike did not frighten him so much as the young man in front of him. Zadiel saw that not only the Fallen but even the trio behind him was full of curiosity. The Neo-Demon smiled since the truth was very simple. I have endured a lot. I have seen the worst and also the best of what life forms in this universe are capable of. When you understand the true nature of people, most things just repeat themselves in an endless loop, and the fools that believe themselves smart are the most easy to predict. There was a sense of ancientness in Zadiel's voice as he spoke. Many people who knew about the incarnation of death and destruction think of him as an almighty being who could do anything and whose will could make the entire universe tremble. But no one knows the painful path he had to transcend and the slaughter that accompanied his ascension. Always alone, never daring to trust in anyone since the most minimal mistake could end in his demise. The feeling that Zadiel's words gave made them think they were hearing a monster that has lived millions of years in solitude and not a young man in the prime of his life full of friends and people who love him. From the trio behind him, Zadiel noticed how someone walked to him. It was Zyra. The Magus advanced until she was by his side and just remained in there without saying anything. Zadiel was surprised by the action of the woman, but he just smiled at her before focusing again on the Fallen. With us, you will no longer have to worry about protecting your people and you would no longer need Various. If he remains with you, his group will only bring your demise. So according to you, I should change an unreliable partner for another I can't possibly trust since I have never met them and know nothing about them? Nero knew very well how dangerous Various group was, but they were a necessary evil if he wanted to protect the rest of his people and he could at least control him. That was not something he could say of the man in front of him. That is the brilliance of it, you don't need to trust me. The heavenly race will never accept working with me, even if I offer all of your people to them for nothing. They hate me so much that they would rather die than take my help. I guess you have seen my name written in those impaled bodies close to the periphery of the force field. There was happiness in Zadiel's face when he described how he gained the eternal enmity of an entire race. The eyes of the Fallen widened when they heard Zadiel's words. They have indeed seen the phrase in those thousands of bodies of the heavenly race, and although they have heard Zadiel's last name they could not associate such a calm person with that type of brutality. But now that they have got to know more about him, they believe he was capable of that and more. Zadiel saw how Nero was still indecisive and chose to give the final push. He made 3 balls of fire appear, one golden, one black and the last blue. Then he proceeds to try to fuse them. The black and golden were able to become one, strengthening each other beyond the mere sum of their individual powers. But the moment blue attempted to blend with them, it provoked instability, and it was only when it was extracted did the harmony between gold and black return. Nero was very smart and understood very well what Zadiel was trying to express. Not only will Various group not help them but will harm their cooperation. You may be thinking that we could work between our groups and left Various and his people aside, but things will not be so simple. Do you believe blue will just remain sitting and let black and golden grow stronger? Or he will do anything in his power to stop their growth even if that means going back to its origin. After all, there are very few things that can't be forgiven by paying the right price. When Nero heard those words, for a second he did not know what to do. But after a moment, his characteristic pride came back to his eyes and along with it, there was determination. Chapter 218, Purge. Nero was flying out of the forest and there was resolution in his face as he took a crystal from his personal storage space and sent a message to all the rank 4 Fallen. We need to have an emergency meeting. The attempt to ally with the Magi invader force has failed. Dimitri was hurt badly during the encounter and they made clear their animosity to our group. We will need to be prepared for possible future confrontations. Right after Nero's message ended, another voice was heard from the crystal. It was filled with vanity and a sense of self-righteousness that would make most people uncomfortable. Humphrey, Nero, I told you that trying to ally with inferior beings like them will result in problems. Your actions have shown a pattern of recklessness that we cannot allow in our leader. You will have to answer for your failures in the gathering. This message was not only sent to Nero but just like the seven-winged fallen did before, the man used the channel that connected to all rank 4 fallen. Nero's eyes were cold when he heard those words, but he did not rebuke and chose to maintain silence. Sebastian was by his side, and there was a complicated look on the old man's face as he thought what they were about to do. Leader, are you sure this is the right path for our people? I understand your concerns and I will be lying if I say I don't have any. But we have to believe in ourselves and push forward. We have to get rid of this tumor or else it will continue to grow until it destroys us. As for what happens next, we will face it together as one. The blue light appeared in Nero's eyes when he spoke and a great sense of pride could be felt in his words. Pride was known, in some cultures, as one of the 7 deadly sins. Considered the vilest and source of the other 6. An inflated desire to be more important than others, refusing to acknowledge the work of the rest and excessive love of oneself. But that was an extremely narrow-minded understanding of this emotion. Pride can be born from satisfaction on one's choice when you push yourself to the limit and manage to achieve what before appeared impossible. There is also national pride that is born out of love for one's nation and its people, while racial pride is born out of love for one's fellow race. Laws do not follow the preconceived standards of good and evil. They are forces of the universe and how those with the power to wield them chose to manifest them is their choice. When they saw that determination, Sebastian and the other 2 angels of supremacy felt all of their doubts disappear. A voice interrupted this scene. It belonged to Dimitri, who was flying very close to Nero and the other angels of supremacy. He was speaking to a ring in his hand. Yes, Lord Various, as you had predicted, the Magi are no different than the beasts that live in this world. They launched a sneak attack, taking advantage of my guard being down since this was a diplomatic mission. Total failure on Nero's part. I will be sure to tell everything in the gathering and emphasis that you were against this from the beginning. Dimitri's behavior was no different from before leaving for the meeting with the Magi. His mannerism and even the tempo of his voice was identical. He looked very weak right now, but that could be easily explained by the wound in his chest. As soon as that conversation was over, Dimitri sent a message through the ring. All of you must gather at Zaru Island. An important development is going to happen in the organization and Lord Various wants all of you there. Only those who had already proven their loyalty received this message. You must not share this information with anyone. We have reason to believe Nero's group has infiltrated our members. Dimitri's words were loud, but it seems as if the angelic paragon was not aware of the presence of the rest of the group. After finishing speaking, he just continues flying with the rest. Everything about him seems fine, but it was clear that there was something very wrong. The group continued advancing until they left the continent and were very deep into the ocean. This was a very good place to hide, despite the constant danger in it. Unlike the Forn's continent that was under permanent surveillance by the heavenly race, always looking for spikes in energy and changes in the laws, the ocean did not suffer those inspections since they were not practical. The ocean name was Ravaging Ocean, due to the constant fights between magic creatures. Those fights create alterations in natural energy and laws, and the heavenly race couldn't be monitoring all of them. Nero and the rest submerged themselves underwater and descended for hours until they reach a place where the pressure of the ocean could kill rank 3 life forms. They enter a tunnel that leads to some sort of cave, and in there, 2 groups were already formed. Even though they were part of the same organization, there was clear aversion between these 2 groups. Dimitri separated from Nero and the rest and went to a group. With his addition, that group had 5 angels of supremacy and 2 angelic paragons. Nero did not show anything when he saw the man leaving, and along with the 3 angels of supremacy by his side went to the other group. They were in total 7 angels of supremacy and 3 angelic paragons, by counting the 7-winged fallen as one of the latter. Despite Dimitri's group being less in number and power, all of them had an expression of superiority. That was especially true in the man at the center of the group. Various was a man with a thin built and pretty face. There was powerful energy running through his body and he had 6 wings made of shadows that released a terrifying aura. There was a vicious smile on his face and a prideful glare on his eyes. Unlike Nero's pride, who was born from countless trials and an unbreakable will, the pride of Various was born out of the belief he was better than every other life form. When the angelic paragon saw Dimitri's figure, he could not help but frown. He detected something wrong with the man, but after analyzing his soul fluctuations and seeing no problem with them, he decides to handle him after the gathering. Nero, what do you have to say in your defense? You have harmed our people by trying to establish that foolish alliance with those beasts, and not only did you fail but also create a new enemy for us. I and my brothers don't have enough fighting those magic creatures to protect our people, to have to worry about the invaders as well. Various words were vicious, blaming Nero of not caring for the safety of the fallen. That is right, your actions are not fit for a leader. You must take responsibility for your mistake. Aren't we risking ourselves enough for you to bring another threat to us? The group around Various immediately started to blame Nero while highlighting their sacrifice for the fallen. The truth was they never take dangerous missions, always using some sort of excuse to leave the hard work to Nero and the rest. The seven-winged fallen knew they would run away at the first sign of true danger, leaving those who they were tasked to protect alone. Therefore, forcing them to take a dangerous task will only endanger his people. Sebastian and the others were not going to remain silent as they insulted their leader, and they immediately responded to those accusations. Who do you think you are talking to? If it wasn't for our leader, all of you would have died at the hand of the heavenly race. You are always trying to make things hard for our leader, never daring to take any type of risk, and yet you dare to call yourself martyrs. The two groups continued to discuss, but Nero did not bother with that. His mind was on an island in the distance. It should be starting now. On an island close to the shore of the Forn's continent there were hundreds of fallen. There were rank 1, 2, and 3 life forms among them. Most of them were normal angels, but you could also see angels of supremacy and even a few angelic paragons. Their wings and the type of energy they controlled varied greatly, but all of them shared a wicked aura. As they were speaking among themselves, none of them noticed the 45 meters giant that was looking at them from the sky. On the shoulder of this giant, there was a man with 3 eyes, 1 golden and 2 black. Remember Ezequiel, none of them can escape. Chapter 219, Purge, 2. In the center of the island, where the most powerful members of this group had gathered, 3 angelic paragons were discussing. What do you think is the reason Lord Dimitri has told us to come here with such urgency? I am not sure, but not too long ago I heard a rumor that leader Nero was trying to establish some sort of alliance with the invader force that reached this world a few years ago. Maybe he made a mistake and now Lord Various is trying to seize this opportunity to take the position of the leader of the fallen. I hope Lord Various managed to do it. It is pretty sickening the way the rest behave, always stopping us when we want to have some fun with the natives. They are inferior beings and their only use is as toys for us. This group would not dare to speak so freely anywhere else, but in this place, all of them shared the same mentality. Tell me Loxas, don't you find it weird that such a large crowd has formed on this island? According to the message, only those who had proven their loyalty would have received this invitation, but I can see almost all of those who side with Lord Various ideals here. Loxas was a thin man with wings made of solidified light, and although he was not the strongest of the trio, he was certainly the fastest. I also find it strange, but this was a command given by Lord Dimitri in the name of Lord Various. There is little we can do besides obeying unless we want to have an accident during one of our mission. The angelic paragons know how dangerous and frivolous Dimitri was. It was one of the reasons why all of the people who got his message came here, no matter what they were doing. The angelic paragons were discussing when a sense of danger assaulted them, and they immediately looked at the sky. They saw a red and a golden projectile falling with immense speed and power. One of the projectiles was a giant covered in a mantle of red lightning that was forming a monstrous winged snake. He was rotating as he fell, acting as a black hole over the natural energy of the world that entered his body at an unbelievable rate, increasing the power in the red lightning. Next to the giant was a colossal creature with the form of a calamitous whale whose head was covered by an exoskeleton. It was wrapped in dark golden flames and it was hard to imagine the weight such a creature could reach. Although the power that this creature was displaying was inferior to the one of the giant, it was still amazing. Riding on its back was a man, with a sword full of blue flames on his hand. None of the fallen was able to do anything to stop the winged snake of red lightning and undying Leviathan from crushing in the center of the island and creating an explosion of dark golden flames and red lightning that covered thousands of meters. The momentum that the two of them carried was so immense, that they created an earthquake that split the earth apart. An angelic paragon along with several of the rank 3 fallen that were in the center of the explosion had perished. This was where the duo had concentrated most of their power, and due to his inability to run away, they had to withstand the power of 2 fully charged attacks from a couple of rank 3 neo-demons with a law bloodline. The other 2 angelic paragons were fast enough to get away from the epicenter of the attack, but they were still wounded, with Loxas being the one with the least injuries due to his impressive speed. The rank 2 fallen who were reached by the explosion, either end up dead or severely wounded. Luckily for those at rank 1, they were at the periphery of the group, so they were the least affected, but still, some were touched by the energies in the explosion, and they were too weak to resist. One of the 2 remaining angelic paragon, a man with wings of metal, had his face contorted by rage, and it was so much that it made his fear for the duo disappear. He started to yell with all of his might. Who do you think you are attacking? We are glorious members of the fallen under the protection of Lord Various, a being so mighty and powerful that your mind could not understand his. Noisy a voice interrupted the angelic paragon's speech, and after that, a sonic boom was heard. The next thing he saw was a giant whose entire body released a sense of unequaled strength, throwing a punch at him. The angelic paragon could not understand how someone so big could reach such speed, since this man reached him before the sound of the sonic boom even touched his ears. In that fist, that was greater than his body, he could feel the power of the elements gathering inside and the entire world coming down at him. Dodging was impossible, but due to the threat of death the angelic paragon was able to release all the power inside him, making his entire body obtain metallic properties and huge spikes appear all over his skin. He was an advanced rank 3 angelic paragon, and in this state, he should be able to resist the attack of a master rank 3 life form without a problem, especially if it was a physical strike, since the spike will hurt the attacker. The angelic paragon was hoping to see at least the fist slow down, but the giant did not do such a thing. To the horror of the fallen, an immense amount of red lightning gathered around the fist of the giant, increasing its might by a factor of 3. The moment the fist touched the spikes, these ones twisted since they were not able to penetrate the mantle of red lightning, and the blow carried such potency that the moment it touched the fallen, it pushed him hundreds of meters away. The angelic paragon clashed against boulders and trees along the way, breaking all of them. His body was deformed in every possible way, and there was not a single organ inside him that wasn't ruined. Before he touched the ground, a light came out from his mouth and eyes, signaling his demise. When the rest of the fallen saw this scene, terror filled their hearts. The fact this giant had a physical might capable of killing with a single blow the one person with the greatest defense made their souls tremble. But the nightmare was not even close to being over. The man that had been riding that massive creature appeared close to where a great number of rank 2 fallen had gathered. Under his feet, the undying Leviathan materialized, and in the next moment, a domain of dark golden flames with a miniature sun in the center appeared around them. All of the fallen who were unfortunate enough to be inside the domain were submitted to crushing pressure and raging flames that broke their bones and burned their blood. And if that was not enough, the sword full of blue flames in the hand of the man began to expand and hunt the fallen who were still alive inside the domain. When Loxus saw this massacre, he did not hesitate and focused every ounce of his power into his speed and flew away from the island. When Zadie Elon Dizaquiel saw the angelic paragon trying to escape, their eyes narrowed, but when they noticed the direction he was going, they chose to ignore him and continue their slaughter. Lox's consciousness shows him that neither of those monsters was going after him, and although he did not understand the reason, he did not dare to slow down and test his luck, so he just continued flying away. Unfortunately for the angelic paragon, he was not able to advance more than a couple of 100 meters before someone blocked his path. It was a 4 meters tall dragonborn with scales that seems to be made of obsidian mineral. There was a white flame coming out from the corners of his mouth that irradiated immense heat. I always thought that the heavenly race was the most disgusting race of the universe, but they would at least fight and not let their comrades die alone. I guess you are worse. There was disdain in the eyes of Kylo as he stared at Loxus. When the angelic paragon saw the contempt in the face of the neo-demon, his mind was filled with hate. Get away from my path, disgusting lizard. Loxus did not stop his charge, and he continued with immense speed as he attempted to clash against Kylo. Humphrey, let's see what a chicken with an emperor bloodline can do. Chapter 220, Purge. There was anger in Lox's eyes as he charged at Kylo, due to this one attempting to stop his escape. This wrath was increased when he saw the heavenly race wings made of white flames in his back. The reason for his anger was not the fact that a member of the heavenly race had to die for Kylo to have those wings, but the fact that a member of what he thought to be an inferior race dared to use the symbol of their superiority. Just when Loxus was about to clash with Kylo, his wings glowed with great intensity before releasing a flash of light. The light was very special, able to blind the neo-demon and cover hundreds of meters. The fallen was furious about the wings, but he was more afraid of the duo that was massacring the rest of his comrades. He took the opportunity to blind his enemy before changing his path and flying away. The neo-demon could not see the fallen, and his consciousness was also weakened inside this light, so he could not locate his enemy with precision. Kylo was still able to detect that Loxus was by his left side, dozens of meters away from him. The neo-demon did not lose calm, and without moving from where he was, he sent a kick to his left side. As he attacked, an immense amount of white flames gathered in his leg, and the natural energy of the world was drawn to the flames. The white flames, empowered by the natural energy of the world, transformed Kylo's leg into a huge dragon leg that extended for more than 50 meters. The dragon leg appeared in Lox's path in an instant and struck him with a physical power that made his bones crack. He was pushed backward with such power that he lost control over his body. Loxus was surprised when he saw the dragon's leg, and it was so fast he was not able to dodge it. Not only did the impact of the attack greatly harm him, but also the part of his body touched by the leg was now covered in a white flame that seems to be glued to his skin. That dragon leg was the result of the combination of Kylo's rank spells and innate spells. In his full dragon form, his physical power is greater but his body is more clumsy and not fit to perform most of his martial arts. He could now transform part of his body at will into a full-grown dragon part that not only had the physical might of his dragon form but also the dexterity of his humanoid body and the destructive power of his white flames. Kylo continued his attack immediately and Loxus did not have time to regain control of his body. The Neo-Demon's entire body glowed as his runic set was activated, which made a mantle of white flames that released an immense heat appear all over his skin. He sent an uppercut at the fallen, creating a large dragon arm that punched his body with immense power and sent him into the sky, puking blood. Loxus was shocked by the power his enemy was displaying. He was able to detect that the Dragonborn had entered rank 3 not too long ago and yet he was overwhelming him, despite being an advanced rank 3 life form with an emperor bloodline. When he saw how his enemy was once again charging at him, fear appeared in his eyes. Without hesitation he made his energy explode and extracted pieces of his wings that created hundreds of feathers. This spell was extremely painful and it harmed Loxus' life force, but the power in each of those feathers made of light was impressive and they were fired against Kylo with striking speed. When the Neo-Demon saw those feathers, his eyes narrowed and he transformed his 4 heavenly race wings into dragon wings that formed a cocoon around him. This was not all, he displayed an unbelievable dexterity and he maneuvered the cocoon around the downpour of feathers of light. He managed to dodge more than half of the feathers of light. The ones that managed to reach him were weakened by his dragon wings and after clashing against his armor, their strength reduced to less than a third of their original power. Still the feathers of light were worthy of being the ultimate attack of an angelic paragon, and they left deep cuts in Kylo's body. Of course, those injuries did not stop the Neo-Demon. He raised above the angelic paragon and he performed a downward kick. Loxus strived to move away from that giant dragon leg, but its range was too great and that last attack exhausted him so he was only able to protect himself with his wings before being blasted into the ocean. The water where the angelic paragon fell was boiling and after a couple of seconds, Loxus raised once again into the sky. His arms were broken, he was coughing blood and more than 70% of his body was covered in white flames. The fallen understood that he would not be able to escape from the Dragonborn blocking his path and before Kylo charged at him once again, he yelled. "Are you going to let dozens escape just to stop one?" Loxus stares at the island, specifically at those rank 1 and 2 fallen who were quietly getting away from the duo who were busy massacring the most powerful individuals. The Neo-Demon eyes widen when he hears that and a strange expression appears on his face. When the fallen saw this a vicious smile appeared on his face. He felt no shame for his actions, and when he saw Kylo's expression, he was sure he managed to affect the Neo-Demon. Kylo was indeed affected by the actions of Loxus. As a Neo-Demon, his core belief was to always put his race first. He will not hesitate to give his life if that means letting his people escape from a dangerous situation. To him someone like Loxus defied understanding and immense disgust appeared on his eyes. You are not just escaping and leaving them to their luck, you are using them as sacrifices just for the chance they give you enough time to run away. I am impressed by how low some beings can fall. The words of disdain of the Neo-Demon made Loxus' face twisted in rage but he did not lose his mind and just as he was going to speak again, Kylo interrupted him. You should look more carefully before embarrassing yourself. Loxus did not understand what Kylo's meaning was, but after a second he heard a roar and he saw how a powerful dragon, with the same obsidian scales that the man in front of him, appeared in the sky of the island. The dragon opened his mouth and a torrent of dark red flames were released against the fallen who were trying to escape, killing them in an instant. And the dragon did not stop there. He sent huge balls of fire all around the island, killing all those fallen who were away from the giant covered in red lightning and the man with the flaming sword. The angelic paragon could not believe what he was seeing. Just 4 people were butchering what could be considered an army of fallen, with several rank 3 life forms among them and even angelic paragons. But all that shock was replaced with fear when a sensation of imminent doom assaulted him. Loxus saw 9 beams of chaotic light energy fired against him. The fallen activated the last card he had, releasing a yellow aura from an earring in his left ear that covered him entirely. He was saving it to protect himself until a chance to escape would appear, but he knew that if he did not use it now, he would die. The yellow aura was resilient but the 9 beams reached Loxus practically at the same time, creating a white explosion of great proportions. When the body of the angelic paragon was visible again, his wings were partially destroyed, his arms and legs were missing and his body was full of deep wounds that were being invaded by white flames. The last image that Loxus saw was how the Dragonborn transformed into an immense dragon and devoured him, before ripping him to pieces in his mouth. For someone so disgusting, he doesn't taste bad at all. I should go and help Dad or else he will scold me for taking so long. Chapter 221, Purge, If. The soul-forging existences of the fallen were discussing among themselves, and their accusations were growing more and more severe. Without any of the two leaders trying to defuse the situation, the conflict only continued. Although Nero's group made solid arguments and stated irrefutable facts, the fallen accompanying Various always changed the subject whenever something they did not like came to light or used some excuse to justify their behavior while pushing the blame to others. The level of shamelessness of Various group was impressive. Even when they were found guilty for great mistakes, they refused to take any sort of responsibility. Various had a smile on his face when he saw the frustration of Nero's group. In his mind, all the mistakes he and his group committed were in one way or another the fault of the rest, and he refused to see it any other way. This type of discussion had appeared before when everyone gathered, although not with such intensity, so Various was used to the type of behavior everyone displayed, but when he saw Nero's attitude he frowned. He was set in taking this opportunity to obtain the leadership of the fallen since he was the only one fit to rule them, or at least in his mind he was. Various had made sure his people were prepared, but the target of most of their attack was not paying attention to them. He just stared at the distance with profound meaning in his eyes. To someone like Various, Nero not caring about the accusation thrown to him was like saying he did not care what he had to say about him. That was something the angelic paragon could not tolerate. Leader Nero, we are discussing important matters of our race and how to handle the new threat you have brought to us, and yet it seems you do not care. It seems you only care about those who share your ideas and are powerful enough. That is not something we can accept in a leader. Various spoke with an aura full of righteousness. When Nero heard those words and saw the attitude of Various, he could not believe the level of hypocrisy he displayed. Those words Various just said perfectly described him, and still, he was using them to accuse others. If it was any other time Nero would have been angered by such shamelessness, but now he was not bothered by them. He looked at Various and all the ones who were siding with him, with disdain and loathing. The heavenly race mentality is twisted to the level they can be compared to fiends when they interact with other races. However, they still fight side by side with their comrades until death. Every single one of you is a coward or a traitor who thinks themselves superior to the rest. I honestly cannot understand how someone so disgusting and shameless can look at their reflection and still think they are anything different than a bag of garbage. When Nero spoke those words, not only Various group but also the ones beside him were surprised. He has always been composed, and no matter what they said about him, he always made sure to not escalate the situation since it would hurt the race if everything went out of control. His words were like slapping Various and his group, and it was clear that with their petty nature, they could not withstand such insult. How do you dare to speak of me and my brothers like that? You are nothing more than an abomination, a mistake in our perfect bloodline. Various' face was twisted by rage, and his words were once again packed with hypocrisy. He was someone who was not willing to obey others because of the rules their bloodlines applied to them, and yet, he was also defending it when it suited his goal. You are just a coward who only knows how to hide without our group's help. You would be nothing. The ones beside Various were just as shameless as the person they have chosen to follow. More than one of them was saved by Nero, and yet they replied to him with malice and hatred. The seven-winged fallen had stopped caring about all of these people the moment he decided to follow Zadiel's plan. An immense might was released from his soul, and the illusion of a blue star appeared behind him that made everyone silent. I was wrong before by letting all of you be part of us. Your kind is the perfect example of cancer, truly disgusting. All of you are lumps that need to be destroyed. I was foolish to wish for cancer to change his nature. Cancer doesn't play by the rules, so neither can I. There was great killing intent in Nero's words, and his power increased even more to the point where it made the entire cave tremble. When they felt the power of Nero and the murdering intent he released, the soul-forging existences beside Various became apprehensive. Whatever they thought about the seven-winged fallen, they all knew he was incredibly powerful. It was just that Nero was always calm, and no matter how they attacked him, he had always taken the high road. But things seemed to be different now. If he did not care about the consequences and attacked all of them right now, more than one would die before the rest were able to escape. Various was also afraid, but after a moment courage came back to his heart. You should remember that a lot of members of the Fallen see me and my brother as their true leaders. If something were to happen to us, no one knows what they would do. Maybe they would go back to the heavenly race and tell them everything they know about our people and where the weak ones hide. It was easy to understand the meaning behind Various' words. Before, the angels of supremacy and angelic paragons beside Nero were wondering whether his leader was going too far, but now all of them had the same killing intent in their eyes that the seven-winged fallen. If the heavenly race were to find out their bases, although they would be able to escape with ease, it will not be the same for those at rank 1 and 2. A mocking smile appeared on Nero's face when he heard Various' threats. Do me a favor and contact any of those people who think of you as their leader. An ominous feeling appeared on Various' heart when he heard those words, and without hesitation, He used his ring to communicate with his weaker allies, but no matter how much he tried, no one answered. He was smart enough to understand that any of those rank 3 and beneath fallen would not dare to ignore his call, no matter what they were doing, so there was only one possibility left. They were all silenced forever. Panic started to appear on the fallen beside Various when they saw the anxiousness with which he attempted to contact someone. All of a sudden, Nero's group focused on the 7-winged fallen and confusion filled their mind. This was due to a message they just received from him. It will happen in the next second, no matter what you feel, do not resist. Various looked at Nero with dread. If he dared to kill those 100 of fallen, then he would not hesitate to do the same with him. A shock even greater assaulted Various when he saw a blond man come out from Nero's shadow and cover the fallen around him with his consciousness before disappearing. As soon Nero's group was no longer in the cave, Dimitri, who had been acting normal this entire time, started to convulse and a powerful necromancer aura was released from inside his body. Runes appeared all over his skin and in an instant, they drained all of his vital force and the energy of his soul. When he saw those runes, various instincts screamed and terror appeared in his eyes. Without caring for the rest of the fallen in the cave, he attempted to run. Unfortunately, he was too slow and an explosion of fiend fire covered him and the rest of the fallen. The explosion was so powerful that it destroyed the cave and extended for more than 20 kilometers inside the ocean. Chapter 222, Purge, v. The moment Nero agreed with Zadiel's plan back in the forest, they acted immediately. The first thing they did was search Dimitri's mind for all the knowledge he had about Various and his group. It was with that information they learned the identity of every single member of the Fallen who had sided with them. Something that shocked Nero was to find out that Various had made sure in case something happened to him, some of those rank 3 Fallen would inform the heavenly race everything they know about the Fallen. The 7-winged Fallen believed he understood the limit of Various, but only when he discovered that plan did he realize how wrong he was. That information made his decision of killing Various and all of those who sided with him much easier. The next step was to introduce a Trojan horse. By using an extremely powerful necromantic spell, they were able to transform Dimitri into a special type of undead who still had his soul but who was under their complete control. This was done by Tato with the knowledge provided by Zadiel. The Lich was already very close to the peak of rank 4 and his talent in necromancy helped him learn that spell very fast. There were downsides to the spell, with Dimitri power dropping to the bottom of rank 4 and him being incapable of using his law avatar. Various would have been able to identify the changes with the angelic paragon if he had enough time, but he was too focused on the gathering and when he saw that there was nothing wrong with his soul, he thought everything was fine. After that, the Neo-Demon inscribed the insides of Dimitri's body with fiend fire runes. Despite just being a rank 3 rune, when the fuel was the life force and soul of a soul-forging existence, the power it reached was immense, to the point that it could equal rank 4 runes in terms of destructive power. Despite being very deep in the ocean and under countless tons of water, the explosion of fiend fire was so powerful that it created a vacuum inside the ocean full of black flames where not a single drop of water was present. A couple of seconds after the explosion started, 2 figures came out from it. They were 2 angelic paragons, one covered in a mantle of shadows filled with skulls and the other was inside an iceberg. Right behind them, 3 angels of supremacy also came out from the explosion of fiend fire. One was covered by a cocoon made of liquid poison, another was inside a tornado and the last one was surrounded by electric snakes. These phenomenons that were protecting the fallen and that extended for kilometers were their law avatars. Being true to their nature, none of them thought of waiting for the last angel of supremacy. The truth was that if he was not able to exit the explosion of fiend fire after the first couple of seconds, his fate was already decided. Various and his group were leaving a trail of blood as they moved to the ocean. Despite their power and the help of their law avatar, fiend fire can penetrate most magical defenses, so the damage the explosion provoked was extremely severe. They Fallen knew that remaining in the ocean was dangerous due to the magic creatures that filled it. The explosion would certainly scare a great number of magic creatures, but those were the weak ones. Rank 4 magic creatures would be drawn to the explosion and when they find wounded angelic paragons and angels of supremacy, then they will attack them due to the allure of their bloodline. As they advanced, they were forced to fight against all types of magic creatures, but by remaining together, they defeated most of them and stopped the rest from following them. Thanks to them using their law avatars to increase their power, the speed they were able to achieve was impressive and in less than half an hour they were able to reach the sky. Unfortunately for Various and his group, their nightmare was far from being over. The moment they left the water, they were attacked by Heinz and Nero, both of them empowered by their law avatars. Nero's law avatar took the form of a blue star 10 meters in diameter that remained behind him. Although its size was small, the power it released was much greater than any of the law avatars of Various and his group. In this star, you could feel a defiant power that will not allow any sort of restriction put over it, and a pride that will burn brighter with every challenge it overcomes. The blue light from the star gathered around Nero's spear, increasing its destructive power greatly, and it also formed a halo above his head that filled the seven-winged fallen with flawless might. Heinz used void disruption to appear right in front of the Angel of Supremacy, who was covered by a cocoon made of poison. He channeled all the physical power he had into the next attack, and after targeting the waist of the fallen, he slashed with his sword. The sword in his hand was a law avatar formed by the law of killing, law of blood, law of swords, and law of space. He used it to perform a void slash that split the cocoon of poison in two and severed the waist of the Angel of Supremacy inside it. The Angel of Supremacy could not believe he was defeated with such ease. Heinz appeared in front of the fallen and covered him with a mantle of killing intent before throwing him into his personal space. As this happened, Nero targeted the angelic paragon inside the iceberg. The ice was extremely resistant, but when the spear filled with blue light impacted against it, it was not able to resist for a second before shattering. The angelic paragon attempted to fight against the seven-winged fallen, but in less than 3 moves a cut appeared from his shoulder to his waist that divided his body in two. Nero did the same as Heinz, covering his enemy with blue light before putting him into his personal space. When Various and the other 2 Angels of Supremacy saw the defeat of their comrades, the only thought in their minds was to escape. Nero focused on one of the Angels of Supremacy who was running. His law avatar shrank until it became a miniature star circling his spear. The seven-winged fallen thrust his spear with all the strength he had, and in an instant it reached the tornado, destroying it and shattering the body and soul of the Angel of Supremacy inside it. The last Angel of Supremacy, the one covered by electric snakes, was terrified when he saw how his comrades were being defeated with such ease, and before he was able to advance much longer, from above him huge chains made of light appeared that grabbed the law avatar with such power that it was not able to move. Before the fallen could understand what was happening, from his own shadow a dagger was fired and it pierced his back. The dagger was very old and it seems it would break at any second, but it buried itself with ease in the Angel of Supremacy and incapacitated him instantly. When Various detected he was the only one of his group that was not killed or captured, a great terror filled his eyes, and it only grew stronger when he saw an old man with an aura made of solidified fear appear in front of him. In the next moment, behind him, Heinz materialized along with Nero, blocking any escape route. Sebastian and the fallen who were part of Nero's group encircled Various along with Zytra. The angelic paragon did not know what to do. He was not stupid enough to think that he could escape from all these people. It will be easy for them to kill Various with a barrage of spells, but none of them attacked. They focused on the Lich, who walked closer to the terrified fallen. He told me that fighting with someone like you will be of great help to me, so let's see what you can do. A smile appeared on Tado's face and immense fighting intent was released from inside his soul. The Lich was very happy since he had not felt like this in a very long time. Chapter 223, Purge. Various' mind was solely focused on thinking of a way out of this predicament. Even if he were able to defeat the man in front of him who was challenging him, the rest will just kill him afterward. There was no way he could fight against so many powerful individuals, especially when Heinz and Nero could kill him on their own. Wait, please hear me out. Anxiety was present in Various' face when he saw the Lich getting closer to him. Tado could feel the fear of the fallen. Although this fight was important to him, it would not hurt to hear what Various had to say. Speak. The rest were confused by the action of the Lich since he had made arrangements to obtain this battle. But it was his fight, so the rest remained in silence. All sorts of ideas and plans were organizing in Various' mind. After a couple of seconds, he kneeled. His head was so low that if he was not in the sky, it would have touched the ground. I can swear loyalty to the Magi world and become your servant. I will swear any type of oath and sign any contract you want to prove my sincerity. When the rest of the fallen saw this, disdain appeared on their faces. He was practically selling himself as a slave. Various' arrogance was as high as the sky and his pride was immense, even rivaling Nero's. But you would never see Nero begging to survive. The seven-winged fallen would rather die standing than live on his knees. When Nero saw the thoughtful look in Tado and Heinz, he frowned. They had agreed to leave Various to Tado, but the Lich was supposed to kill him. Him remaining alive will only bring more problems. As long he breathes, he will continue spreading his poison. Rage appeared on Various' eyes when he heard that. If he could, he would rip Nero's wings off and flay him with them. Tado and Heinz understood the meaning behind Nero's words. Even if he was a slave, he could still create a lot of damage to an organization by spreading fear and lies. But the duo was not worried about that, and the reason was simple. You really believe that he can't make this rat behave and assure that he cannot harm anyone? Nero's eyes narrowed when he heard that. They have known each other for a very small time, but he knew that Zadiel was capable of many things. I guess you are right. When Various heard that, his entire body trembled. He was not bothered by lowering himself to become a servant since he was sure he would be able to rise again in the future. But when he heard the words of Nero, he started to understand that the one behind the Magi invader force is not someone simple. Just when Tado and Heinz were wondering whether or not to call Zadiel, Zytra's voice interrupted their thoughts. If we call him on behalf of this person, he would not only reject him but he may get angry at us. There was confidence in the Maga's face when she spoke those words. Tado felt that her word made sense but he was still not sure. Can you clarify? How hard do you think it is for the current him to obtain a soul-forging servant, even if it is someone at the bottom of rank 4, with his abilities it would not be hard to push him to the peak. We all know how he cares for his clan and certain people that are important to him. If we relay the proposal of someone who betrays those he calls brothers, what do you think he would do? The Lich and the Cultivator understood the truth in her words. The Daybreak clan already had a rank 4 life form, and although it was a magic creature, with Zadiel's help it won't be long before it becomes invisible beneath law engraving. You have been paying a lot of attention to him, haven't you? There was a smile on Tado's face when he said those words. But it immediately froze when he felt the killing intent with which the Magus looked at him. The Lich understood he had crossed a line and he turned to Heinz for help. However, he was out of luck. The fearless Heinz, a rank 4 cultivator with the power to battle law engraving existences, was looking at the distance. It was clear the mighty prince of the Eternum Empire was not going to meddle with the angered Magus. Zytra only sneered when she saw Tado's timid attitude and no longer focused on him. Tado relaxed when he felt he was not the target of the Magus anymore. The atmosphere of camaraderie that was present a moment ago vanished in an instant when the Lich focused on the kneeling fallen, and his eyes were cold. She is right, we would be making a mistake if we relay the message of garbage to him. When Various heard that, a hatred so immense was born in him, that his entire body trembled. He was willing to lower himself in front of people he considered beasts and yet they would not accept him. Tado noticed the state of the fallen, but he did not care at all for his rage. You have only two paths. You can fight with me to death and try to kill me before dying, or we can capture you alive as we did with some of your friends. If you take the second path, you will live a couple more years but you will be nothing more than a guinea pig and I can assure you his experiments would make you think you are in hell. There was no point fighting against someone who would not fight back, so Tado hoped to use his rage to fuel him. Various' face was twisted due to the immense fury he felt. All of his dream and aspirations were destroyed due to the appearance of this group. If he was going to die, he would at least take one of them with him to the grave. It is true that no one will interfere. When they heard those words, Zytra, Heinz, and all of the fallen separated from the duo. They still surrounded them, which made any attempt to escape impossible. When Various saw this, he focused on the Lich, and killing intent filled his eyes. He made all types of pills appear from his personal storage space and consumed them. They replenished all of the lost energy and pushed his body to its peak. A lot of these pills would leave side effects in the future but since he was going to die, why would he care? Tado did not attempt to stop him and merely focused on raising his power to the maximum and filled his body with negative energy. The mantle of shadows full of skulls around Various became stronger. Like a tsunami, it pounced at Tado with overwhelming might. Behind the Lich, the Reaper appeared. There were some differences in him from the last time Tado used it to fight. The right hand and left eye of the Law Avatar was the perfect copy of Tado's Eye of Despair and Hand of Sorrow. His black robe was now filled with howling ghosts. A ghostly domain was released from the Reaper and it clashed against the waves of shadows from Various Law Avatar. The ghosts and skulls were tearing each other apart and thunder filled the sky as both Law Avatars clashed. Although Various Law comprehension had not reached the initial level in any of his laws, he still had an Emperor bloodline, so he should be stronger than his enemy, and yet they were on equal grounds. This was a heavy blow to the angelic paragon. As the clash between the shadows and the domain continued, the Eye of Despair in the Reaper began to absorb the broken pieces of the skulls and ghosts that the clash between the two Law Avatars generated. This shocked Various. His Law Avatar was generated by the Law of Fear and the Law of Shadows, and somehow his opponent was absorbing them. But his surprise was far from over. The Reaper raised a Hand of Sorrow and all the power absorbed by the Eye was fired from it. A beam of ghostly energy full of the power of the Fear and Wither pierced the Law Avatar of Various before it crashed against him. Chapter 224, Purge. The beam was potent, and it pushed Various thousands of meters before he was able to stop his body. When the angelic paragon saw the condition in which that single attack left him, he was shocked. The left side of his body had grown hundreds of years older in an instant. His right arm was mummified and appeared it would turn to dust in the next second. The Law of Fear and the Law of Withering was wreaking havoc inside his body, and they were trying to crawl their way into his consciousness. Luckily for the angelic paragon, his bloodline gave him an excellent resistance to the Law of Fear. Still, against the Law of Withering, The only path he had was redirecting some of his energy to contain it. Tado's attack surprised Nero and the Fallen. It was not the power in the beam that amazed them, but the fact that the Lich was able to absorb part of the law avatar of his opponent and transform it into his power. That feat was due to the artifacts fused into the Lich body and his ingenious approach over the law of fear. Instead of letting fear run wild, he transformed his body into a beacon that siphoned all of it, taking it away from others and transforming it into his power. This path was certainly not a conventional one, and many could doubt its might, but the Lich had demonstrated the power it could reach. Tado did not wait for his opponent to regain his focus. Along with the Reaper, they went back to the fray. When Various saw the glooming figure of the Reaper coming back at him, all the fear in his heart transformed into wrath. "You, goddamn beast!" Without concern for the consequences, Various started to burn his life force, which made his power burst. Various was not only burning part of his life force, he was burning all of it at an accelerated speed. It would be a miracle if he were able to remain alive for more than 15 minutes at this rate. But it was precisely that which made his strength grow immensely. His law avatar increased 3 times his size, and the skulls became giant skeletons. A colossal hand made by shadows and skeletons was formed. It mimicked various movements and threw a punch at the Reaper with devastating strength. When Tato saw the power of Various law avatar, he was astonished. Despite his cowardness and hypocrisy, the angelic paragon was worthy of being the second strongest fallen and owner of an emperor bloodline. But unlike his power in the Lich's eyes, there was no fear at all. Without hesitation, he made the Reaper respond to the attack. The shadowy skeletal hand was almost as big as the entire body of the Reaper. The latter focused all of his power into the Hand of Sorrow. The moment both hands clashed, an immense power was released. It reached the point where the space around the collision broke. The shockwave released extended for kilometers, and it had the ability to evaporate rank 2 life forms and fatally injure those at rank 3. The difference in power between the law avatars was significant, but the moment the Reaper touched the shadowy skeletal hand, the Eye of Despair was able to steal some of its power and transferred it to the Hand of Sorrow. Despite the impressive application of the Law of Fear, the Reaper could not equal Various Law Avatar that was strengthened by his life force. The Lich and the Reaper were fired like a cannonball. This time it was Tado's turn to fight the energies his opponent's attack left in his body. Luckily the energy that corresponded to the Law of Fear was not very harmful to the Lich, and he could even absorb it to heal himself. But the Law of Shadows was a different subject, and he was forced to use some of his negative energy to contain it. Ha 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 ha, that is true power, you disgusting beast, now die. Madness filled Various eyes as he felt the immense power inside him. He thrust himself at Tado like an enraged monster. The Lich was able to gain control of his body in an instant. When he saw the crazy angelic paragon coming at him with the colossal law avatar, he launched himself back to the battle and made the Reaper clash with that shadowy skeletal hand. Tado was the loser once again, but his mastery over the absorption of the Law of Fear grew stronger, reducing the difference in power between the 2 law avatars. Every time both hands clashed, they released powers that could destroy cities and kill millions of people. Despite being hundreds of kilometers in the sky, their clashes made the ocean go wild and gigantic waves were created whenever the 2 giants clashed against each other. The air around them had become poisonous due to the energies they were releasing. That level of pollution would be enough to make a place uninhabitable for decades and mutate flora and fauna. The power their clash released reached the level of destruction a law-engraving existence could create, and neither of them planned to contain themselves. Tado's body was taking great damage with every clash, but those wounds were of little concern for the Lich. He had an undead body, and its only purpose was to contain part of his energy and protect his soul. After every clash, he launched himself back to battle with a great fighting spirit. His absorption of the Law of Fear increased with every encounter. However, even after hundreds of collisions, the Reaper could still not equal the shadowy skeleton hand fueled by the life force of the angelic paragon. Various eyes reflected complete insanity, and there was a crazy smile on his face as he continued fighting and burning his life force. His body had grown decrepit, and he resembled 100-years-old mortal. As they were about to clash again, Various consumed an enormous amount of life force in an instant, which made his law avatar grow even stronger. Tato was taken by surprise by the actions of the angelic paragon. The shadowy skeletal hand was too powerful, but in the instant that the Reaper touched it, he pushed the powers of the Eye of Despair to the maximum. The immense concentration of fear made a qualitative change appear on the energy gathered in the left eye of Tato and the Reaper. The Lich was still pushed backward for kilometers after the clash, and his chest was blasted apart, letting some of his organs visible. If not for the Hand of Sorrow being strengthened by that new power, maybe his entire body would have been shredded to pieces. The worst part of the damage to Tato was the one done to his consciousness, which proved a pain that made him think his head was being split apart. Despite the great damage that the surprise attack achieved, the one who received the worst wounds was Various. Burning so much life force in an instant made his entire blood evaporate, and some of his vital organs had become dust. But all of that was of little concern for the angelic paragon, who had already given up life. Ha 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 ha. Various released a hysterical laugh when he saw the deplorable condition of Tado. The Lich ignored the angelic paragon's attitude, but a peculiar light appeared in his eyes as he remembered the power he felt running through him when he pushed the Eye of Despair to the limit. When Zadiel found out the nature of Various' power, he had recommended for the Lich to take the fight against him. The reason the Neo-Demon told him that was so Tado could have a higher understanding of what could be achieved when the fear reached a high enough level. Zadiel's advice was essential for Tado, and he made sure to obtain this fight. I guess I understand a little now. It is time to finish this game. An immense might was released from Tado when he spoke those words, something you would not expect to find in a man with his chest destroyed, and consciousness hurt. When the enraged Various heard those words, he sneered and refused to believe that the Lich could grow stronger. He was not the only one, since the fallen behind Nero thought the same. It was not that they thought Tado was weak, on the contrary, his power had reached such a high level he could fight a peak rank 4 angelic paragon who was burning his life force without him having to do the same. They could not understand how he could grow even more powerful. After all, existences like Nero and Heinz were very rare. The Lich used actions to prove his words. He made the energy inside him explode, and a scythe made of shadows appeared on the Reaper's hands. Gate to the underworld. An eerie sound accompanied Tado's voice, and the Reaper roared before waving his scythe and creating a portal in the space above them. Chapter 225, Purge, Final. The moment Tado opened that portal, everyone felt a deadly aura assaulting them. There was a black wind that covered the portal and did not allow a good view of what was on the other side, but that did not diminish the fear it provoked. When they saw the place where the portal connected, even the two strongest of the group, Nero and Heinz, felt threatened by it and did not dare to get closer. The Reaper's scythe created a portal that connected to a place that is known through the universe as the Blackest Night, the Heart of Darkness, and the Hunger that Devours Souls. The Lich managed to create a 10,000 meters wide portal to the Plane of Death, the negative energy plane. Gate to the Underworld was a spell Tado created based on the rank 4 runic diagram he obtained from Zadiel. It was incredibly difficult for the Lich to perform it, and it was only when he channeled his power through the Reaper that he was able to achieve it. The black wind started to leave the portal and everything it touched became contaminated by the aura of death. The Reaper roared once again. He used the Eye of Despair to create a vortex that drew the black wind, making it submerge both him and the Lich. To any other person present, the hurricane of black wind would have caused irreparable damage to their life force and deteriorated their bodies until they became dust, but in Tado had the opposite effect. His body started to reform and the wounds on it were disappearing at an astonishing rate. The damage to his consciousness was not so easy to heal, but the black wind was able to purge all the energy that was left inside him by various attacks, so it helped him greatly to contain that damage. The black wind also nourished the Reaper. The Law Avatar became larger, its power increased and the damage it received during its clashes with the shadowy skeletal hand was fixed very fast. The black wind was negative energy in his most raw form and the quantities were staggering. To the undead body of Tado and the Reaper that was made by the Law of Fear and the Law Withering, it was very helpful. Some of the black wind escaped the pull of the Reaper and landed in the ocean where it corrupted the waters as if it was the deadliest of poisons. When Various saw all the damage he sacrificed so much to deliver, being erased in a matter of seconds, he was startled. His body was broken beyond remedy and he had a couple of minutes of life force left in him, and yet his opponent was bathing in what resembled to be the most heavenly panacea for him. That image was the straw that broke the camel's back and finally destroyed the last piece of sanity that was left in him. Beast die. Various launched himself at Tado, completely disregarding the negative energy that filled the air around him. The colossal shadowy skeletal hand was fired against the Reaper. The Law Avatar was loaded with all the power that was left in the angelic paragon. Regardless of the outcome, it will be Various' last attack. When Tado saw the suicidal attack launched by Various, he decided to also give his all. The Eye of Despair worked with even more power and drew more negative energy to both the Lich and the Reaper. This power was channeled to the Hand of Sorrow, but this time it did not stop there and traveled into the scythe the Reaper was holding, and that opened the portal to the negative energy plane. Grim Reaper, Despair's scythe Tado body freed an immense might as he performed the spell that could only be done by his Law Avatar channeling the power of the negative energy plane. The scythe started to grow not only in size but also in power, and the Reaper grabbed it with both hands before striking Various' Law Avatar. Boom. A sound that made it seem like if the sky was falling apart was heard when the two giants clashed. The power in that clash was greater than any other released over the course of the entire fight. By drawing the negative energy out from the portal and stealing part of the power in his opponent's Law Avatar, the Reaper reached a level of strength where it was able to equal the shadowy skeletal hand. The power of the Law of Shadows, Law of Withering, and Law of Fear were wreaking havoc in the surroundings. A tornado formed around the duo that extended high into the sky. Various did not care about anything and continued feeding his Law Avatar with his life force. Even with the help of the Gate of the Underworld, it was hard for the Reaper to fight against the Law Avatar, the Angelic Paragon. But while one was able to draw an endless amount of negative energy, the other's energy supply was limited. As Various attempted to push his Law Avatar even harder, his entire body trembled and he coughed dust, which was his pulverized organs. The moment this happened, the power in the shadowy skeletal hand diminished greatly. Tado detected the loss in power of his opponent. He made the Reaper channel all of his energy into the scythe and push with even more strength. With the loss of energy and now the external pressure, Various Law Avatar was not able to withstand and shattered into millions of pieces in an explosion of epic proportions. From the scythe, a wave of black energy was released that clashed against the Angelic Paragon. It did no damage to his body but extinguished the last ember of life force inside him and broke his soul. The broken body of Various fell into the ocean and the damage to it was so immense that pieces of the corpse were shed from it. But no one cared about the deceased fallen, and they were all focusing on Tado. Although the power he displayed in this fight was still not equal to the likes of Nero and Heinz, it positioned him at the absolute peak of rank 4 battle power. The body of the Lich was mended due to the immense amount of negative energy, but after the death of his opponent, he instantly deactivated his Law Avatar. It could not be seen due to his condition as an undead, but he was exhausted. This fight was a very tough one for Tado, but he was still very happy about having it. He learned a lot and his fighting style was refined greatly during this battle. Now that he had time, Tado focused on the gate to the underworld and immediately started to close it down. A portal to the negative energy plane was very harmful to any world. The Lich controlled the portal and slowly started to shut it down, but something happened that shocked him. When the portal was half closed, he lost control over the spell. The portal not only stopped its closure, but it also grew back and in an instant was more than 30,000 meters wide and 5,000 meters tall. When the rest saw this they were shocked, but he was clear by the expression of the Lich that he was as confused as them. Tado was sure that no one in a middle world could take away the control of his spell, so the one who was enlarging the portal was on the other side, in the negative energy plane. In less than a second, the portal grew until it reached 100,000 meters wide and 30,000 meters tall. It was then that Heinz, Zydra, Tado, Nero, and all the fallen saw an image they would remember forever. They saw a yellow pupil covering the entire portal. The portal was now greater than an entire city and yet it was not large enough to show the entire eye of the creature on the other side. A feeling of complete suppression rose on everyone that saw the pupil. Even Nero with his Law of Pride and Heinz with his doubt heart were no different. This feeling was completely normal since it was the first time any of them truly saw one of the true powerhouses of the universe. A being of laws. Chapter 226, Running for their lives. The moment the pupil appeared, not only Tado and the others were affected. Every single sentient life form in the world, from the small insect to the strongest soul-forging existence, stared at the direction where the portal was. They did not understand why, but all of them felt a sense of fatality, as if the deadliest thing that existed in the universe was in that direction, something capable of ripping apart this world. The pupil did not remain in the portal for long and the massive body of the creature moved as he focused on enhancing the portal. Heinz and the rest were not harmed and the restraint they were feeling vanished. It was not that the being of law did not see them. To a life form like him, they were inconsequential. After all, have you ever seen an adult human go out of his way to kill an ant when he has more important things to do? The moment they regained control of their bodies, everyone realized the immense danger in which they were. In an instant, they understood what they needed to do. Heinz's Law Avatar appeared and without hesitation he fused with it. The power of the cultivator grew exponentially, but even though he could fight against a law-engraving existence on equal grounds and maybe even defeat a weak one, he knew very well that he was still an insect in comparison with that being of laws. His consciousness covered Zeta, Tado, Nero and the rest of the fallen before using void disruption and started to run away with all the power he had. It would have been faster to use teleportation, but the being of laws had affected the law of space in the area when he took control over the portal. An instant after they started to run away, a formidable presence appeared, and with overwhelming might, he froze space and time around the portal. When this happened, the portal stopped growing and the pupil once again was shown in it. The only being in a middle world powerful enough to fight against a being of law was the world itself. Against this type of threat, the world consciousness was allowed to use all of his power without any sort of restraint. When Heinz and the rest detected the appearance of the world consciousness, instead of calming them, it only enhanced their urgency to escape from there. Neither the world nor the being of law cared about them, but their clash will destroy everything around them. The cultivator was confused about why he felt no force acting on him and trying to throw him out of the world, but he did not stop to think about it. The reason was very simple: the world consciousness would not care about a mouse that was inside his house when an elephant was right in front of him. There was wrath in the pupil as it felt the world consciousness trying to close the portal. The being of law did not remain silent and started to fight back. Tremors could be felt around the portal due to the clash between these two powerful beings. Due to the suppression of the world consciousness over space and time, the destruction their encounters produced was confined. From the sky and ocean, two hands were formed. They were massive beyond measure, and each of them grabbed one end of the portal and started to close it down. The response of the being of laws was fast. From his eye, pulses of yellow energy that attempted to destroy both hands were released. The power in the attacks of the world consciousness and the being of law reached a point where the suppression over space and time was not enough to contain it. Several arcs of yellow energy were fired in all directions. One of the arcs was fired at the place where Heinz and rest were. Despite the great speed at which they were moving and the distance they managed to create between them and the portal, the arc of yellow energy was able to reach their location in less than a second. Heinz did not stop pushing forward, and it was now the time for the others to act. Nero, Zydra, Dato, and the rest of the Fallen activated their Law Avatar and launched their most powerful attack against the arc of yellow energy. The combination of their powers resulted in a rainbow-colored beam with a strength high enough that it could threaten the life of a law-engraving existence if it landed point-blank. However, it was not able to defeat the arc of yellow energy. Luckily their attack was able to destabilize it, making it explode. When Tato saw the power in that explosion, he acted decisively and used his bracelet, Jupiter's Knight. The lich did not make the moon appear around his body. Instead, it was formed in front of the group, protecting them from the explosion. That moon should have been able to resist without a problem the attack of a peak rank 5 life form who has fused with his Law Avatar, but it was destroyed almost instantly by the explosion. Some of the yellow energy still managed to find its way to the group. Heinz had folded the space around them, but it was of little help. The yellow energy impacted their bodies. They all felt their organs shaking and blood came out from their mouths. Luckily there was no damage in their consciousness and they will be able to heal their wounds with enough rest. Despite having survived, none of them felt happy. That arc of yellow energy was just a small part of an attack released by a being of laws, that was greatly weakened by the suppression of space and time performed by the world consciousness, and yet it almost killed all of them. If it was not for that moon, even if they had not died, they would have been severely injured. Everyone put their hands on Heinz's back and channeled all their energy into the cultivator to enhance his speed. The world consciousness was winning the fight against the being of laws, but the velocity at which the portal was closing was too slow. Knowing that he could not allow the battle to continue for too long, the world consciousness channeled all of the power in the elements of the Beta Heavenly World and created an immense foe. There were energies of fire, water, light, shadows, metal, earth, and everything that formed this world in that bow, and of pure origin power, an arrow was formed. The power in that arrow was shocking and it vibrated with so much energy that space broke around it. The arrow was fired and with a speed that seems to be faster than time, and it crashed against the pupil. The moment the arrow landed in the eye of the being of laws, it exploded. The power in it was high enough to move the head of the creature backward. Roar! An immense pain assaulted the creature as he released a roar full of rage and might, charged with all of his power. A shockwave was created that passed through the portal and expanded into the Beta Heavenly World. It was so strong that the suppression of space and time did little to stop it. When the world consciousness detected that power, it made the two massive hands push with even more strength and closed the portal faster. The shockwave created a vacuum into the water that extended for thousands of kilometers, reaching to the ocean floor. And it continued growing larger as the portal was closing down, disintegrating every single magic creature it touched, no matter how strong they were. Heinz and the rest detected the shockwave, and the cultivator pushed his speed to the limit while the rest filled his body with every ounce of energy they had left. If that shockwave were to touch them, then no matter what they try, they will be killed. The eyes of the cultivator were bleeding as he reached his limit. Luckily for the group, the destruction ended a couple of hundreds of kilometers away from them. Heinz deactivated his Law Avatar, and when he saw the devastation that a roar from a being of laws created, he was shocked. Chapter 227, Sinner's Mark. In the middle of the ravaging ocean, there was a vacuum that extended for more than 50,000 kilometers. And this was thanks to the world consciousness closing the portal extremely fast and suppressing space and time to diminish the might in the attack of that being of laws. Although they were not visible even for rank 4 life forms, a powerful type of energy had affected the ocean, creating instabilities in the space and twisting time. This would be known from now on as a danger zone of the Beta Heavenly World, where even soul-forging existences could perish. Every single magic creature, from the weakest rank 0 to the strongest rank 4, were disintegrated to an atomic level by the shock wave. Their souls vanished from this world, and whether or not they managed to reach the eternal river of the afterlife was a mystery. If that shockwave had landed in the Foreign's continent, then more than 90% of the life in it would have been annihilated and it would have become a deserted place where no life could survive. The portal was shut down and the shockwave disappeared, but the vacuum remained there, and even with the millions of tons of pressure that the ocean was generating in every direction, it showed no sign of shrinking. Everyone in the group was tired and wounded, but none of them could stop looking at the effect that a roar from a being of laws could create. Heinz, Tado, and Zytra had once seen a river of fire in the ocean of 1,000 wonders, but that was only on the surface of this one, and in no way did it reach the seabed. The scene in front of them was created by a shockwave provoked by a roar that passed from dimension to another and weakened by the world consciousness, and yet the destruction was hundreds of times greater than the once a rank 6 life form could produce. Every single one of them had heard fantastic tales of the power a being of laws could display and how they were known as the destroyer of worlds. It was only now that they understood those tales were not an exaggeration. Some of the fallen stared at the Lich, and although they were annoyed with him, no one had died and they did not feel the need to start throwing accusations. It also helped that he used Jupiter's Knight to protect them from the explosion. As they were resting, they felt a powerful presence focusing on them. When Heinz detected, he was sure it was the world consciousness that was going to throw him out to the void. But it was not on him, in whom it converged. The world consciousness targeted Tado, and before he could do anything, powerful energy invaded his body and reached into his soul. The energy transformed into a strange rune that branded itself in Tado's true soul. The Lich felt immense pain when it happened and he almost fainted. After leaving that rune, the world consciousness disappeared and did not act on anyone else. Regarding Heinz fusing with his law avatar, the world consciousness was too focused on the being of law to even notice when it happened. Tado focused on the rune, but he could not detect anything. Other than the immense pain it caused when it was branded, it did nothing more. The Lich was worried. After all, one's true soul was very important, and having something attached to it and not knowing what it is was extremely dangerous. We will ask my brother, I am sure he knows what just happened. Heinz detected the anxiousness that Tado was feeling. When Tado heard that, he relaxed a little. He was certain that Zadiel will know what this rune is, but whether or not he will be able to remove it is a different thing. The group did not move from where they were. Heinz had detected Zadiel coming their way and they were all very tired, so they took the chance to heal some of their wounds and replenish their energies. After a couple of hours, Zadiel appeared in the vision of everyone. He was on the shoulder of a giant who was covered in red lightning. Flanking Ezequiel, there were 2 great obsidian dragons and powerful flames were surrounding their wings, which increased their speed. This was an impressive view, but for the group who just saw a pupil bigger than an entire city and encountered a roar that could destroy a continent, it was nothing. Some of the fallen were surprised when they saw rank 3 life form coming their way. But after Sebastian gave them a signal, they understood he was part of the Magi invader force. Zadiel did not go to the group and instead, he went with Ezequiel to the border of the vacuum and focused on it. If he were able to analyze the energy left by that being of laws, he could identify his origin, but with his current power, just touching that energy would mean death. He was, however, still able to obtain some information by the destruction that was present in front of him. So who of you was dumb enough to open a portal into a high plane, draw the attention of a being of laws and get marked by the world consciousness? Zadiel's voice was calm as if those events were not a big deal. The fallen were shocked. This man reached this place a few minutes ago, and without having to speak with anyone he was able to deduce everything that happened. They were all rank 4 life forms, but this was the first time they experienced anything like this and it shocked them to their core. And yet the man in front of them spoke like it was something common. Heinz, Tado, and Zyra were not surprised. The trio was already accustomed to Zadiel in sight. After a moment the Lich sighed and he took a step forward. It was me, I created a portal to the negative energy plane. However, I don't understand how a mere rank 4 spell could have drawn the attention of a being of laws. Tato was still confused by what just happened and could not understand it. Of course he was not drawn to your portal, but you create a connection to a random place of the negative energy plane. You had horrible luck, and in that place, there was a being of laws. He may not have the power to pierce the crystal wall of a middle world, but if someone opens up a portal for him, he will definitely try to pass through it and devour everything inside that world. The reason why Zadiel knew so much and could speculate what that being of laws could have done, it was because more than once the incarnation of death and destruction used the portal some fools opened to the abyss to enter a world or plane and ravish them. Pass me the spell you used to create the portal. Zadiel was still focused on the vacuum as he spoke to Tado. The Fallen did not understand what was happening and how someone at rank 3 could know so much and order that powerful lich. When Sebastian saw their expression, he remained silent since even now he did not understand the man with 3 eyes. Even though Gate to the Underworld was a powerful spell that any necromancer would want to have, Tato knew it was not special in Zadiel's eyes, so he did not hesitate and gave the Neo-Demon a crystal with the information. Zadiel took the crystal and after he made some alterations to the spell he launched it back to Tado. The spell will now connect to a location of the negative energy plane where no law beings are present. It also had a cloaking function to make it more secure. However, you will not be able to use it in the beta heavenly world, unless you want your true soul to perish. Tado was ecstatic when he heard that Zadiel fixed his spell, and like all the rest was impressed by his words. Having such a high understanding of the negative energy plane, that you can know where being of law resides or not is unbelievable. But everyone could detect the confidence in the Neo-Demon's words of course, the Lich cared most about the information regarding his soul being destroyed. Luckily for him, Zadiel did not leave him in suspense. The rune in your true soul has many names, but the most common is Sinner's Mark. Your actions have produced great damage in this world, but since it was an accident, you were only marked. If you ever again try to create a portal to any other plane or world inside the beta heavenly world, the mark will pulverize your true soul. You should be able to get rid of it when you enter rank 5 and no longer can enter this world. Chapter 228, Strike Hard and Fast. After handling Tado worries and having a basic understanding of what just happened in here, Zadiel made them relate how they managed to survive and escape from the shockwave that had the potency to devastate a continent. Zadiel made the Genesis Sunseed appear and sent 2 arcs of golden fire at Heinz. There was no more because he used all of them a few days ago. The cultivator's injuries were the worst and although Blood Demadan technique had increased greatly the power of his body, reducing the backlash of fusing with his law avatar, his true soul was submitted to great stress and those injuries were not so easy to heal. The next thing Zadiel did was release a torrent of all-encompassing sun flame and bathed Zyra and Tado in it. The lesions of the female magus healed very fast since her wounds were only of physical nature and did not reach her consciousness and much less her soul. The Lich condition was not so simple. The fight against Various left some injuries in his consciousness but the power of the law of life in the flames was very effective. The members of the Fallen, who had not seen Zadiel's abilities before, were impressed by the power in the golden flames. Normally, the healing spells of a rank 3 life form were almost useless in soul-forging existences but Zadiel's fire healed the body of the trio with impressive speed. Sebastian, can you explain to us who is that man and what relation he has with the Magi invader force? The one who spoke was an angelic paragon with wings made of strange black metal. The name of the man who spoke was Inrik. Despite his bloodline being stronger, he talked with Sebastian with respect as if he was addressing an equal. That attitude was something you would not find in normal members of the heavenly race or people of Various's group. Sebastian saw that the angelic paragon was not the only one with questions. His name is Zadiel Daybreak. He is the one responsible for the thousands of members of the heavenly race who were impaled and displayed in the periphery of the territories dominated by the Magi forces. Although I do not understand how and he did not declare it, I am sure he is the decision-maker of the Magi invader force. All of us need to be careful with our words around him. Sebastian's expression was serious and his voice was solemn. This information shocked the Fallen. A rank 3 life form ordering a soul-forging existence was not something impossible, but the fact that he could take the leadership of an entire invader force that had the power to deal blow after blow to the heavenly race was inconceivable. Inrik has had a hard life so he was able to get hold of himself very fast. After a moment he focused on the giant man and he frowned. Who is that giant covered in red lightning? Ezequiel's size could not impress the angelic paragon, but he felt very clearly the great power in him and the might of his bloodline. I don't know but I am sure he is not simple either. Sebastian also noticed the peculiarities of Ezequiel. After 15 minutes, Zadiel stopped sending flames to the trio and focused on the Fallen. You fulfilled your end of the deal. All rank 1 and 2 Fallen can use the World Gate to go to the Magi world. I already made arrangements for them to live in my domains and wait for the rest of you. The greater the help you provide us in fighting against the heavenly race, the better the living conditions of your people will be. After he spoke those words, Zadiel sent some of his flames to Nero and the rest. Nero knew that leaving the safety of his people in the hands of another group was dangerous, but they would be much safer in the Magi world than in this world, where they need to hide day and night from the heavenly race. I will have to speak to my teacher and see if he can monitor them inside the Magi world. Nero was not going to blindly believe in another group who just met a short while ago. We need to discuss some plans but this place is not fit for it. Everyone understood the reasoning behind Zadiel's words and flew away from the vacuum. It won't be long before members of the heavenly race came to this place to investigate and even if their injuries were healed, their energy pools were still depleted. After an hour they landed on an uninhabited island and Zadiel did not waste time. Our current goal is to gain complete control over the Forn's continent. We have the 10-tower formation put in place. We will gradually expand the range of the force field that weakens the heavenly race, and once the entire continent is ours, all the rank 3 fallen and 1 rank 4 angel of supremacy can use the gate and travel to the Magi world. Nero understood very well that he will be the last of the fallen who will be allowed to use the world gate. But since he was set in leaving with all of his people, he had no problem with Zadiel's conditions. How the spoils of war will be divided. The goal of the Magi invader force in this world was to obtain riches, and the fallen also needed them to help their training. In the battles that your people participate in, they will obtain resources according to their contribution. I have a system put in place that is completely unbiased. If after seeing what you gain in our first battle together, you have a problem, we can negotiate again. You will not acquire any land, but 5% of what we collect from the places your people helped us secure will be yours. The 7-winged fallen found no problem with Zadiel's arrangement, and after a moment he nodded. Okay, now I need you to tell me everything you know about something called volcano eruption. Zadiel's face was serious as he asked the question. Mr. Gray had told him that the plans of the sage in this world were related to volcano eruption. Although the Neo-Demon did not trust him, knowing more was always better. Sebastian and the rest of the fallen were confused when they heard that question, but Nero's eyes narrowed. A smile appeared in the Neo-Demon face when he saw that. Zadiel was sure that Nero had people infiltrated inside the heavenly race, and it appeared their status was not simple. Volcano eruption is a type of drug that the heavenly race army used when they fought against the demonic horde. Only rank 3 and below members used it, but they were not told what they were or their origin, just that it will make them grow stronger for a limited time. It makes lava scars appear in your skin, and the name of the Duke who created them is Oliver, an angelic paragon with wings made of lava. When Zadiel heard those words, his eyes became void of any emotion while a black and vicious killing intent appeared around him. Ezequiel's aura also changed. The natural energy around the supreme Neo-Demon grew cold. Nero was surprised by the reaction of the two Neo-Demons. Sebastian and the other fallen were happy they did not have the slightest connection to the Duke of the Heavenly Race. It was clear by the expression on the duo's face that they would not let Oliver have a fast death. Based on your description, volcano eruption also seems to work in rank 4 life forms. When I fought the Duke, he used it to defeat me. The one who spoke was Zytra. The Magus clearly remembered to see Oliver take a drug that filled his skin with scars made of lava. The expression of everyone became solemn when they heard that. If there was a drug that any rank 4 member of the heavenly race could use to increase their powers greatly, then the future battles will be much harder. According to my information, only volcano eruptions for rank 3 and beneath life forms are mass-produced. Those for soul-forging existences may be extremely rare. Nero's words made sense. Drugs for rank 4 life forms are hundreds of times harder to create than for those at rank 3. That may not be true for too long. There is a high possibility the heavenly race will obtain some mysterious help soon. In any case, my plans do not change much. We will strike hard and fast and butcher everyone in our path. Zadiel's words were cold. He was determined to slaughter every member of the heavenly race he finds. Chapter 229, Tears of Joy. An army of the heavenly race that contained thousands of rank 3 life forms and several dozens soul-forging existences was patrolling around the vacuum that the shockwave left in the ravaging ocean. There were several individuals with sophisticated gadgets who attempted to analyze the wild energies that were inside the vacuum, but even with the technological advances of the heavenly race, they were not able to find anything. However, even with their many shortcomings, the heavenly race was not stupid. The fact that they were not able to obtain anything from the energy in the vacuum was a source of information itself. 3 people were leading the army, and their expressions were solemn as they looked at the aftermath of an attack that had the power to destroy a continent. Thomas and Oliver's power has increased greatly since the last time they fought the Magi forces. They were carrying impressive armors, and it was easy to tell they were very powerful artifacts. They were not the only ones who had enhanced their strength. Practically the entire army of the heavenly race had grown stronger. The reason for the increase of military power was due to assistance coming from the heavenly creator world. Normally satellite worlds dominated by the heavenly race are solely handled by the dukes left in charge, but Martin's death changed things. It was an immense shame for both Thomas and Oliver to admit they end up losing against individuals who they considered beasts, but with one duke dead and the 10-tower formation in place, there was no way they could hide the events that happened in the Beta heavenly world. The other person who was accompanying the duo was a woman with 6 wings made of crystal. Her entire body, including her face, was covered by a white robe, but her figure revealed her sex. Although the other 2 did not want to show it, it was clear they felt apprehension when they were in the presence of the woman. An angelic paragon with wings made of black air got close to the trio, and after performing a bow, he spoke. The investigation of the canyon that appeared close to the Magi's force field was finished. According to the data we were able to obtain, It was left by a very powerful attack, but we have no information about the perpetrator. However, we were able to find traces of energy that matched the swordsman that the Duke fought one time. When Thomas heard those words, a complicated expression appeared on his face and it became more profound as he looked at the woman by his side. Even though it happened many years ago, he still remembered the battle against Heinz, as if it was yesterday. Although he never bragged about it, the angelic paragon was always proud of his title as the strongest man in the world. He even hoped to also shine when he had to go to the heavenly creator world, after reaching rank 5, but his fight with Heinz and the appearance of this woman proved to him that he was not truly special. He was a supreme genius in the beta heavenly world, but the truth was that by the standards of the heavenly creator world, he was just a talented person. The Magi invader force will act soon. Make sure the army is ready to go to battle at any time and reinforce surveillance in the periphery of the 10-tower formation. The fact those insects were able to establish a stronghold in the continent is shameful enough. We cannot allow them to continue their expansion. The one who gave the orders was not Thomas nor Oliver, but the woman covered by the white robe. Her voice was beautiful, but the disgust and hate in her words were immense. After speaking, she left without waiting for the two dukes to speak. Oliver's eyes narrowed when he saw the attitude of the woman, but he did not say anything and just signaled for the angelic paragon that gave them the information to leave. When they were alone, Thomas stared at the direction where thousands of members of the heavenly race were impaled and left for everyone to see. After a moment, he turned to look at Oliver and spoke. Desperate times require desperate measures. Tell him we will accept his conditions. Only with their blood, we will be able to wash away our shame. When Oliver heard Thomas' instruction, a frown appeared on his face, but eventually, he nodded. I will pay any price to break the soul of every single one of you, even if it means lowering myself and working with a beast. There was a poisonous hatred in the eyes of the angelic paragon. In the sky above a tower in the territories dominated by the Daybreak clan, thunder was heard. The neo-demons kneeled when they felt the presence of the people who arrived just now. A mantle of red lightning appeared around a woman, who was hugging a baby, and she was lifted into the air. Nimr has experienced this before, so she was not scared. Her eyes were filled with excitement as she looked at the sky and saw the impressive figure of Ezequiel. She landed on his palm and was surprised to see a person sitting on his shoulder. It was a young man with black hair, and the golden eye on his forehead was focused on her. Her hard life has forced her to be always alert and pay attention to every detail around her. She did not have any information about the man, but seeing his relaxed behavior as if he was ready to take a nap above Ezequiel's body, allowed her to deduce who he was. Nimr greets Lord Zadiel, leader of the Daybreak clan. Nimr performed a bow to Zadiel before this one said a single word. When Zadiel heard that, he was surprised. Even if he doesn't do anything, his body released an aura that would make any mortal feel afraid of him, but that was not the case with the woman in front of him. So she is the one you spoke of, not bad. A resolute will that was tempered by a life of suffering and grief. She will make a good addition to our race. Zadiel was pleased with Nimr's attitude. Yes, she will. A tender light appeared on Ezequiel's eyes as he looked at the woman in his palm. A happy smile appeared on Nimr's face when he heard that, and her eyes were full of devotion as she looked at Ezequiel. The process is very painful, and although I doubt you will have a problem with it, I will still give you some warnings. Be sure you will maintain resoluteness and do not fall into unconsciousness. Nimr made sure to engrave those words in her mind. Please, hand over the baby. It will not be safe for him to be with you during the transformation, as we will use Abyss aura, a dangerous type of energy which would harm him. Zadiel appeared in front of Nimri and extended his arms to grab the child in her arms. When Nimr saw how Zadiel was about to grab her brother, her entire body trembled. She jumped backward and her eyes filled with fear but also a wild killing intent. Peculiar expressions appeared on the neo-demons when they saw her reaction. Zadiel sighed and pity could be seen on his face. Meanwhile, Ezequiel's eyes filled with boundless wrath. Nimr's eyes widened and her face became pale. Her body acted on pure instinct. When she saw the rage in Ezequiel's eyes, a great pain assaulted her heart. I am sorry. I don't know what. She started to feel anxious, but Zadiel calmed her. Don't worry, he is not angry with you, on the contrary, he cares deeply. We felt the greatest anger when we saw the people we love hurt. The reason for the expressions of the duo was that they understood that the trauma the heavenly race left on her was so grave, that even now that she wanted to trust in others, her body still reacted on its own. The levels of terror she had to endure must have been enough to drive most people crazy. Ezequiel saw the confusion his reaction produced and sent an arc of red lightning to Nimr, that calmed her emotions and relaxed her body. We were waiting to deliver it as a welcoming present when you become part of our race, but it seems it will be better if we hand it over now. Zadiel waved his hand and two figures came out from his ring. When Nimr saw them, shock appeared on her face, and in the next moment, tears filled her eyes. Her heart was filled with happiness as she ran forward. Chapter 230, Expendable Force Mom, Dad. Those were words Nimra thought she would always associate with sadness. However, there was pure bliss in her heart at this moment. The reason for Nimra's tears of happiness was that the couple who just appeared in front of her were her parents. The ones who died at the hands of the heavenly race and the persons the woman thought she would never see again. The couple was confused, but when they saw their children, everything else in their minds disappeared and they ran to meet them. The moment they reached each other, they hugged as if they were afraid that if they let go, they will never see each other again. Nimra and her parents could not stop crying, but the baby only looked at the trio with an innocent smile on his face. The two Neo-Demon remained silent and did not disturb the family reunion. When Zadiel saw that scene, an image appeared on his mind. A family of 5, all of them laughing as they shared a meal. They were simple people, but they were happy and full of love. I have not thought about them in a long, long time. A complicated smile appeared on Zadiel's face. After a moment he shook his head and let those memories fade away. Nimra hugged the couple for more than 10 minutes until she finally was able to calm down, and she stared at Ezequiel, who was looking back at her with a kind smile. How is this possible? I was sure they. Nimra was ecstatic when she saw her parent and realized her family was whole once again. But she could not understand how they were here when she saw how they were butchered by the heavenly race. I recovered their remains from the battlefield in which I killed the members of the heavenly race who harmed you. I reconstructed their bodies and then asked my master to bring their souls back. It may sound like a miracle, but in truth, it is just magic and knowledge. Ezequiel explained what he did to Nimra, and he let the couple hear his words, to solve some of their doubts. To the current Zadiel, resurrecting a couple of mortals who died by physical means was extremely easy. He was able to do something similar when he was just a rank 1 Neo-Demon, and now that he has reached rank 3 and had the help of Terminus, everything was much simpler. Thank you. Nimra said nothing more, but the feelings that accompanied those 2 words were as deep as an ocean. Okay then, let's get moving. I have a war to manage and time is precious. Leave your brother with your parents. After the transformation is over, you can solve their doubts. Zadiel was too lazy to handle the thousands of questions the couple had, Nimra noted, and without delay she handed her little brother to her parents. A transparent cocoon of red lightning formed around the trio and moved them to Ezequiel's other palm. The couple was puzzled by what happened around them, especially when they realized a giant greater than a mountain was holding them in his palm. But they remained silent and waited for their daughter to explain. Nimra followed Zadiel's instructions and adopted a meditative position. The ancestor of the Neo-Demon race put his hand on her back, and from his spatial ring, threads of liquid Abyssal were coming out and entering her body. After the battle on the island, Zadiel transformed all the fallen who were incapacitated into Abyssal and saved all of it into the spatial ring Gabriel gave him, so he could use it later. Once he obtains the bloodlines of the Scientia Kingdom, he will start to transform the members of the Daybreak clan who have proved themselves worthy into Neo-Demons. An immense pain assaulted Nimra, but a life where every day was a living nightmare had prepared her well. Ezequiel was focused on her and was ready to provide help in case anything happens, but his concerns were for nothing. The chaotic core was built without a problem inside Nimra's heart. While Nimra was distracted by the power that was running through her body, Zadiel instructed Ezequiel. You can handle her training. Ask Dante if you need any type of path technique. I need to gather with the fallen and also meet the troops that will come from home. Be ready, we will be fighting again very soon. After Zadiel saw that Ezequiel nodded, he flew off the palm of the Supreme Neo-Demon and entered the magic tower before using the teleportation facilities. Thousands of people were flying to the first magic tower that was built in the Beta Heavenly World. All of them had wings on their backs and used the world gate to leave this world and travel to the Magi world. Unlike the usual smug and narcissistic expression that angels and angelic paragons had, the eyes of the fallen were filled with courage and determination. A life of constant fighting has tempered their wills. Something common in all the fallen was a black necklace. Zadiel had noticed it and understood their purpose immediately. They were a type of tool that would allow the 7-winged fallen to monitor the condition of his people. The Neo-Demon did not understand how he planned to make them work. The immense distance that is between the 2 worlds will make it impossible to obtain any information about them, but he did not plan to interfere. They were moving under the surveillance of Nero and the rest of the soul-forging existence of the fallen. Not far from this group, all the rank 4 Magi were present, and the expression in the face of most of them was one of annoyance. They were not happy with Zadiel's deal, as they thought the fallen was going to obtain too much wealth. There was also the fact that all the rank 1 and 2 fallen who were leaving through the portal could make excellent cannon fodder in their future battles. Some of them even tried to change the deal, but Zadiel refused to accept their propositions. Even if they attempted to call a council meeting and vote, the Neo-Demon already had secured the votes of Hines, Tato, and Zytra. Zadiel and Dante were beside the cultivator, the lich, and the female magus. The Neo-Demon knew his actions could anger some of the rank 4 Magi, but in all honesty, he stopped caring about them a long time ago. The combined power of Heinz, Todo, and Zytra was already above what the other 7 could achieve, and he was sure that as long they managed to win battles and get richer, their dissatisfaction will disappear. Nero noticed the friction between Zadiel and some of the Magi. He was impressed when he saw how those soul-forging existences were incapable of doing anything against Zadiel. When the last of the rank 1 fallen passed through the world gate and left this world, a pleasant smile appeared on Nero's face. He was one step closer to achieving freedom and safety for his people. The world gate had just stopped working, but in the next second, and under the watch of the Fallen and the Magi, 5 20-meter-tall giants appeared. They were completely covered by black armors, and every single one of them was a rank 3 life form. There was a strange type of energy inside them. Following them, hundreds of warriors covered in white armors started to appear. The rank 4 Magi were able to recognize these warriors since the armor they had was very similar to the ones a group of the Daybreak clan used. But unlike the first group who entered this world, whose power was at the bottom of rank 1, all of these warriors were rank 2 life forms, and there was not a shortage of master rank 2. Their bodies had different forms, and the only part that was not covered by the white armor was their eyes, which had a golden flame inside them. Dante left Zadiel's side and he got closer to this army. The black-armored giants positioned themselves around him, covering every direction. He waved his hand, and in less than 5 seconds, the 2,000 white warriors who passed through the gate created units of 100 with a master rank 2 at the lead in each of them. They displayed perfect coordination as if they were a single mind. Even though this army could not pose a threat to any of the rank 4 life forms who were watching them, they still were impressed. These drones were the result of Tao constantly consuming thousands of rank 2 life forms over the years. They were modified by the Elder Brain. Their brains were replaced by a special type of parasite tadpole, and sunlight aura filled their bodies. This was an army who felt no fear and who would not hesitate to launch a suicide attack if they received the order. They had the power to butcher any clan without a rank 4 life form, but to Zadiel they were just an expendable force whose job was to die instead of the Neo-Demons. Everyone must get ready. In 2 weeks we will march and start to expand our domain over this continent. Chapter 231, Artifact Armor. Danielle was a rank 3 angel of supremacy who has gone through the most rigorous spy training of the heavenly race. She was stationed in a mountain range less than 10 kilometers of the force field created by the 10 Tower Formation. She had trained a path technique known as seamless integration. This technique was arduous to practice, but she reached a level where she could blend with her environment. This allowed her to hide from even the consciousness of rank 4 life forms, as long as they do not focus on her exact location. The most minimal movement could break her cover, so she had to maintain complete inactivity. Her task was to monitor the Magi invader forces' movements and contact the headquarters of the heavenly race whenever someone entered their domains, no matter their power. The Dukes knew it was just a group of rank 2 life from the ones who opened a portal to the abyss, so they could not let anyone enter their territories again unnoticed. She was not alone, and there were dozens of other spies all around the mountain range. None of them moved their bodies in the slightest. Their discipline reached the point where they stopped their breathing so their bodies would not move. Even with their skill and training, none noticed the giant in the sky above them with a young man on his shoulder. The light did not touch their bodies, making them invisible, and there was strange shadow energy that cloaked them. Ezequiel looked at the mountain range with coldness, and in his mind was the location of every single rank 3 spy. The consciousness of the Neo-Demon could not detect them, but as long the air touched their bodies, the world would tell him their locations. Unless they reached the point in their technique where they could track the elements, they could not hide from the supreme Neo-Demon with the primordial bloodline. Arcs of red lightning appeared around Ezequiel, and they started to rotate, drawing the natural energy of the world into them to increase their power. Threads of shadows were also entering into the arcs, greatly increasing their power and hiding them from the spy's perception. While Ezequiel prepared the attack, Zadiel pushed his clairsentience to the limit. His face was growing pale, and blood came out from his eyes, as his mind force was used at an unbelievably fast rate. A fever so high that even a rank 3 life form would be affected assaulted the Neo-Demon, and if it were not for his golden flames, his brain would have suffered heavy damage. Just before his mind force was depleted, the eyes of Zadiel filled with a mystical light. Without wasting time, he took a crystal from his ring and sent 3 sets of coordinates. Do it. Zadiel gave the order to Ezequiel. After that, he immediately focused on healing the damage that his brain had endured. The giant waved his hand, and the arcs of red lightning and shadows were fired at the spies, one for each of them. Danielle felt danger like never before coming at her. She looked at the sky and saw a red flash that advanced with such speed and power that she knew it would kill her. The same feeling of despair appeared in all the spies, but just when they thought their lives were over, 3 sources of power that made the earth tremble appeared. The leaders. Hope appeared in Danielle's eyes. She did not know why the leaders of the heavenly race's spy forces were here, but she trusted that they would save her life. On the peak of a mountain, a man came out of the earth. He was a man with wings made of earth and rocks. His body was bulky, not what you would expect from a spy, but he made no sound at all. A group of clouds that extended for hundreds of meters compressed themselves in an instant, and they formed a woman with a petite figure and wings made of fog and water. The last one to appear was a thin man, who was nothing more than a broken tree branch less than 10 centimeters large until a second ago. The two men and the women were peak rank 4 angelic paragons. The thriving life force burning inside them made clear they were extremely talented. They all had high-quality armors, and by the power they released, it was clear they were artifacts. Due to their power and mastery over seamless integration, Ezequiel was not able to detect them. They were sent here a few days ago, after the canyon's appearance close to the 10-tower formation and the vacuum in the ravaging ocean. They were not supposed to show themselves under any circumstance, but they could not allow their subordinates to die under their watch. They launched themselves to the sky to stop the arcs of red lightning and shadows. Unfortunately for the trio, no good deed goes unpunished, and the moment they rose to the sky, 3 men appeared on their path and took them by surprise. One was a swordsman, the other a lich, and the last one a 7-winged fallen. They had been waiting for the angelic paragons, and before these could react, they broke the space near them. They were sucked into that crack in space and launched thousands of kilometers upward. They all appeared at random locations. This intervention stopped the spy forces' leaders from blocking the arcs of red lightning, and they could only see how their subordinates exploded. There was anger in the eyes of the 3 angelic paragons but also confusion. They all reached their positions thanks to their power and abilities. Their skills have been honed in hundreds of battles in different worlds. They did not understand how the trio was able to find them and set an ambush. Not even in their wildest dreams would they think the trap's responsibility was a rank 3 life form. Even though he was just a rank 2 animus, Zadiel's body and soul were powerful enough to withstand the backlash produced by predicting 3 rank 4 life forms' future actions. But if it was not for his golden flames, he would be unconscious now and would need several weeks of recovering. There was no need for words between the two parties, and they started to fight immediately. They released their law avatars and launched their most powerful attacks. The angelic paragons needed to weaken their enemies fast enough to escape before their reinforcements reached this place, while Heinz, Toto, and Nero attempted to kill them. The cultivator and the other 2 had medallions that released a jamming signal that stopped the heavenly race members from communicating with the rest of the army. Nero faced the thin man with wings that resembled thick tree branches. Toto and Heinz met the petite woman and the robust man, respectively. The law avatar of the angelic paragon who faced Nero took the form of giant branches full of spikes. The 7-winged fallen saw the immense branches that came at him with the sole intent of smashing him. His response was fast and deadly. He channeled his star's blue light into the spear on his hand and struck with all his power those branches. Even though his spear was not even 3 meters long and the branches were thousands of meters wide, when they crashed, it was the angelic paragon's law avatar, the one that was shattered. A blue spear light was released and crashed against the thin man, but his armor glowed at the last moment, and 70% of the attack was absorbed by it. The angelic paragon felt his organs trembling, and blood came out from his mouth. Those wounds were shallow and did not affect his fighting power. Nero's eyes widened when he saw the wounds on his opponent. That attack had all his power, and the only thing that was missing was him using his 8th wing. He was sure he would at least be able to hurt him badly, but he did not lose time and launched himself at his opponent immediately. Heinz and Toto were having the same problem. Their fighting power was higher than the one of their opponents, but every time they landed a blow, the armors would stop most of the damage. Chapter 232, Second Layer. Zadiel was able to identify the nature of those armors right away. They were rank 4 artifacts, and although they do not increase the offensive power of the user, their ability to negate damage was very potent. He was a little surprised by the improvements the heavenly race got over these years, but it did not change his plans. He was already prepared for this type of scenery. His side had increased their power greatly and it was obvious the heavenly race would do the same. After all, they are part of a race that controlled a high world, and not a simple one of the principal worlds of the universe that can equal Baatar and the Abyss. Nero and Heinz were overwhelming their opponents. Even if their armors helped them reduce the damage, the difference in power was too great to make a difference, not to mention that the body of the duo was as strong as an artifact. Toto also had the upper hand in his battle, but the advantage he had over his enemy was not as impressive as the one of the duo. Go and help him. After he spoke those words, Zadiel no longer watched the battles. Zydra materialized beside the Neo-Demon and in the next second her body disintegrated into shadow particles and disappeared. Heinz was facing a 3,000 meters tall humanoid made of stones that had a yellow aura around him which enhanced his defense and striking power. Despite its immense size, the dexterity and speed of the stone giant were impressive. It launched a punch that created a sonic boom at Heinz. The cultivator did not move from where he was, and just as the attack was about to hit him, he waved his law avatar that had the form of a one-handed sword. In less than a second, he performed 33 strikes and all of them severed space because he used Void Slash. The arm disintegrated when it touched the annihilation power of space, and the destruction continued to the chest of the stone giant. The center of the giant's chest broke and you could see the angelic paragon inside it. Heinz's attack had the power to crush part of his body as well, but the armor saved him. The bulky man did not waste time and reconstructed the missing pieces of his law avatar. The angelic paragon was shocked by the difference in power. He was one of the strongest members of the heavenly race in the Beta Heavenly world, only beneath the dukes, and if it was not for his armor, he would have had a piece of his body mangled by that attack. The worst part was that even though he could withstand those attacks, he noticed the domain of the swordsman over the law of space, and saw no way of escaping from him. Heinz did not care about the feelings of his opponent and launched himself back to the fray. Hundreds of kilometers away from them, Tato and the petite woman were fighting. The Reaper was hacking with his scythe dozens of tentacles made of clouds that wanted to incapacitate him. The petite woman frowned as her law avatar clashed with the Reaper. The clouds should be impervious to physical attacks and very resilient to magic, and yet the power in that scythe was able to wither them. More than once beams of black energy were fired at her, but she was able to use her clouds to diminish their power and her armor took care of the rest. As the woman controlled her law avatar and attempted to subdue the Reaper, her instincts, that had been honed through countless life and death battles, warned her of the immense danger that neared. Her body transformed into a mass of fog and moved away, just in time to dodge a dagger that aimed at his head. She avoided a terrible injury, but the Reaper was waiting for her. The scythe was absorbed into the Eye of Despair and all the energy it accumulated was released as a beam of black energy by the Hand of Sorrow. The attack was thrown just at the right moment and the angelic paragon was not able to dodge or make her law avatar protect her. The armor was able to block most of the damage, but a massive amount of energy was drained from her. The worst part of the attack was that strands of black energy reached her heart and formed a black seed inside it. A foreign body growing inside you would cause fear in anyone, and even with her experience, the angelic paragon found it difficult to control her emotions. That fear and doubt make the seed grow stronger. Tato and Zytra did not miss their chance and attacked with everything they had. The Magus woman released her law avatar and a gyroscope appeared behind her. The wheels were made of shadows that absorbed the light around them. In the center of the gyroscope was a ball of solidified light that had a dagger inside it. Zytra fired hundreds of weapons made of light against the angelic paragon and the Reaper charged against her with everything he had. The petite woman was doing all she could to fight the duo. Her armor reduced most of the damage she received but also drained her energy very fast. The other two angelic paragons faced the same problem. Their armors saved their lives, but soon their energy's pool would be too low to activate them. The first artifact that stopped working was that of the thin man with wings made of branches. Fear appeared on his eyes when he realized this, since without the armor there is no way he could face the seven-winged fallen. Nero did not miss the opportunity and the blue star shrinked and started to rotate around his spear before he flashed to his enemy. Panic appeared on the face of the thin man and he made his law avatar attack the fallen with all his power. Unfortunately, the branches were no different than a piece of paper before the spear. The angelic paragon was not able to do anything and the spear impacted his head, killing him and shattering his soul. The cultivator did not fall behind and he activated Beam and Blood Drive. His power increased tremendously and with immense speed and power he launched himself to the chest of the stone giant. The angelic paragon punched with all his strength at the swordsman, but the moment the arms were close to him, a sword so fast that was invisible to the sight destroyed them. Heinz pierced the chest of the law avatar and came out of the other side. He carried a severed head on his hand with a flawless cut on his neck. When the petite woman saw the death of her last comrade, fear invaded her mind. Without hesitation, she started to burn her life force and attempted to surround herself with the clouds. Tato knew that his enemy was going to try to run. His eye of despair glowed and the black seed inside the angelic paragon exploded. The body of the woman trembled and for an instant, she froze. It was less than a second, but in a battle between rank 4 life forms, it was deadly. Both Zyra and Tato charged their law avatars with all the power they had. From the gyroscope, giant weapons made of light were shot to the woman and the Reaper released another beam of black energy. The artifact was no longer active, so the body of the angelic paragon was destroyed, and just like the other two, her soul was shattered. The Lich, the Fallen, and the Cultivators saved the artifacts the angelic paragons left and also broke into their personal storage space and stole their belongings. When the battles were over and the angelic paragons and every single spy had died, Zadiel opened his eyes. They will know we are advancing since they lost contact with all the spies, but they don't know our full power or the direction we are taking. Zadiel looked back and he saw an army with thousands of warriors approaching his location. Be ready to activate the second layer of the 10-tower formation. They had a numerical disadvantage and the heavenly race obtained powerful artifacts over the years. But time also allowed the 10-tower formation to gather enough energy to activate the ability that would allow the Magi army to face the heavenly race without the need to have a demonic horde as a distraction. Chapter 233, Path to Rank 4. An army of 6,000 was moving through the Forn's continent. A third of the army was composed of white armored warriors whose eyes were devoid of any emotions and that moved as a single entity. The white warriors formed squads with neo-demons and every single one of them was a rank 2 life form. These squads were formed by Dante so he could use the drones as meat shields in case a neo-demon was in danger. There were several peak rank 2 neo-demons and thanks to their heritage, metallic dragon bloodline, rank 3 magic equipments, and rank 3 runic sets, they were all capable of fighting rank 3 angels of supremacy. Dante was at the lead of the Daybreak army. His mind was running thousands of different scenarios at the same time, one for each sun tadpole and drones he controlled. He could respond to all the information each of them sent with the reaction speed of a rank 3 life form, and modify his strategies in real time. This was thanks to the peculiarities of his brain, the 5 brain golems by his side, and the fact that unlike his father, he focused on the discipline of telepathy. His power had already reached peak rank 2 and with the help of the brain golems, he had no problem fighting a master rank 3 angelic paragon. No sound was coming from the army, this was due to the use of magic. This was something very common in an army but there was also the fact that there was complete silence in their surroundings as well. This was due to all life forms, from the smallest insect to the largest magic creature, being dead. The soul-forging existences had purged the path the army was going to take. They did it to prevent any form of biological surveillance recording their movements. Zadiel remained on Ezequiel's shoulder as they advanced, with Kilo and Rax by his side. His wounds were mostly healed thanks to the continued use of his golden flames. He focused on the army, specifically in the new Magi who were brought here for these next part of the invasion and were not part of the first group who entered this world. Among them was a peak rank 3 Magus who followed the body refinement path. As he flew with the others, the man frowned for a second as he detected a sort of scanning force. He tracked the origin of that force and turned to look at a man that was sitting on the shoulder of a giant. Zadiel did not bother to look at the man, but when Ezequiel detected his stare, his eyes that were like moons made of red lightning focused on him. The Magus trembled when he saw those eyes. He had fought thousands of battles and was one step away from reaching rank 4, but his instincts were telling him that he would not last more than 10 seconds against that man. He noticed that there was nothing wrong with him, so just focused on moving forward. The artificial intelligence chip scanning abilities were too much for a rank 3 life form to resist, especially when they were potentiated by Zadiel's animus abilities. In the mind of the Neo-Demon, a piece of detailed information showed itself. BIP. Target scanned. Displaying information. Name, race, Magus, rank 3 body refinement path, strength, 326.5, physique, 287.4, speed, 189.2 energy pool, 430.7 consciousness solidification, 91%. He is not bad. His path technique is decent enough. Modifications were made to his energy pool that allowed him to contain more energy than other people that follow the Magi path could have. Normally the energy pool of the rank 3 Magus reaches its peak at 400 points, and it is very difficult to make significant advances beyond that point before becoming a soul-forging existence. As for consciousness solidification, that is a fundamental step in strengthening your consciousness and awakening your true soul. It is done by saturating the consciousness with energy and tempering it with life force. Past 90% your soul is powerful enough to interact with the fundamental energy of the universe and start comprehending the laws. Once you obtain a law comprehension at the potential level over any law, you can make the final step and become a rank 4 life form. Although potential is the first level of law comprehension, the amount of rank 3 life forms that never touched it was uncountable. A neo-demon has to go through this process, but there is something else they need to as well that is related to their body if they want to reach the peak of rank 3. Zadiel analyzed the state of the army and was satisfied. Although they could be better, they could also be much worse. After that, he ordered the chip to analyze him and Ezequiel. BIP. Scanning targets. Name, Zadiel Daybreak, race, Neo-Demon, rank 3, Daybreak bloodline / animus, rank 2, strength, 278.3, physique, 402.9, speed, 289.1, Abyss aura, 313.4 sun force, 320.6 consciousness solidification, 2%, name, Ezequiel, race, Neo-Demon, Rank 3, Primordial Bloodline, Strength, 502.9, Physique, 409.1, Speed, 301.5, Abyss Aura, 310.4 Consciousness Solidification, 1%. Note, the body of the target is withstanding modifications at an atomic level. His cells are transforming in an energy reservoir not inferior to his consciousness. There will reach a point where body and energy will become one. Zadiel was impressed when he saw the statistics of Ezequiel. His bloodline did not focus on body refinement, but the alteration on his skeleton and nurture of Abyss Aura allowed him to have a body stronger than the one of a peak rank 3 magus who followed the body refinement path. But the physical power of the supreme Neo-Demon was shocking even for someone with a law bloodline that focused on the body. His body was so resilient and durable that his physique was better than the one of Zadiel, even though the latter had regeneration abilities granted by the law of life in his bloodline. The number that the artificial intelligence chip shows do not follow a linear increase but an exponential one, and Ezequiel's strength was easily 5 times greater than the one of Zadiel. That power would only grow once body and energy become one, and he takes a step further in the fusing of the 3 great powers an individual has. Law bloodlines are very difficult to categorize since the advantages they grant are not always focused on the individual. Some bloodlines focused on the creation of drones, and even if they do not make the individual stronger, even Zadiel will perish if he fought an army with hundreds of rank 3 life forms. There is also the fact that every race thought their law bloodlines are better than the rest and would never accept a classification that put them beneath others. For those reasons, the ranking of bloodlines stopped at the emperor level. Sooner or later I will have to do it since the number of law bloodlines that will belong to the Neo-Demon race will be high. The army advanced very fast, but even with their speed it would take several hours to reach their destination, so Zadiel took advantage of the time. Artificial Intelligence Chip, prepare ranking based on the battle power the bloodlines grant to the user and also the potential of advance in the ranks. BIP. Performing the task. Using knowledge of the host's second life. First Order Law Bloodline, Universe Shatterer Bloodline. The highest level increase in battle power possible is granted to the possessor. Allows one to be unrivaled before any enemy in the same rank and level regardless of their bloodline or equipment. By following solely the bloodline guide, one can reach rank 9. Bloodlines of this order: Primordial Bloodline, Second Order Law Bloodline, Absolute Empyrean Bloodline. Grants an increase in battle power, in the same rank and level, only inferior to holders of a Universal Shatterer Bloodline. Can defeat an enemy an entire rank above them with a King Bloodline. By following solely the bloodline guide, one can reach peak rank 8. Bloodlines of this order: Daybreak Bloodline, Archangel Bloodline, Dawn Titan Bloodline, Pure Incarnation Dragon Bloodline, World Swallowing Eternal Leviathan Bloodline. Third Order Law Bloodline, Law Trampler Bloodline. Grants an increase in battle power that allows them to jump a rank in a battle against a King Bloodline holder, as long they are at the Master level and their enemy at the Novice. By following solely the bloodline guide, one can reach peak rank 7. Bloodlines of this order: Holy Eye Bloodline, Underworld Flocro Bloodline, Ancient Phoenix Bloodline, Ancient Dragon Bloodline. Fourth Order Law Bloodline, Law Seeker Bloodline. Grants an increase in battle power that allows them to jump a rank in a battle against a rank 4 bloodline holder, as long they are at the Master level and their enemy at the Novice. By following solely the bloodline guide, one can reach rank 7. Bloodlines of this order: Sacred Eye Bloodline, Infinity Snake Bloodline, Seed of Evil Bloodline, Void Dragon Bloodline. Note: the estimates of battle power increase do not count fights between rank 3 and rank 4 life forms as well as fights between rank 6 and rank 7 life forms. Chapter 234, Face Off. Zadiel was satisfied with the ranking that the artificial intelligence chip had created for the law bloodlines. The deduction about the increases in battle power the law bloodlines granted and the hypothetical outcomes of battles against other bloodlines users was not flawless. Heinz was not a bloodline user and yet he has the power to face a law seeker thanks to his law comprehension and the high-grade path techniques he trained. If he trained the Blood Demadan technique to the 3rd level then he would be able to defeat a 4th order law bloodline owner. As for the Daybreak bloodline, its power was not well represented in Zadiel's offensive might. The might of the bloodline was in the fact he could heal from any wound no matter how severe they were, even if they were related to his soul. It also gave him the vitality to use runic sets above his rank for a long time. The primordial bloodline was an extremely aggressive one. It had the law of inner force that increased the power of the supreme Neo-Demon's body in ways that the Blood Demadan technique, one of the most powerful techniques Zadiel had at his disposal, could not equal. It also had the law of strength, a law that allowed the user to display a battle strength 5 or even 10 times higher than any spell could do. Ezequiel could not fully display the power of these laws since his bloodline was meant for a being who had fused the 3 fundamental powers of body, energy, and soul. But he was moving closer with every fight he had. The army continued to advance until a stronghold of the heavenly race, with a castle in the center, appeared in their sight. They were already 1,000 kilometers away from the edge of the force field made by the 10-tower formation. There were thousands of warriors of the heavenly race inside it, but there was a single rank 4 life form. If the movements of the Magi army had been leaked, then this place would have been fortified beyond measure and all the force of the heavenly race would have been waiting here. Everybody knew what to do. Tado and Zytra rose to the sky above the stronghold, and no one could detect them. The two of them released their law avatars. The wheels of the gyroscope began to spin in the opposite direction and the ball of light inside it started to transform into pure shadows. The Reaper grabbed the gyroscope with his bony hands before the Eye of Despair started to siphon the fear in the world. That energy transferred to the Hand of Sorrow before it started to feed the shadows. The law of fear and the law of shadows shared an ancestral origin. The first intelligent life form learned to fear as they imagined the thing that hid in the dark. Howling faces started to appear in the ball of shadows above the Reaper's shoulders and its power only continued to grow. After 10 full minutes of charging the attack, Tado waved his hand, and the Reaper threw what could only be described as a sphere of shadows with a core of despair. The might of the laws in it was so high that only seeing it could be deadly for a rank 0 life form. Its speed was impressive and it fell from the sky like a meteor. The rank 3 life forms could not detect the attack, but the rank 4 Angel of Supremacy in the castle felt the immense danger that approached them. The entire castle glowed and a beam of light was fired and formed 2 giant wings that covered the stronghold. The Angel of Supremacy was sure the winged dome would resist. Just when he was about to contact the headquarters of the heavenly race, he saw 2 men appear above the wings. One had a spear and the other a sword. The spear had a blue star that circled it and the sword released vibrations that broke space. The 2 men attacked the wings, and they behaved no differently than a bubble. The 2 mighty wings that extended for thousands of meters shattered in an instant. The shadow meteor fell in the castle. It stopped the heart of the rank 4 Angel of Supremacy and froze his soul, killing him, but it did no physical damage. After that, it transformed into gas that flooded the stronghold and killed everyone inside it. In less than 10 seconds, the 4,342 lives in the stronghold disappeared from this world. The army did not waste time and they invaded the stronghold immediately. A rank 4 life form made the castle disappear and created a huge pit, 200 meters deep where it was. Heinz waved his hand and the materials for the magic tower appeared. Hundreds of automatons made of liquid silver took them and started to work. Most of the parts were pre-assembled already. However, the process to install a magic tower that would be an extension of the 10-tower formation was not easy or fast. The entire army took defensive positions around the magic tower, all of them in squads. A sun tadpole that was present in their hands told them with whom to gather and information about their comrades. The 17 rank 4 life forms rose to the sky and the air raged as they increased the energy inside them. Less than 3 hours after the construction of the magic tower started, the earth around the stronghold began to tremble. Thunder and lightning filled the sky as if a storm of apocalyptic proportions was closing in. The entire army looked to the direction where the thunder originated and their expressions were serious. The rank 4 life forms in the sky were solemn. They felt more clearly than anyone the power of the storm that approached. They were faster than I thought. Zadiel's eyes narrowed as the eye of life and creation showed him the immense army of the heavenly race, that charged at their direction with a thick slaughter aura around them. The heavenly race army had 40,000 warriors, with most of them being rank 2 angels, but there were also 250 rank 3 life forms in it. In the sky above them, there were 49 rank 4 life forms and many of them had artifacts. A portion of the rank 4 Magi felt apprehensive when they saw the army approaching them. Everything had been easy for them before, but now they would have their first true battle against an organized and fully charged heavenly race. Most of them could barely face an angel of supremacy on equal grounds, so the almost 3-to-1 numerical disadvantage generated a great pressure. At the lead of the warriors in the sky, there were Heinz, Tado, and Zytra. Despite Nero being the strongest one, it was not good for him to battle dukes, so he will stay with the rest and draw the attention of as many angelic paragons as he could. The trio was wearing the artifacts they took from the angelic paragons they killed in their path here. Normally artifacts are branded with a consciousness of the original owner, which made it impossible for someone else to use it, but to Zadiel, that was nothing more than a clown trick. Heinz analyzed the enemies and he frowned. Thomas had become stronger, but the difference between the two of them only grew over the years, so the cultivator did not consider him a threat. However, the woman with crystal wings was different. Something was telling him she was dangerous. I will handle the woman. Zytra, you take care of Thomas. Oliver will be yours. Dotto. We need to make time, so focus mostly on defense. I highly doubt we can kill any of them today. The two nodded after they heard the instructions of Heinz. Their powers were around the same, but without gate to the underworld, the Lich's strength was restricted. The difference in power between the armies was too high for the Magi side to hold on until the magic tower was finished. However, before the heavenly race army could reach them, something happened. The force field that covered thousands of kilometers of the Thorns continent started to expand, and in a matter of seconds, it reached the stronghold. This was the second layer of the 10-tower formation. The formation worked by channeling the natural energy of the world and forming a force field that weakened the enemies. Over the years, the formation saved the surplus energy, and by using it, the force field can extend beyond its normal boundaries. The second layer is not so powerful as to weaken the enemy's power to 10%, but it still can't leave soul-forging existences with only half of their strength and those at rank 3 and beneath with a third of their original battle power. The rank 4 life forms of the heavenly race noticed the forced field, but they were not surprised by it. As one of the oldest civilizations, their knowledge was staggering. Despite this setback, the fighting spirit in their eyes showed that they would not back down. A lot of things were uncertain, but the two sides were sure a great battle was going to happen in this place today. Chapter 235, Burn, Life Vessel. The soul-forging existences of both sides stared at each other, and the killing intent around them was palpable. They were all thousands of kilometers above the ground, and the energy in each of them generated a crushing pressure. Both sides were clear that the first battle would not involve them. If the rank 4 angelic paragons and angels of supremacy wanted to attack the Magi army, they would have to enter deep inside the force field. Once there, they would be relentlessly assaulted by Heinz and the others, and they would find it hard to escape without severe casualties. If 5 rank 4 life forms of the heavenly race die, even if the magic tower is destroyed, it would still be a win to the Magi side. If the rank 4 Magi and Fallen attack the heavenly race army, that would leave an opportunity for the Dukes and the rest to destroy the magic tower and then escape the force field. The 10-tower formation was one of the most used stratagems of the warmonger Magi world, because of its effectiveness. Once it is in position, there is a great possibility that the entire continent will be conquered as well. However, no race with a civilization that had prospered for millions of years was weak. The angelic paragon with wings made of crystal waved her hand, and the entire army started to move. Squads started to form a perimeter around the army. Something in common among all of them was that they had the same armor and runes on their bodies. It took them less than 30 seconds to get in position. Their armors glowed and their runes were activated. In each squad, a white aura was formed. Each one of them expanded until all of them connected and covered the entire army. The white aura slowly morphed into a giant snake with thousands of wings. The entire 40,000 warriors of the heavenly race were inside it. The size of the winged snake could only be described as gargantuan. Once its form was fully solidified, its eyes filled with light, and it released a roar that made the ground under it break. The Magi army was shocked when they saw that creature. Its size was the last of their concerns. The power it generated was shocking, and the entire heavenly race army was protected inside it. The expression of the rank 4 life forms inside the force field became sour. The true nature of the winged snake was that of an origin runic set. The parts of the set were split between the thousands of warriors of the heavenly race and their armors. This allowed them to withstand the immense drain in energy that an origin runic set generated. The winged snake charged into the force field with might that could crush mountains. The members of the heavenly race inside felt their power weakened greatly, but there was no fear in their eyes. As the Magi wondered what to do to stop that monster, 2 men moved to the front of the army, and their skins glowed due to the runes engraved in them. Zadiel was covered in flames that were filled with the power of life and death. On his hand, there was a bone sword that released a blue fire. The flames in the weapon were the physical manifestation of destruction in Potter. The eye of life and creation was in the center of his forehead, and Abyss side had transformed his 2 normal eyes into a portal to a hellish landscape. Ezekiel was 100 meters to the right of the man filled with flames. Primordial condensation was activated, and his 45 meters tall body was covered with red lightning. His body acted as a black hole to the natural energy of the world, and the might of the world could be felt inside his body. When the warriors inside the winged snake saw the 2 men, mocking expressions appeared on their faces. The duo was extremely strong, but against the origin runic set, they were nothing. Some Magi were also displeased with their actions. This was not the time to try to brag about their power. Neither Zadiel nor Ezekiel cared about their opinions. A golden and a red flame started to burn inside the chest of the 2 neo-demons. Blood essence combustion was activated, which made their power rise tremendously. Oliver and Thomas stared at the duo, but even though their battle power was unbelievable for a rank 3 life form, there was nothing they could do against an origin runic set. There was a vicious light in the eyes of the angelic paragon with wings of lava. Stupid beasts, before us you are nothing. Oliver smiled as he mocked the duo. Before they advanced to rank 3, those were all the upgrades in power that the 2 neo-demons had in their repertoire, but now there was something else. The Absolute Empyrean and Universe Shatterer looked at each other, and after nodding, they activated the ability that only a rank 3 neo-demon with a law bloodline had. Burn, life vessel burn, life vessel. The bloodline heart and elemental chaos heart inside their bodies started to beat faster and faster, and their blood flow accelerated at an exponential rate. The air raged and a storm formed around the duo. Thunder could be heard due to the immense power they released to the environment. As this happened, a golden and red aura was released from them and it fired into the sky. That aura was their blood that was burning. The mocking expression in the warrior's heavenly race inside the winged snake vanished. Some of them, who had heard the stories about the two men, started to shiver. Shock appeared in the faces of the soul-forging existences on both sides when they felt the surging power in the duo. At the start, the heartbeat of the two neo-demons was 120 beats per minute. 10 seconds after burn, life vessel was activated, it reached 670. 20 seconds later it reached 1703. A minute after they activated the technique, their power finally stabilized and a shockwave was released from their bodies that destroyed the buildings under their feet. Their hearts were beating at a rate of 8,000 beats per minute. The soul-forging angelic paragons and angels of supremacy could not believe what they were seeing. They felt the power in the duo and it reached the might of a rank 4 life form. It was at the absolute bottom of rank 4 and without a law avatar, but still, it was something that should be impossible. Uncontrollable killing intent appeared in the eyes of Oliver when he saw this. They cannot be allowed to live. The angelic paragon was about to throw himself at the duo when a hand grabbed his shoulder. It was Thomas' hand, and he saw how the Duke stared at a man with an abominable killing aura around him and a law avatar on his hand. His speed is too high, there is no way we will be able to reach them before he stops us. Thomas also wanted to kill the duo, but he was able to maintain a cool head. Oliver was not happy but understood the truth in the man's words. Don't worry, even with that power they will not be able to break the winged snake before it crashes into the magic tower. Thomas did not know if his words were to reassure Oliver or himself. The Magi army was startled when they felt the immeasurable might the two men in front of them released. In the warriors of the Daybreak clan, there was a pride so potent that could you see it burning in their eyes. The sun tadpole in the hands of everyone brought them back to reality. They all received specific instructions on what to do. Everyone understood the severity of the situation in which they were. Dante had connected with everyone through the tadpoles. His expression was serious when he felt the power in his father and Ezequiel. The difference between rank 3 and rank 4 was so immense that a single soul-forging existence could kill 100 rank 3 life forms in direct combat. He knew that to obtain the power they had now, they were forced to burn their life force. Unlike the technique many used that left irreparable damage, burning, life vessel only takes a very small part of their life force to use as a catalyst, but it was still a double-edged sword, and they couldn't keep it active for a long time. Chapter 236, Epic Battle. Even though the expression of the members of the heavenly race was bitter when they felt the power in the duo, neither the soul-forging existences in the sky nor the warriors inside the winged snake were worried. The resistance of the origin runic set was something even a true rank 4 life form would find hard to break, much less two individuals whose battle power barely reached that boundary. But the events that happened next shocked all of them to the core. The entire Magi army was divided into two groups. With surgical precision and unbelievable coordination, they released their most powerful attack together and created two beams of destruction energy. The winged snake rushed into the magic tower and it looked like nothing could stop it until these two beams landed. Their targets were the spots under the 7th wing on the left side of the creature and above the 9th wing on the right side. The colossal monster that appeared to be invincible and unstoppable, halted its advance. The white solidified aura that was able to resist the power of a rank 4 life form, to the absolute shock of every heavenly race member, shattered in the spots where the beams landed. The woman with wings made of crystal, the one who was composed even when Zati-Elon Ezequiel's battle power reached the boundary of rank 4, shivered as she saw the white aura shatter. Her knowledge about the origin runic set the warriors of the heavenly race used, was supposed to be the greatest in this world. It took her a moment, but she understood the reason why the attacks broke those parts of the winged snake. By dividing the runic set into so many sections, flaws appeared and the spots where those attacks landed were exactly that. Impossible, how could those beasts know about the everlasting snake runic set? Her voice that was usually accompanied by a pleasant tone was now cold and murderous. Identifying the flaws was not something anyone could do, but they made the mistake of using an archaic runic set. One of the things people dismiss about the incarnation of death and destruction was that besides his world destroyer battle power, he was also a supreme master when it comes to rune crafting, and there are very few runic sets he did not learn. The heavenly race army was a tier 1 army and the training of their commanders was top-notch. Redirect energy to those holes. Units 3, 5, and 7 follow me to the one on the left, and Units 2, 4, and 6 will follow Dominguez to the one on the right. A peak rank 3 angelic paragon shouted orders and the warriors inside the winged snake moved immediately. The Magi army was spent after they launched that attack and they would need a few seconds to recharge, so the Angelic Paragon was sure they would be able to stop any attack from entering the Origin Runic formation. The holes shrunk at an amazing speed and the warriors were about to arrive to reinforce, but before they reached them, a river of red lightning entered for the tier in the left and a jet of dark golden flames for the one in the right. Their speed was unbelievable, and under the shocked eyes of the 40,000 warriors of the heavenly race inside the everlasting snake, the lightning and flames reformed into Izakui Elon Zadiel. Despite the 20,000 to 1 difference, the Absolute Empyrean and the Universe Shatterer looked at the warriors of the heavenly race like sheep that were waiting to be slaughtered. The warriors that were next to them were shocked, and although their instincts screamed, they understood the immense damage these two could do to the army that was weakened due to the force field. The heavenly race had many defects, but cowardice in battle was not one of them. Hundreds of warriors threw themselves at the duo and the energy on their bodies exploded as they ignited their life force. When Zadiel and Izakui saw those courageous warriors that came at them without a single thread of fear, their eyes only showed coldness. The moment Oliver shattered the souls of neo-demons, every member of the heavenly race in this world was doomed. Their bodies glowed, and in the next moment, a red and golden explosion burst out from their bodies. Their battle power may be at the absolute bottom, but it was still rank 4 battle power. Every rank 2 life form that was touched by the explosion was disintegrated, while the rest end up with severe injuries. After they got rid of the burdens around them, they focused on the squads that had the runes that formed the everlasting snake runic set. From their hands, beams of chaotic energy were released against those that were near them and killed all of them. The gargantuan body of the winged snake trembled when this happened and for a second became more illusory. The holes behind them were closing in, and if they did not come out now, both neo-demons will be caged inside the creature with the entire army of the heavenly race. But instead of retreating, the two of them charged to the center of the winged snake and began to kill everyone in their path. Zadiel released his sun domain and the undying Leviathan appeared under his feet. The creature blasted through everything on its path and the neo-demon activated his sword, which created a giant whip of blue flame. The nether crow moved around them. His beak and claws ripped to pieces any heavenly race warrior not fast enough to dodge them. 5 rank 3 angelic paragon who burned their life force in exchange for power, managed to withstand the crushing pressure and burning flames of the domain. They got close enough to Zadiel and performed suicide attacks from all directions, completely disregarding their defense. Humphrey, useless. Zadiel's eyes were cold. Before, the difference in power between them was already great. But now with burn, life vessel activated. In the eyes of the neo-demon, they moved in slow motion. He waved his bone sword and cut the head of the 2 angelic paragons on his right. The expression of their faces demonstrated that they did not even realize when they died. The left hand of the neo-demon grabbed the head of another warrior and incinerated it in an instant. Zadiel threw a back kick and crushed the skull of another angelic paragon. The last one had a spear full of poison and he was set on burying it inside Zadiel, even if the price was his life, but before he could get close enough, the nether crow's beak pierced his head. As this happened, Izakui created his own slaughter path. A storm of red lightning was generated around his body and it covered hundreds of meters. The red lightning consumed the blood and flesh of the warriors of the heavenly race and increased its power. The supreme neo-demon style was much simpler than Zadiel's. But that did not mean it was less powerful. After all, there is great strength in simplicity. His arms and legs moved at a speed that was invisible for a rank 2 life form, and even those at rank 3 would find it almost impossible to detect. Every punch and kick landed on a warrior of the heavenly race. His attacks created explosions of red lightning that seemed to carry the power of the world, and they killed any rank 2 life forms that were touched by them. The Magi army did not remain still as the 2 neo-demons raged havoc inside the winged snake. Under the guidance of Dante, all the companies soared into the sky and surrounded the everlasting snake runic set. Every member of the group combined their attacks into a single beam of energy. The sun tadpole showed them the specific area of the winged snake where the beams of destructive energy they released should land. The origin runic set was not defenseless. Its wings were like sharp blades that could cut anything. From time to time it released feathers that resembled spears against the attackers. The air raged and the natural energy of the world became chaotic as the two sides battled against each other. An epic battle between an ancient winged creature and an army with thousands of warriors composed of Magi, Fallen, Neo-Demons, and drones began. Chapter 237, Inside-Outside. The soul-forging existences of both sides focused on the battle between the everlasting snake runic set and the Magi army. They also maintained an eye on their counterparts. This battle was very important since depending on the outcome, the battle between rank 4 life forms might not be necessary. The expression of the soul-forging existences of the heavenly race was nasty. The origin runic set should have guaranteed their victory, but due to 2 people, everything went to hell. Explosions filled the air around the winged snake, and the destruction they produced had already transformed the ground under them into a wasteland. The everlasting snake Runokset roared as hundreds of beams of energy landed on its body. It accumulated more and more damage. The attacker seemed to know exactly where the flaws of the origin Runokset were present. A young man with a golden bow accompanied by 5 black-armored giants flew around the immense body of the snake. Behind his right shoulder, there was a ball of golden fire, incredibly pure and so compacted it seemed solid. The ball of golden fire formed arrows that were constantly being fired by the young man with speed and accuracy beyond what a rank 2 life form should be able to achieve. The black-armored giants threw 15 meters long spears, which when landed provoked blasts of mind force. Dante's eyes were focused on his targets, and no one would believe if they were told his mind was also instructing an army with 6,000 individuals. He gave them specific locations where their attacks should land, the danger zone of the snake that they must avoid, and how they could maximize their teamwork. 2 massive obsidian dragons released giant balls of dark red and white fire against the winged snake. Their speed and dexterity were outstanding for beings of their sizes, and the destructive power on their attacks was impressive. Each of them had 100 white armored warriors above their backs, who combined their powers into a single beam of golden flames. The everlasting snake Runokset counterattack was ferocious. Its wings were able to stretch for thousands of meters, and they acted like a vicious blade that could cut anything on its path. It was able to fire white feathers with amazing speed, and the moment they landed in a target, they exploded, which ensured the death of the enemy. In a part of the battlefield, there was a unit of 100 Magi. They all released powerful spells when all of a sudden 3 wings of the everlasting snake Runokset attacked them. The Sun Tadpole had warned them about the attack and guided their evasive tactics, but even with that, 19 rank 2 Magi were killed. Close to the tail of the winged snake, members of the Daybreak clan were protecting themselves from hundreds of feathers launched in their direction. The speed of the feathers was impressive and many casualties occurred, but almost all of them were white warriors. That was due to Dante sacrificing the drones as pawns to protect beings who had a soul. There were Neo-Demon among the deceased, and every time one of them fell, a comrade close to them would save their remains before going back to battle. Kilo and Rax were also assaulted by the wings and feathers. Both obsidian dragons would maneuver their huge bodies through those attacks and release powerful dragon breaths to respond. The warriors of the heavenly race did their best to push the everlasting snake Runokset forward. Their goal was simple: destroy the tower and then exit the force field, but with the Magi army attacking them from all directions and right in the spots where the winged snake defenses were the worst, their mission became more and more difficult. The greater damage to the origin Runokset was being done by the 2 men that were inside the winged snake along with thousands of warriors of the heavenly race. They were like unstoppable killing machines, one with a sword full of blue flames and the other with his fists packed with red lightning. The number of warriors each of them killed already reached above 3,000. Despite the impressive regeneration abilities of Zadiel and the resilient body of Ezequiel, both Neo-Demons had deep wounds on them. Even though the difference in power of the duo with the warriors of the heavenly race was overwhelming, every single one of their opponents was at least a rank 2 life forms, and they launched all types of suicide attacks while they burned their life force for power. Zadiel was riding the undying Leviathan as he made his way across the ocean of warriors from the heavenly race. His goal was one of the squads responsible for the origin runic formation. He killed everyone on his path until he was next to them and then launched himself at the group with a bone sword full of blue flames in his right hand. The Nether Crow followed the Neo-Demon, and his red eyes were full of viciousness. His sword released arcs of blue flames that destroyed anything they touched, and from his left hand, a jet of dark golden flames was fired with a heat that calcined any warrior of the heavenly race on its reach. The Nether Crow fought against a rank 3 Angel of Supremacy, and his speed was so impressive that it managed to pierce the chest of his opponent in a second. Ezequiel also opened a path of death until reaching one of the squads responsible for the origin runic formation. The red lightning had absorbed a great amount of blood and flesh, and they formed dozens of 3 meters tall spears that circled around the supreme Neo-Demon. Hundreds of warriors launched themselves against the Neo-Demon to stop him from reaching the squad, but Ezequiel and the red spears blasted through all of them. He reached the squad and then proceeded to fight. His attacks mangled their bodies or made them explode as if they were balloons full of blood. Destroying the squads made them pause for a moment, and the seasoned warriors of the heavenly race did not lose that chance. The duo was bombarded by spells from every direction, and since the warriors knew that their friends and comrades around those 2 monsters were dead, none of them contained themselves. The undying Leviathan swallowed Zadiel whole, and the red spears made a cocoon around Ezequiel. Massive explosions covered the figure of the duo, but less than a second after that happened, a cracked cocoon and wounded creature flashed to other squads, and the figure of Zadiel and Ezequiel became visible again. New wounds were present in the duo, and despite their defensive measures, those attacks left true damage to them. It was not the first time that happened, and there were those barrages who had provoked their worst injuries. Despite their overwhelming advantage, the Neo-Demons knew that the moment they were pinned down in a position for enough time, they would be killed. That is why they escaped from the explosion immediately. They were in great danger, and the toughness of the white aura that formed the skin of the winged snake was just as hard on the inside as it was on the outside, so they could not leave the origin runic set on their own. Their injuries were truly deep, and due to blood essence combustion and burn, life vessel, their bodies were submitted to immense pressure and stress which drained their stamina very fast. But even with all of that, not even the slightest shade of fear could be seen in their eyes. They continued killing the warriors of the heavenly race inside the winged snake and destroying the squads that formed the origin runic set. As they reached the center of the winged snake, Zadiel felt that his body was already reaching his limit, and although Ezequiel was in a slightly better situation, he was also very tired. The ancestor of the Neo-Demon race knew he could not go on for much longer, but was not worried since he was a step away from reaching his goal. They had destroyed a great number of the squads that formed the origin runic formation, and the winged snake had been weakened greatly. A river of dark golden flames and red lightning followed the absolute Empyrean and Universe Shatterer. It's time. Zadiel sent that message to Dante before he gave a signal to Ezequiel. The two Neo-Demon prepared to release the most potent attack of their lives. Chapter 238, Breaking the Snake. The moment Dante received that order, he divided the entire army into 3 groups. One company made of all the living Magi headed for the center of the everlasting snake runic set. They evaded the wings that threatened to cut their bodies in pieces and the feathers that sought to pierce their hearts. Another team led by Rax and Kilo went to the head of the winged snake. The rank 3 Fallen followed the 2 massive dragons. Both Neo-Demons had activated their blood essence combustion and used their dragon breath to weaken the feathers thrown at them and dodge the wings that wanted to split them in two. The Fallen were all seasoned warriors and knew how to respond to the attacks of the origin runic set, so with the help of the dragons, they were able to advance without a problem. Dante was the leader of the last group that had the members of the Daybreak clan in it. He, along with every Neo-Demon that could do it, activate blood essence combustion. He led his team around the wings and used his arrows to shoot down the feathers that were thrown at them. The brain golems also intercepted the feathers with their spears. Their target was also the center of the everlasting snake runic set, but they positioned themselves at the belly of the beast. The offensive capabilities of the winged snake had been weakened greatly due to the constant damage that was received from the Magi army on the outside, and the duo who killed the warriors inside it and destroyed the squads that formed the origin runic set. Ezequiel and Zadiel were ready to act once they reached the center of the winged snake and saw the army had already positioned themselves. The absolute Empyrean used his eye of life and creation, and the river of dark golden flames that he had left on his path started to converge into the bone sword. The hundreds of red spears that were formed after consuming thousands of warriors of the heavenly race decomposed back into red lightning before entering into the Universe Shatir's right arm. The duo trembled and blood came out from their mouths. The power they held right now was too much for their bodies to withstand, and tears appeared on their organs. Zadiel flew upward like a spaceship that sought to break the firmament. The warriors of the heavenly race that got in his path were incinerated. Life, death, destruction. 3 flames slash a tricolored arc of blue, black and golden fire was shot from the bone sword. The power in that slash was so great that even peak rank 3 life forms were disintegrated when they were touched by it. Ezequiel fell like a meteor whose goal was to impact with as much momentum as it could. The warriors on his path were sent flying away or exploded from the impact. Primordial dive, a tornado of red lighting formed around the Neo-Demon with his right arm as the beginning of it. Right when this happened, the Magi and the warriors of the Daybreak clan attacked the back and belly of the winged snake. Rax and Kilo, along with the rank 3 Fallen, reached the giant head of the everlasting snake runic set. The 2 Neo-Demons roared and they opened their maws to their limit before shooting giant balls of flames at the globula of the winged snake. The life force of the white warriors on their back fell instantly. They would not be able to live after this attack, but the beam of golden fire they released was impressive. The Fallen did their part and performed their most powerful spell. Zadiel's sword slash landed in the same spot where the attack of the Magi fell, and Ezequiel's punch impacted the belly of the winged snake just like the spells of the Daybreak clan. Boom! An explosion like if the world was ending was heard, and then complete silence. The soul-forging existences of the heavenly race saw how the everlasting snake runic set froze before cracks started to appear all over its body. The winged snake collapsed and a blast of white aura that resembled a raging inferno was released in every direction. The Magi army was sent flying away and many rank 2 life forms ended up with severe injuries. But the damage they received was nothing compared to the one the warriors of the heavenly race inside the origin runic set had to withstand, since most of the power in that blast was contained inside the snake. The attacks of the absolute Empyrean and Universe Shatir killed more than 100 warriors before they even landed. Once the fist and the arc of flames touched the belly and back of the winged snake, They created a shockwave that propagated inside the Origin runic set. The squads that formed the Everlasting Snake runic set received a backlash so great that more than 50% of the rank 2 life forms died instantly. The blast of White Tora had also reached Dante, but the brain golems used their muscular and resilient bodies to protect him from most of the damage. Even as he was sent flying away, he still established communication with the Sun Tadpoles, analyzed the condition of every single warrior, and organized the army. There was no Magi, Fulan, or Neo-Demon who did not understand how great of a genius the young man was, so they followed his commands without hesitation. The ones with the worst wounds were at the rear guard and focused on healing, while those who could still fight were at the vanguard and mobilized their energies.